Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Special guests are here, chat. Everyone, please be nice. Everyone, please be nice. Can you please
Hello.
introduce yourselves? Yeah, hello. We have Jillian and Lemon Cake.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Um, Hello,
Hello.
I'm here.
You
Yeah,
sound like
yeah.
you have a gun to your head.
Oh, he does. He does, by the way.
I am complying with all laws and regulations, especially whatever Tarkus has informed me to do.
It's important to note that
I,
Lemon does have a gun to his head because he fucking hates this game, and I'm
okay, I was
making
about to
him
ask
sit
if we
here.
could swear. We're good.
Yeah, you can swear, but like,
I
don't do it too
immediately
much though,
said
because it's
fuck,
cringe.
so thank God.
But if you do it too much though, then it's cringe. Like, you have to be cool about it.
I'm
I
cool
have been
about everything
informed
I
I
do.
like
True.
Victoria's 3 front lines.
Let me know, by the way, chat, how you feel about the audio. Of course, because I'm a narcissist, I'm supposed to be slightly louder than the other two. But let me know if it's, if it's annoying or something like that. We'll fix it up as we go. This improvisation or whatever people say these days. Welcome to the stream. Today's kind of a more organized stream than the usual because we're doing a callback to the original Victoria 3 tutorial video where we explained some of the basic mechanics of the game by just playing as Belgium. But this time we've got some special guests who we already introduced, so we won't repeat that again. But their purpose here is to be you guys, but personified. That's why we have one man and one woman. I couldn't find anyone non-binary, or else I would have brought someone like that in as well. But alas, you take what you can get. These two are here to ask questions, to meme, to do whatever they want to do. Okay? And they might steal questions from you, chat. I don't know. Up to them, I guess.
Hello.
There you see, look at that. That's you, chat.
I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, so no questions to start. Looking at the screen
Can
here.
I?
What
So how
what
do?
who is
Why?
Victoria?
It's the Queen of England in 1836, or rather, she will be after like a year or two.
Oh, I didn't put that together.
Why is she 3?
Yeah, what
What
happened to
happened to
Victoria 1
Victoria
and
2 and
2?
1?
Well, Victoria 1, I think, is probably not launchable on any modern OS. Victoria 2 is a game with a very large community that everyone loves, and I think that's about it. I don't know much about Victoria 2, actually, now that I think about it. I really don't know.
I think they like Divergence of Darkness and HPM.
I think
I
so,
think you
whatever
should
that
say
is.
HPM next time. Oh, sorry, Tarkus, you clicked the wrong button there. You click wrong new game. You meant to click exit to desktop.
So true, so true. So I gotta ask you guys. Let me be the one to ask questions here. What are your preconceptions about Victoria 3 before we even start playing the game here? What do you believe this game is?
My
Let's start with
I know.
Jillian because she's a woman.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I know this as economy spreadsheet game.
Okay.
That's literally it. Sometimes people post screenshots of it in my Discord of them doing funny things, but
Mhm.
that's it.
I see. Okay. And Lemon, your impression?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk for the full 5 hours, and I'm frankly way too sober to start, to giving my true opinions on stream.
Yeah.
But despite some of my maybe if they're known preconceptions, I have seen very positive movements in the latest DLCs. So I've unironically been swinging more and more positive towards this game, which is impressive, to say the least.
Yeah.
It does,
Do you
however,
feel
have
the
to
barrel
say,
of my handgun at the back of your neck while you're saying this?
I think my unironic assessment more towards the situation is that I like it when I can move the funny soldiers on the map, and I'm very sad I can't do that. But you know what? The game is starting to make up for it in at least other ways.
I see. Okay. Well, those are two very interesting first impressions, and I think that they are somewhat accurate to some extent. Okay. The economy spreadsheet one is interesting, Jillian, because this is a common blocker for people that are trying to play Victoria 3, and that is that they think they have to optimize to play. That is the way of generalist gaming, a man that we love, a bald man that we love, I should clarify, and the way of Connor, who may also be in chat. He probably is also in chat. I think he was in chat earlier. Connor is also a min maxer type, but you don't have to actually do that. Do you know that? You don't have to actually
No,
be
you do
like
have to
super min
optimize the
max.
game. Sorry,
Okay.
what?
I mean, there's more
Real?
than one play. What? There's more than
Yeah.
one way to play the game.
So in order to understand, okay, let me just open my notes here. I don't have glasses, but I would adjust them right now if I did. In order to understand the game, we have to think about what our goals are to achieve in the game. And Victoria 3 is a very multifaceted game, okay? There's a couple of measures of success, I'm going to call them, all right? One is like your GDP, which is the big number in the top left. One is your standard of living, which is like how well your people are doing, that kind of thing, right? It could be that you want to get a certain ideology in power, whether that's communism or like conservative monarchism or whatever you want to do. There's a couple different like paths to pursue. And in pursuing those paths, you will experience a pretty different sort of game. My favorite one, of course, is roleplay. Everyone knows that. I love to do some story stuff. But I'm going to pass the question off to you guys now. What sort of path do you think would be most interesting in Victoria 3?
Well, I guess I'll start it then. One of the
Okay, but
things I've
Lemon,
seen a
the
lot of
woman
people
goes
do.
first.
Oh,
Oh, well,
I
she
thought
didn't
we were
say anything
switching
for
it up.
No,
5 minutes.
we never
Yeah.
switch it
It
up.
wasn't
No.
5 minutes. Well, I mean, I think we're of a
It's
similar mind
ADHD
here.
adjusted times
Yeah.
period.
Yeah.
I do role playing more on my channel. Honestly, what keeps me from this game and other Paradox games is that I can't really be. I feel like I can't be silly in them
Mhm.
and
Okay.
ridiculous and do crazy shit. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna do the economy. I gotta do the trading. When
Hmm.
that's seems kind of boring to me, honestly.
Yes. I see. Good answer.
Now, Lemon Cake, I know your channel is the exact same.
That
So
is
true.
true. I do famously roleplay every time. I'm just usually roleplaying as a winner. Anyway, my question is, I was just actually thinking this unironically for Victoria 3, and I'll give the idea to an out there. Is everyone tends to optimize for the highest standard of living? But I'm just wondering, why does no one optimize to get it as low as possible instead?
It's an interesting
Like,
question,
do you
Lemon.
want it to be high? What's the point of
Well,
having a high standard of living?
th-
Seems like a waste of time and effort.
this can lead us into, I guess, the first lesson, okay, which is something about how the economy actually functions in the game, which is that, and we're gonna actually start like playing the game now a little bit. If we click on any state, there are people in them. I know, shocking, okay, and these people they want things and they work in places. So if we look at, for example, I don't know, like these Wallonian Catholic peasants in Wallonia, which I don't know why it sounds weird. I guess because they're Wallonians in Wallonia, but they have like things that they buy and they make money by doing things. So when you say why keep the SOL high or the standard of living, SOL is short for standard of living. Okay,
Okay,
it's
I'm writing that
because
down.
go ahead, yeah, put it on your notes. It's because they will purchase more things. And when they purchase more things, they increase the profits on buildings. Now, we have to talk about buildings, okay? So we're going to stop the questions for a minute here. And so I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant, okay, about how the economy works. When you launch Victoria 3, you immediately have some things to ask yourself, which we already went over. But in order to achieve those things, you always have to do the economy, okay? Because the economy is kind of like not everything in the game, but the economy is how you get resources to achieve the things that you want to achieve. So when we look at a place like Wallonia, it has resources, and these resources are bought by buildings, and the buildings make profits. So the profits go to particular places depending on who owns the buildings, and then we as the government like tax those things is the idea, and then we use that money to achieve things. Okay. Now, when it comes to building an economy, we need to think about what is actually like wanted in the economy. So generally speaking, there's like things that people consume. There's things that buildings consume, which there is overlap between these categories, by the way. And then there's things that like the military consumes or that the navy consumes and that sort of thing. Economics in Victoria is all about like consumption. Okay. Now this is all big brain, big idea stuff. So we're gonna sort of specify now. When you actually play the game, okay, you're gonna have this peasant number, and these peasants are people that don't really contribute to the economy very much. I want you to imagine your great uncle you've never talked to who lives off the grid. Okay, I assume everyone has one. I don't think I have one, but I'm gonna assume that I have one for the purpose of argument. That great uncle does not buy anything. So in a sense, he doesn't contribute to the economy. He doesn't even consume electricity. He doesn't even consume like food from the grocery store. He just like hunts. He lives off the land, you could say. And that's exactly what peasants are. Okay? Peasants are people that don't participate in the economy. And we can check that by looking at one of them and looking at where they get their money from. So if we check their economy, you see that they do have money, but their money comes from subsistence output. And subsistence output is magic woo woo money that doesn't actually exist. This is basically just the game accepting that these people have to like have money to buy things, so they like end up getting money, but this money isn't being paid from anywhere. It's just them existing on the land through what's called subsistence output, and then they use that money to also buy fake things that don't actually exist. So if you look at their needs, they're buying apparently some grain, but none of this, like, see, it's only consuming 6 grain. There's 600,000 people here, and to give you an idea, there's 516 grain in the market. So despite there being 500,000 of them, they're only consuming 6 out of the total of 516 units of grain in the market. Therefore, they're really not like contributing much to the economy. Are you guys following me so far about what peasants are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They seem like people I need to put in the army because they seem useless.
Yes, they are better off in the army than they are as peasants.
Yay.
The goal of any good economy in Victoria 3 is to take peasants and make them into productive members of society, such as laborers or farmers or clerks or machinists or whatever. Peasants are like pretty much always bad. But we are
Hmm.
faced with
Just like
a
real life.
exactly.
Mhm.
But we're faced with a dilemma, and that is that peasants, like, they work in arable land, and arable land creates food. So when the peasants work, they don't make a lot of stuff, but they do make a little bit of food. So as we get rid of peasants, we tend to end up losing some of our food. I think it's a relatively well-known phenomenon that as places urbanize, they start to have trouble with food, right? Is this something that you guys are kind of somewhat understand, like in real life?
If they have trouble with food, why don't they build food RGOs?
So
Why don't they
okay,
just DoorDash?
so true. Okay, these are good
I
questions.
mean, if you get food, like food grows in the marketplace.
Hmm.
But like, when you go to the local Tesco and there's
Yeah.
food, like, why don't you just build more Tesco's?
Well, the answer to that is that you may not have a Tesco's in your country. In this case, we have two Tesco's. These are food
What?
industries. But the thing is, the Tesco's, in order to make food that you can DoorDash or which you can go to the grocery store and buy, it actually needs grain to produce the DoorDashable food. So that's kind of the problem, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't order grain on DoorDash. I get a burrito.
Exactly.
That's not grain.
So we can actually talk about our first supply chain then, since you bring that up. These are groceries, what I'm looking at here on the screen right now. And groceries are a kind of food that can be considered a luxury food. And we'll talk about pop needs a little bit later. But basically, if it says here that groceries are consumed by pops of wealth levels 1 to 29 as a basic food, but they're also consumed from level 20 to 99 as a luxury food. Now, grain cannot be consumed as a luxury food. As you can see here, this is only eaten as a basic food. So, given that we live in a modern capitalist society, none of us here eat grain. I think. Out of you guys, do you tell me? Maybe you guys enjoy not munching on some wheatgrass, but
Not
we
anymore.
mostly not anymore. Of course, we've grown past that.
Hmm.
But now we
It's
eat
only
groceries.
smoothie form.
Groceries represent the DoorDashable meals that people tend to want to eat, and it's more efficient for them to be consuming this stuff than to consume grain directly. So that's why even though there is DoorDashable food available, they need grain to be able to make that food, and the grain comes from the peasants and stuff, right? But it can also come from actual wheat farms that you can make, and again, that's better to do. But regardless, let me look at my notes. Let me recenter myself. Take a look at the notes here. Wait, we were going to talk about goods prices. All right, we'll get to that in a second. I want to reiterate before I move on, of course, that peasants are really, 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 really bad. They don't buy anything and they don't sell anything, but they do make up a massive proportion of your economy to the point that in the early game they actually do like make a pretty sizable chunk of your economy up. I think we can actually check in our market. If you look in our, I guess I should probably teach you about the UI a little bit too, but don't worry about that too
Hmm.
much. The UI is not that crazy in this game actually. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's not. If you look at your market, which if you zoom out, you can see the markets on the world, but basically your market is your country. It's not like in EU5, because I know Jillian's played EU5 a little bit, just a
Hmm.
tiny bit. Okay, in EU5, markets are very much like transnational. In Victoria 3, they are not. So our market is composed of like basically everything that we make in our country, and that's about it. So in terms of wheat, looking at our wheat output, so this is the sell orders. That's how much of it's being produced. We have 151 from subsistence farms and 364 from actual wheat farms. So the peasants right now, despite making up like the vast majority of our population, are contributing like a fifth of our grain production. I think, yeah, peasants are actually they're only half 500,000. Okay, Right, but because the dependents, they actually are like half the population. I'm sorry, I'm misreading these tooltips, but just ignore me, okay? I'm being cringe. Anyway, basically peasants bad. Now let's talk about goods prices. So when it comes to making a profitable building, we need to make sure that the inputs are cheap and the outputs are expensive. This is the part that's really easy to explain to people, okay? When input cheap and output expensive, building profitable. And a goal is to have a profitable building. Does that make sense to our non-Victoria 3
Hmm.
players here?
Yes. I actually have a degree from business school, so
Wow.
that was day one. I,
So
I
maybe
get that.
maybe you should be teaching right now then. You seem to understand.
Yeah,
But
clearly.
yes. But the point is that profits are good. We like profits. But Victoria 3 is an interesting game in that sometimes good things don't translate to good outcomes directly. Okay, and this is a very important lesson. What if I had like a massive coal mine here and it was making like 50,000 pounds of weekly balance and we're like really proud of ourselves. We've made really good profits. Well, we have to ask ourselves, where is the profit going and who is getting it? And that's where ownership comes in. So we have to keep in mind that we're playing as more or less the government of Victoria 3. And this can be hard to explain because in Victoria 3 you're playing like the government, but some people say you're playing like the spirit of the nation because you can work against yourself if you don't like your government. But point is, when money is made in a building, whoever owns it makes the money. So if we look at the ownership, which is down here in the UI, we can see that the financial districts own the coal mines in Wallonia, so they're making the money. And the financial district is sort of like a consolidation of all the people that own things in a region. So we see that this financial district in Wallonia, which you can access by clicking on a state, and then you have to scroll to the top, and then it's up here where it says manor houses and financial districts. If you click on one of these, it shows that they own iron mines, they own coal mines, logging camps, etc., and they all have their own dividends and profits that they make, which get stacked up to here in the weekly balance. And then we have the way that it gets divided up, and we have reinvestment and stuff. But so far, is it making sense that like buildings make money, but the money doesn't always go to you in terms of your budget? Does that make sense?
So just so we're on the same page here, what you're saying is we need to abolish all these people that own
Mm-hmm.
land and things inside of your country so that you do own everything. Because then they're
Means of
just taking money
production.
that you could be getting.
Yeah.
So like you should own it all yourself personally,
Okay.
you as the divine appointed ruler of the country, yes?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Would you want to do that? Well, I think there's at least one government-owned industry in Belgium, right? Is there? And there's not a single government-owned industry here. Okay,
I
well,
think that's called Congo.
we're gonna have true. That's actually privately owned by the king, I think. But we're gonna quickly build one tooling manufactory just for the purpose of.
Wait, is it actually owned by the king? So it's not owned by the government.
Well, in history, I mean, the Congo was ruled by like it was ruled directly by the king as opposed to by the government of Belgium, which is a funny. It's like,
That looks a bit smaller than I remember that Congo
well,
looking.
that's because we haven't colonized it yet, buddy. This is still native. This is
Ah.
Andre Kinlaza, the Bakongo Catholic of the Congo.
Oh, we don't own it yet.
No,
Okay.
not yet, not yet. We'll get there. Well, that's another lesson. Let's if we take a look at like this tooling industry that I'm building. First of all, here we can see how buildings work. You click this plus and it makes a new one, and the game tells you what it thinks you're going to be earning. This is usually a pretty good heuristic for if you should build it or not, because quite frankly, like most people when they play Victoria 3 probably aren't spreadsheeting it, so they're not actually looking at the inputs and outputs, they're looking at this number. This is not going to be profitable. For demonstration purposes, we're just going to build it, and we're going to unpause real quick. And while that builds, we can look at the construction queue. So when you build stuff, it gets put in this queue, and then it takes weeks to build, and it's going to take up construction points, which are generated by construction sectors. And this is what most of your money gets spent on. I don't care. Screw the events. Clicking all the events away. Um, this is what most of your money gets spent on, and we can actually check our budget to take a look at that. If we look here, we have our income, which we'll look at more in detail later. We have our expenses, which also we'll look at more detail later. But we have the temporary expense of construction goods. And it's important to note that when you build things, the construction sectors actually are like buying stuff. So if you look at this construction sector, it's buying iron, wood, fabric, and tools at various prices, depending on the supply and demand of each good, and providing us with construction points. And then that is used to make new buildings. Now, you might have noticed, if you're an astute viewer, you might have noticed that suddenly the number of weeks it takes to expand our tool workshop has nearly doubled. And that is
I noticed that.
because
I noticed that.
you did. Okay, good. You get A plus for the class.
Yes.
If we look at our private queue, this is another tooling workshop being built by the John Cockerell Company, and we'll talk about companies much later. That's a much more advanced concept. But the
Are you
construction
promoting a
queue,
DLC?
yes, definitely. The well, yeah, there will be. Well, there are companies without that DLC, but we'll talk about the features of that DLC when we get there.
Sorry.
But regardless, the construction queue is split between the government and the private sector, and the private sector likes to build things too. When they build things, they own them. When you build them, you own them. Okay, but we'll talk about companies. This is a special case where a company is building it, and that gets more complicated. So we're gonna ignore that for now. Instead, we're gonna stay on pause, let this tooling workshop finish. So just since we have 36 weeks of time to wait, how's everyone's day been? What have you guys been up to today?
I've been good. I've been editing a video, and I mean, I've been preparing a list of questions in advance for
Of
this.
course, yeah.
Waiting for the clock to tick down to 5 p.m. for this stream to begin.
Hmm.
I have also been doing my homework. I have really researched Victoria 3.
Oh yeah,
I've really learned both provinces inside of Belgium.
yeah.
And
We've been
I'm
studying
still
up on
surprised
your
at Luxembourg. Yeah,
French and your
the border
Flemish.
with Luxembourg is very weird, by the way. It wasn't like that in real life.
Oh yeah.
This is kind of like some weird post-World War One border, but in 1836, and then I got annoyed at it.
Damn, you hate to see it. Anyway, just 1 week left, and now the building is built. We can actually look at it. Okay, so all of this time we just spent in order to answer one question Lemon Cake had. Why would you not want to just own all the buildings yourself? That is because Victoria 3 is a very capitalist, libertarian game. Okay, no matter what the commies will tell you, this game is deeply capitalistic. In that, by the very nature of being owned by the government, the building is now less efficient. No matter what, all government-owned buildings are simply less efficient, and not just in terms of throughput, which we'll talk about in a second. Okay, throughput is a big thing, but if you look at your money and we look at our government dividend income, we see we have this number called government dividend efficiency 50%. That means that, let's say you have a government building which is making 270, in this case, pounds. Half of that is just destroyed. Okay? The penalty from government ownership was removed. Okay, well, they got rid of the throughput penalty, but this is still important because, yes, Connor's right. They patched out the one thing. So ignore that. Take that out of your notes. Throughput is unaffected, but you lose out on money. Okay, you lose out on half the money. But you might be saying, "Oh, but at least I get the half, right? Instead of the private capitalist getting 100% of the income, right? Is that Does that make sense?"
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, you're wrong. Okay, because the money gets deleted, whereas when the capitalist owns it, it at least gets used for something. And this is where we have to talk about a closed economy. Anyone here take econ like 100 or 101?
I did actually. I don't remember anything though. I took
Okay.
a pass fail.
I
Fair
did,
enough.
but then I played the EU5 and
Yeah.
I realized tax efficiency exists, and then all of that doesn't matter anymore.
I see, yes. Now, closed economies in real life are a lot more complicated, but in Victoria 3, what I mean is that all money is spent in some way in this game. So whenever a capitalist makes money, if we look at, for example, the capitalists that work in this company, this person is spending 900 pounds of the 1,000 pounds they're making on the profits from their buildings. That money's being spent on taxes, which is very important, and on their needs, which is stuff that our buildings produce. So, for example, these guys are spending money on furniture. And that matters because that means that if you look at a furniture manufacturer in our country, the profits on this building are, at least to some extent, I don't know how much, I'd have to go and do the math, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. This number is dependent on the capitalists and other people buying stuff. So if we end up having a bunch of like government buildings where we're deleting all this money, then we're actually shrinking the economy in terms of how much money overall is inside of it. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Connor brought up, yeah, I like how Connor's actually also participating in this. We should get him in the
He's
voice
the
call.
TA. He's
Yeah,
the
he's
TA.
TA. He brought up that you only lose a quarter because half of it goes to the investment pool, and that is an important point, which I guess we can now transition into, which is the investment pool. This number has often changed throughout Victoria 3's history, but in the current incarnation, this is basically a representation of all of the money in the nation that has been reserved for creating like new stuff in the private sector. So when we looked at our construction queue and we saw there was a private queue where there was the company building something, they also have to pay for it. It's not just that they build it out of nothing; they also have to pay for it. So that money comes from the investment pool, which generates money based on investment from financial districts, like we see here, but also your government dividends. Part of it goes into the investment pool, depending on exactly how your laws work. I think on interventionism it is half. Let me just check. We'll look at laws a bit later, by the way. But it's basically it's half nationalization investment return, or no, that's a different number. It's the government dividend reinvestment. This one, they're both 50% in this case, but point is that depending on your laws, you have different amounts of your government dividends go into the reinvestment pool, different amounts go into your actual like nation's budget. Now that all aside, okay, Victoria's economics are like kind of simple, but then where it gets complicated is understanding what benefit you're deriving from having profits on a building. So I'm gonna give you a quick quiz. I hope you were taking notes. Okay.
Oh God.
If a building is government owned, where does the money go?
Well, that's my question, right? It goes to the investment pool, but I'm going to answer that question. Another question: how do I get rid of this investment pool? One of the things I learned from Paradox games
Okay.
is they always build the most goddamn awful buildings in the worst places. Stop building fishing villages. So how do
Mhm.
I abolish this investment pool so they stop building dumb stuff?
Okay.
Weirdly
And
enough, that's also my answer. So
I see. That's also your.
we're
I
on the
see
same
that.
page.
Wow. Glad to see
Yeah.
agreement among the class. Well, if the answer to the question is another question, how do you get rid of it? Then the answer to that is communism eventually, but that
What's
comes
that?
significantly later in the game. Communism is when we take the economic system and we swap to either cooperative ownership or to command economy. With cooperative ownership, the workers make all the money, so they will take all the dividends, and they also will reinvest it
That's not the
sometimes.
government.
So like
I
there
don't
is
want
still
that.
an investment pool when the cooperative ownership exists, but it's that the investment pool is run by the workers instead of by the capitalists. And then there's command economy. And this is the one where we actually have no investment pool and you just take the money and you put it into your like budget. That's like all it is. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's get that.
Okay, that's like a super late game thing. Like we really
God damn
can't
it.
cover that right now. We'd have to play about like 60 years in game to be able to unlock that. Well, depends how much you like. You can rush it with research, but we'll talk about research in a bit. Anyway, back to the notes here. I want to talk about creating demand for goods. Okay, so we want goods to be expensive because when goods are expensive, buildings can be profitable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense, right?
Mhm.
The thing is that when goods are expensive, buying them is expensive, right?
Right.
Yes, that sucks. We don't. So we want some goods to be expensive and some goods
That's
to be
fine. I'm not
cheap.
buying it.
That's
If I'm
fair
not
enough.
buying it, that's fine. They can be expensive.
But you are
That's
buying
not a
some
me
of it,
problem.
right?
No,
So if you
but
look at
like
our
if
budget,
yachts are expensive, that's fine. I'm not buying yachts. It's okay. They can be
true,
expensive.
the art doesn't
Not
matter
yet, at
much.
least.
If you look at your budget though, we can see that there's goods for government buildings and goods for military buildings. What does the government do? It governs and it kills people, right?
I'm saying.
Excuse me,
Yes.
it's trying to kill other people, not our own
Of
people.
course, of course. We would never kill our
It's
own
just
people, we
some of
kill other
us.
people,
We
right? So the goods that are being paid for by the government, we probably want to be cheap, and that's pretty much like paper. I'm just gonna be honest with you. There are very few government goods in the game, but there are some, and paper is the big one. Paper we want to be only as expensive as it needs for the paper workshops, or are they paper mills? Yeah, they're mills. For the paper mills to be profitable. But then let me ask you this: what if you wanted it to be super cheap, even if it wasn't profitable? What about that?
Crush the price, crash the price of wood as well.
That's a good response.
Cheap input,
Yes.
cheap output, and then you're good.
Yeah, exactly. So you can crash the price of wood, which is one of the productions. In fact, do we have a paper mill in the country? Okay, we do have a paper mill in the country. Paper mills, depending on the production method, new lesson incoming by the way, depending on the production method, use either just wood, wood and sulfur, or wood dyes and sulfur. Okay? So if you want to make it so that paper can be profitable with an even lower price, you're gonna have to lower the cost of the inputs. But you have an alternative. Okay? There's this button here. This is the subsidize button. And this is basically a button that you click which when you do makes it so that if the building's not profitable, it will still operate at full employment, and it's going to take money from your budget to make it work, essentially. So in some cases, it can be worthwhile if you have a particular good that you desperately want to be cheap, either because it's an important input good for something else, or because it's a government good, or because it's a military good, and so on. You can subsidize things. And this costs money from your treasury, but it does result in you being able to keep a goods price low, which is nice. Does that make sense when we would subsidize things?
Yes.
Okay,
All
excellent.
the time to make sure all the factories stay open.
Of course, yes, of course. We should talk about production methods. So, in any building, this is one thing that you can do, even in buildings that are not owned by you, by the way. This might not feel reasonable, but this is why I say that it's controversial, but if you're playing the government or not in Victoria 3, because I can look at these iron mines, which are completely controlled by a financial district, and I can just say, no more atmospheric engines, now I use picks and shovels, which this is like a terrible production method, but you can just change the production methods whenever you want. And in so doing, we will change how much they make of something and what they take in. But more importantly, the jobs. Okay, and this is big. Remember we talked about peasants. Everyone here remember peasants?
Yes. Bad.
Yeah,
Okay,
they suck.
peasants bad, right?
Yeah.
Now, peasants are really bad, but there are even more hierarchies of good and bad jobs. Okay, there are three like relatively common jobs that we will sort of treat as tiers. There's laborers, there's machinists, and there's engineers. Okay, laborers make, if we look at their wages, which we can do by mousing over here and then mousing over here and then mousing over here. I know the UI is arcane at times, but you rarely have to check this.
It's okay,
Laborers
I've been
make
five.
laborers make just the base wage plus modifiers. So in this case, because of Belgium's racial segregation laws and these guys being white, they make 50% more money. And because of our freedom of conscience law, which basically gives preference to Christians of any kind, they get 5% more wage. But their wage is 3.04 pounds with the 20% bonus, and that's what they make. And that's, fine. But if we look at an engineer gets to make on tooltips difficult. There we go. They get to make, that's the wrong tooltip. Thank you, Victoria 3. Okay, there you go. it literally displayed the wrong tooltip. It happens. Engineers make 3 times the wage of a laborer, and basically all the wages are more or less based on the base wage of a laborer. So everything compares to laborers. Engineers make 3 times as much money. Now I'm going to ask you this: why does making better wages for a pop matter?
So they
It
can spend
increases
it
the
back on
price
the.
of the good.
One at a time. Let's start with Jillian.
So when I think about the virtuous economic cycle,
Of course.
right?
Yeah.
It goes wages
Hmm.
into the economy.
Hmm.
No, I already messed up the virtuous
Damn.
economic cycle.
Try again.
Next, okay. Oh, okay.
Try again.
The more money someone has, the more money they make, the more expensive something is, the more it all goes up. Smile.
Yeah. Real. Lemon cake. Your answer. Compete with this one.
Well, you previously mentioned that we want to make sure that our goods are cheap. And
Yeah.
wages are a cost. So if we eliminate our wages, we can keep our goods nice and cheap. And so you want to
Okay.
make sure you don't have any of these engineers or whatever employed because this costs money.
Yeah. Wow. So true. Okay. So there's actually 2 reasons why. Okay. Remember we talked about like the government budget, and we didn't talk about taxes much yet, but essentially the budget is like stuff that you're taking out of the economy so you can put it into use in your own way. Now, if we look at our taxes, we see that we make 26.3 thousand pounds like total. Well, I guess it's more like 18,000 because it's a temporary modifier, but 26,000 we'll call it pounds total from taxes. Of that, 4,000 of it's income taxes, 9,000 of it's poll taxes, 600 of it is tariffs. I love tariffs. I sorry I had to. 4,000 of it is minting.
That actually wasn't that bad.
Thank you. And 300 of it
That
is
wasn't
government
bad.
dividends. So looking at our budget, okay, a lot of our income right now is poll taxes, and these are basically, if you remember from, I know this from being a Canadian, but this is basically a head tax. We used to do head taxes on like Asian Canadians and stuff in Western Canada. But if you know what a head tax is, it's when you charge someone money for existing, more or less. It's more nuanced than that, but in the case of Victoria 3, this is the money that gets charged for simply living in the country. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes
That
sense.
makes sense, right? Okay.
This to teach us, you're
Yeah.
not making any money from trade. Well, also taxes are bad, so you
Yep.
should get a lot of trade steering and do that.
Well, that's more of a that's for a different class. That's for EU5 economics. Trade we'll talk about a little bit later because it has a big purpose in this game. But looking at our income right now, poll taxes are a pretty major part of how we make our money. But if you look, okay, the land tax is the poll tax. By the way, I'm sorry because Victoria 3 likes to have really weird like stuff, but the per capita tax and the land tax are basically like the poll taxes combined. So we add a plus zero point 0.7 pound per capita tax from non peasants and a plus 0.35 land tax from peasants. Yet another reason why peasants suck, by the way, they pay half as much of a head tax as the non peasants. I don't really know why. I don't really get exactly why, but yes, peasants continue to suck because they pay for half of a head tax. The other tax that we mostly make is income taxes, and this is the big one. This is the one that we want to really increase because the thing that sucks about a head tax is that it really makes our people suffer because they have to pay money even if they don't make any money. So if you look at this guy's taxes, he's paying £300 for just existing when that money could have been instead spent on like a good or something. Right? It'd be better that money would be better used in some other way. It's causing his SOL to go down, and we'll talk more about how SOL grows, but we don't want our people to like suffer because they could become radicals, and again we'll talk about that a little bit later. They could buy things instead, but the point is that when we make a better job, more of the money that is being spent in a building is going to wages. So if we look at, I think we were looking at the iron mines before, right? The engineer is able to basically sap more money out of this business into a thing that we can tax. Because right now we don't have a dividend tax. So when there's a huge profit here on this iron mine, we can't access this money because it just goes to the capitalist. And if you look at the capitalists over here, you're gonna notice they don't pay very many taxes. This guy only pays his head tax. So he spends £6,000 every week. He spends 14, not 1,000, just 14 flat of those pounds on a head tax. So like we're not getting anything out of this guy, right? Well, besides what he's contributing to the economy, of course. But you see my point, right?
Hmm.
These capitalists seem like a bit of a drain on the economy. How do they get rid of them?
Well, they're not a drain because they contribute reinvestment. As Connor has rightfully pointed out, they contribute reinvestment. But reinvestment is not something we can control. Reinvestment is something that happens kind of without our control, although you can manipulate the private sector a little bit through prices. But that's a much more advanced concept for Econ 201, okay? But
God damn it, they're building more fishing villages again.
yep, yep. No, they actually the Victoria AI is not too bad about making buildings. They make pretty good stuff. But basically, they don't pay taxes. They instead build things. But the budget is what we want to use in order to actually like affect the world. What you can do, one playstyle, advanced lesson. One playstyle is to literally just like not even manage the economy and go totally laissez-faire, which is one of the laws in here. And you can just let the capitalists run everything. You can do that, and that's one way to play, but I consider it like a little bit boring because you don't really do anything. You just kind of sit there and watch the game go by. Instead, we'd like to take those taxes and then use them more efficiently because, like Lemon Cakes mentioned, the capitalists don't always use the money the right way, whereas we know how to use the money because we can use the money on building stuff for ourselves. Also, how long have I been streaming now? It's been 40 minutes. I need to get through these notes faster. We're taking too long. Okay. Basically, point is, we like making jobs because peasants don't buy stuff and because workers actually pay taxes. Like they pay more taxes. And when they pay taxes, we can use their money. Does that make sense? That's the big lesson here.
Yes.
Yes.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I just am so excited about this that it has made me sick.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the reason why you want to get your peasants employed is that they pay better taxes. Let's talk a little bit about trade, okay? Because Lemon mentioned trade earlier, so we can talk about trade. What do you think? I'm going to start with Lemon on this question, actually, because he seems more interested in the topic. What do you think is the purpose behind trade, just off the top of your head?
Is to make the government all of the money.
Okay, and Jillian, what do you think is the purpose of trade?
To access goods that we don't already have it or can't produce naturally in our land.
That's true. That's correct. That is one reason to do trading. Now, Victoria 3, depending on how what kind of nation you're playing, some nations are like that where they actually like need to import goods they simply have nothing of in their country. Belgium, I think, has pretty much everything. So okay, one thing we don't have in Belgium is like silk, right? So we need to get silk from overseas, and like that's fine. But the big thing behind trading is that you can take the price of a good and you can sort of slightly adjust it by importing or exporting. That's like the big thing. So, for example, we are exporting iron in our country, which is causing the price of iron to be higher without needing to take on more input goods or anything. So if we look at an iron mine here, if we want the price to go higher, we'd have to start consuming it in a building. But what if like we don't have any buildings that we want to use iron for? This is a weird question because iron is always useful and it shouldn't like always has things to be used for. But for the sake of argument, okay, we have iron, we want to make the price higher, but we don't want to build more buildings to do it. We can export some of it is the idea. Does that make sense?
It can also
Yeah.
be a genius that if you're making loads and loads of iron and the price is crashing, you could just dump it all in the other markets to keep your own price high enough to keep everything
That's
profitable.
right. Yes, exactly.
At what
So
point can you invest in Nvidia?
in Nvidia. That's gonna take
Yeah.
about another like 100 and do the math, 100 and like 70-ish years.
I don't want to do math. That's why I play Crusader
I'm
Kings.
doing. I was telling myself to do the math, but yeah,
Okay, okay,
CK3 doesn't
okay.
require much math. But yeah, you gotta wait about 170 years to invest in Nvidia. Which
It's there's
actually,
a
I'm glad you brought up Nvidia because we can talk about companies now, and we can talk about the reason why you might actually want to increase the price on a good. So, a company is a group of people that own particular industries. And we see as Belgium, we start the game with the Société Anonyme Jean Coquerel. That's funny because that's an English name, but it's a French company. So I always pronounce it like it's a French name, but it's an English name. But the I guess should be Société Anonyme John Cockerell, which sounds really fucking stupid. But regardless,
Yeah,
okay.
owned. Hear that,
Owned,
John
pwned.
Cockerel?
Yeah. John Cock, real, real. But
real,
he
real.
his company gets
True.
to own tools and steel and motors. Okay, and when it does that, companies, because of course, again, Victoria 3 is a very capitalist game. Never forget. Okay, the companies are like, extremely ridiculously efficient. So if you look at the throughput on this tooling workshop, it gets 15% more throughput because it's owned by a company. Now, what is throughput? Right? What is throughput? Throughput is an increase to both the input goods and the output goods consumed by a building, but it does not increase the wages. You see why that's big?
Yeah, you don't want to pay the money.
Yes, I guess. Well, like, yeah, but it's because it means that you can have, with one building, you can produce more things and consume more things, right? Does that sounds good, right? You can have more stuff with like less buildings, or either fewer
I,
buildings.
I guess on a more serious note, I have to clarify that in EU5, which
Yep.
has production efficiency instead of
Yep.
throughput,
Yep.
you that is different because in
Yes.
EU5 you increase output, you don't increase input, which is
Yes.
a very important nuance to put all the joking aside.
Yes. In EU5, when you do production efficiency, you just increase the outputs, and that means that it gets way more profitable. But in Victoria 3, the throughput does help with profitability, but the reason why it matters is because every building costs construction, right? And construction is a very expensive resource, as we saw when we were making a building, is that we have to spend money on buying stuff to build things. And that's like a lot of money for our government budget to take on, right? So we want to use our construction efficiently. When we build something that has high throughput, it's actively contributing more to the economy because it's pulling in more stuff and it's giving up more stuff. And this is where Victoria 3 wants you to specialize is through your companies. What I want you to think of companies as, like beyond like roleplay and stuff, like I like to roleplay with companies, like I rename them and I think of them as like organisms in the country and all that. Think of them as you declaring to the world the thing that you're going to specialize in so that you can produce a lot more of it. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Yes.
How do I make a new one?
How do you make a new one? Certain technologies unlock new slots. In fact, for this demonstration, we can disband this company. You're allowed to get rid of companies, not whenever you want, but after a couple years of having them, you can get rid of them, and then all the stuff that they owned will get turned into government-owned stuff. I think. No, it goes to the workforce. That's an old patch. It gets owned locally by the workers when you disband it, which is another thing. But basically,
It's
you
like
can go ahead. Sorry.
nationalization. You just give it to the workers.
Yeah, it goes to the workers. It used to be nationalized, but now it goes to the workers, I guess. That must be like a relatively new change. But you can get rid of a company, and now you can make a new one. So you can look through your list and you can make a new one instead. So I might want to make like this metal combine of Belgium. We'll talk about prosperity effects. I guess we could just do that now. But basically, when you make a company, it wants to make money. And when it makes money, it gets prosperity. When it fills its prosperity bar, it gives you these bonuses, or in some cases, negatives. That's pretty much all it is. It's certain companies are like really meta, certain companies are not very meta. But I always encourage you not worry about the meta too much. Just worry about making your specialized economy. And the nice thing about a specialized economy is that you're able to produce more stuff per construction, like I mentioned. But the problem is that your economy might be kind of small. So making like demand for all this stuff is kind of difficult, and that's where trade comes in. And this is a common tactic for countries like Haiti or countries like Brazil. These very small nations with I say Brazil is small. I mean, I was thinking more of Haiti when I said that. These very small nations like Haiti, they might, for example, produce like a shit ton of coffee, and you can't consume all the coffee yourself. So what do? You sell it to bigger countries like to France or whatever, right? You sell it to them, and that's how you keep the demand up on your coffee. That's the whole idea. Okay, that's what Victoria Three's economy is all about. I want to go a little faster in the tutorial. You'll forgive me. So I'm going to summarize the econ lessons. You should get your pencils and papers out, okay, and get ready to take
Okay.
notes. All right. The summary is that peasants are bad. We want to turn peasants into workers that we can tax, which usually is like engineers, machinists, whatever, that kind of thing. That way we can use their money for our government budget. We want to make goods that we specialize in so that we can export them, or we like use them locally depending on the size of your economy. For the sake of Belgium, mostly we're exporting because we don't have a big economy. What else? Companies help you to pick your specialization. So once you have a company, that's the one you're probably gonna be thinking about specializing with. Okay. Trade is for increasing prices. What else do I have in my notes here? We didn't even talk about infrastructure, but that's fine. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Okay. Listen, the teacher's taking the mask off right now. I'm doing like a terrible job of explaining everything right now.
It's a lot. I mean, I
it's
think you're
it's a
doing a
lot.
good job. It's just very involved.
Well, I think I'm like making things overly complicated because it's not actually that important. Customs unions. We'll talk about power blocks later. Customs unions. Don't even mention that to me.
How
Or
how do I
customs
join
unions.
the English market?
You would want to join the English
Of
market.
course you would. Well, the way you would do that is
Actually,
by
it's kind of meta to
clicking on
apparently.
them,
Yeah, I'm
but
not sure it's
it is
anything.
actually super meta to join the British market. But
Yeah, this isn't even a UK
yeah.
thing. It's just
You mean
But
a game
UK
called
friendly.
Victoria?
well, the reason okay, actually interesting economic lesson. You know why it's OP to join the British market? I direct your eyes to India. Okay? India has remember it's part of the market because India is part of the British market because they're a subject of Britain. But that's diplomacy. We'll talk about that a bit later. India has like millions of people who all want to buy stuff and who all want to make stuff. And if you join that market, you now get to participate in all of that buying and selling. That's the big reason why joining Britain's so good. Britain itself is fine, but it's India and Canada as well. Kind of Canada has a lot of resources once they get more population. I had to say that because I'm Canadian. India is the real pearl of the British market. But
Does
anyway,
anyone care about America anymore?
Or you ever
uh,
since you guys left the British market? No.
yeah, now that you're your own market, I mean, who cares? Like the American market just has cotton. I'm not even joking with you. They make like they have so
They were
much
doing
cotton.
that in
They have a
18. Yeah,
lot of cotton.
yeah.
But I also want
That's
to point out, by the
cool.
way, still number two producer, if I can ever get the tooltip to work, still number two producer in the world behind China, apparently. I thought it was going to be India, but India is slightly behind the United States in terms of cotton production. China has you beat by like almost double. So get wrecked.
Damn it.
Yeah,
Can't even do that, right, America?
I
Why
know,
is
right?
Russia producing so much cotton of all things?
I don't know,
I never
actually.
would have
I
expected
don't
that.
actually
Yeah, I
know why
know.
they're making so
I'm
much
trying to
cotton.
think if there's a fabric industry in Russia,
I don't
famously.
know. Oh, well,
Maybe
it's
they're
because
just
of
big.
because of the livestock ranches. They probably have all this like steppe land,
Oh,
and
okay.
they got a bunch of cows on it or something.
Yeah, which
Because
is maybe
because
not
fabric
really.
is cotton and leather. It's combined in
That
one.
would okay. That
Yeah,
makes a bit more sense. I was gonna
yeah,
say I'm forgetting the Russian cotton plantations. Maybe
yeah.
I know it's 1837, so it's past my history expertise. But
Of course, of course. Anyway, um, yeah, the big takeaway here when it comes to building your economy is turning peasants into real workers and making specialized goods to export, and that's like a big thing. The next section we're going to talk about is the pops themselves. So this is the stuff that I think will like be important, like kind not as important as the economy. I tried to order this by what's the most important, So the economy is kind of like pretty much everything, but the people in the economy also kind of matter, which is a funny thing to say. Let's take a look at the UI on a particular pop. Let's take a look at these Wallonian laborers. They have all these numbers. What do all these numbers mean? Okay, population's how many of them there are, but there's a very important difference between population and workforce. The workforce is how many, basically, at this point in history, how many of the adult men and the and the children that are able to work, because we're a little bit early in the game right now. How many of those people are in the population group? So of the 90,000, 22,500 of these people are men who can work, and 7,000 are like people that can't work. So this will be like women, children that are less than the age of like 7, and people that have, sustained heavy injuries throughout war, for example. These populations, they grow according to a birth rate, and the birth rate, I hate this tooltip because it tells you like nothing, but plus 4.8k from standard of living. I'll give you the cheat sheet here. Someone just say 6-7. Who said it?
Yeah,
Someone
I
might
can't.
have, yeah.
God damn it.
you.
Oh, it was
So
you. Oh, okay.
why does literacy decrease birth rate?
Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a second here. Okay. So,
Are
um,
they able to read the time?
I I wish this tooltip was better, but I'll give you the cheat sheet. Birth rate steadily rises until you hit a standard of living of about like 12. This is like Connor actually might know better where it starts to fall off. He probably does know the exact number. About 12 is about where birth rate starts to decline. Um so or maybe it's well, that's when the growth rate starts to decline. Birth rate starts falling at 10. Okay, there you go. At 10 SOL, birth rate begins to fall. Okay. But the thing is that mortality is also determined by standard of living. So I think it's around 12 when mortality doesn't, or rather, birth rate doesn't start outpacing mortality anymore. Basically, these numbers, unfortunately, do not inform you very well of exactly what the best SOL is to be at. But, like, okay, mortality always starts falling faster than mortality at 15. Okay, whatever. Look, the
So
point
you
is
want to
that
have a low quality of life, and then just build hospitals.
no, not quite. Because, well, I mean, you can get healthcare, and healthcare helps, but you want to have you want to have your birth rate outpace your mortality rate, and the SOL at which that's optimized is something like 15 or whatever like that. It's somewhere around there. But the point is that higher SOL pops die less and have more kids until they hit 10. They start having less kids, but they continue to die less because it's needlessly complicated. 15 SOL, no more, no less. So true, Lemon. So true. Stop passing notes around the class, by the way, Lemon. I'll confiscate your notes next time I see that. So 15 SOL is optimal
Sorry.
for pop growth until you stack modifiers for minus mortality, then it becomes 10. Yeah, this is the kind of meta stuff you don't have to worry about. Basically, higher SOL means that more of them will be born, and then there's like 15's like meta, but like don't worry about it. They make money. Okay, so they make wages, and then they get modifiers on the wages. And you'll notice these dependent wages. This is meant to represent like basically having a wife around the house. In theory, does help you economically because she like takes care of housework that you don't have to take care of, so you can spend more hours working. I don't know. Dependent wages are meant to represent like the women and the children of the family who are able to, through little jobs here and there, maybe they're making jewelry on Etsy, maybe they're running a newspaper route if they're a child, whatever. They make a little bit of money, but it's
The
not
two jobs women and children can have.
exactly, yeah, exactly. That's all they can do. Okay, and this represents the money they make from that kind of stuff. So that's why it's there. But in reality, the only people working are the actual workforce. But this is meant to it's an abstraction. Show
How
the
do I
female
put the
rights
women in
law
the coal
category
mines?
real. Yeah, we can actually show that. So if you want to increase your workforce, by the way, you have to give women rights, which I know is something we are loath to do because women not having rights increases birth rate. Okay, so you have a sort of decision to make whether or not you want workforce ratio or birth rate, and my camera's probably covering it, but the women's suffrage law gives you 15% more workforce ratio, but minus 5% birth rate. Imagine.
What if I don't want the men to have rights either?
It's not CK3, unfortunately.
Damn it.
You hate to see it. But yeah,
Oh.
cripples are also bad. We'll talk about like war casualties, but a preamble to that, like war has very little effect on your population in this game. It's kind of weird. Oh, so yes, 50% equals 60% more workers. So the way to think of that is that if you look at these laborers, 25% of them as a base value are workforce. When we add the 15 from the women's rights, it becomes 40% of the workforce. So you're getting about 60% more. Yeah, as it mentioned, slaves. He's dodging the issue. Okay, slaves. So what's cool about slaves? Don't clip that. What's cool about slaves? I said it again. Is that half of them are the workforce. So that means that when you import a slave, they don't get their women don't get to not have a job. They can't sell things on Etsy. They have to go work in the fields. So that's great, because that means you get
Awesome.
twice as many workers out of them than you do other work stuff. The problem is that they have no SOL and they don't really buy stuff. As you can see, looking at their pop income, they actually have exactly £0 per week of money.
Teacher,
And
you said they have 0, but they actually have 6.
where's the
How
six?
do we get it to 0? It says struggling 6.
No, that's their SOL. It's not their income.
Yeah,
This
but you
is
said they have no cell SOL, but they
so
have
this
6
so this
SOL.
is
6 we can
because
get rid of.
what this six is coming from is that their owners are buying them stuff. So their owners, these guys consume things that are bought for them by their owners rather than them
Why'd they
buying
do
it
that?
themselves. Yeah, I know it's weird why they would do that, but they just do. They don't pay taxes. Yeah, exactly. That's the big problem is they don't pay any taxes. People don't pay taxes are evil. Exactly. They don't pay any taxes. But slavery is a funny meme, but it tends to be pretty bad. It tends to not be very good.
You should clip that.
No, it actually makes
um,
sense you mentioned
on
this in my slavery video, but yeah, it's terrible. We want to get rid of it.
on the other end of slavery, there's qualifications. Okay, so a person who is not a slave can go to school and they can learn how to do things that are more interesting than just laboring. Qualifications are, I'm going to tell you this right now, just like in terms of how the current game is. If your literacy rate is more than like 40%, you never have to think about qualifications ever. It's literally like completely not even part of the game because you have enough literacy that everyone can do even the most advanced of jobs because there are only three tiers of job. There's like laborers, machinists, and engineers. To be a capitalist, you have to be rich or an engineer. And like it's like don't worry about it, okay? If this number is above 40, if you're playing a country that you should be playing if you're new to the game, this number will probably be above 40. The exception is like countries like Spain and Portugal. They have kind of low literacy, but even then, it's not even that low. But like, I wouldn't worry about qualifications unless you're playing as like China. Here, you have 50% literacy. You're like, you're done. Even Japan has really good literacy, actually. India has bad literacy, so you got to worry about that. Qualifications, you look at this check mark down here. If it's green, you're chill. If it's a red X, you're not chill. So I think here in France, it's a red X. That means that they're waiting for 25 aristocrats to get like qualifications, and right now they're not making any, so no one's rich enough, I guess. But yeah, France number one in the world in literacy. Actually, real, they are. They're very good. They have a special journal entry about that. Russia has poor literacy. They do. Yes, Russia also has bad literacy, which you can see this red X in the corner. They need clergymen. Don't worry about what clergymen are. They don't really matter. The church is irrelevant. Beyond that, pops also have like political aspirations based on what their job is. So this is remember when I mentioned Victoria 3 is a very capitalist game? I actually lied because Victoria 3 is a totally communist game in that your job determines everything about you in this game, like literally everything. Engineers, they're always racists. We know this from real life. They also like to invest money into crypto. That's what industrialists do, okay? But if you look at like a machinist, they like to join unions. That's what they like to do. If you look at a shopkeeper, they also like to be racists. Everyone knows this is how it goes. And in case you're wondering, why is he saying this? This sounds really weird. It's because interest group alignment is basically just determined by your profession. So we see here that petite bourgeoisie have a 60 base attraction, just like all pops have 60. But for being a shopkeeper, it's plus 150. That just like boom, you're a shopkeeper, you want to be part of the petite bourgeoisie. Just period. And that applies to pretty much all the pop. So if we look at like engineers over here, these guys, they are also kind of part of the petite bourgeoisie because engineers give them a little bit of attraction to it. But with industrialists, you see plus 88 engineers profession. Engineers are always part of the industrialists. So the job determines everything. How well that maps onto real life is kind of based on how much you believe in, like, like Das Kapital and stuff like that. But regardless, jobs essentially care about particular interest groups. And these pops, they use their wealth to give clout to the interest groups of your government. But we're getting ahead of ourselves though, because government is going to be the next chapter here. Okay. The last thing I think to look at when it comes to pops is their acceptance, like their tolerance. So here in Belgium, we don't have a lot of minorities. I'm pretty sure everyone is like relatively well accepted. But if we look at another good example of a place with tolerance issues, is going to be America. If we go over here and we look at their
Mhm.
peasants, there's going to be Dixie Protestants down here in South Carolina, and they have this little V which says full acceptance. Depending on the laws that you have, this will give bonuses to that pop. So in this case, they get more political strength and they get wages. Very cool. If you look at the Afro Americans, though, they have cultural erasure, so they're untolerated, which gives them lower political strength, less qualifications, and less wages. It also means they can't work in government buildings, and this is dependent on your law. So in our case, we have racial segregation. This is what most of Europe has. Well, most of them have national supremacy, I guess, but multiculturalism is what you want to go for to eliminate tolerance issues. And then these ones have like various different levels of racism essentially to them. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Mhm.
Yep.
Racial
Yep.
segregation, racism.
Yes, exactly.
You
Boo.
want to
Yep.
multiculturalism. Once you pass it, solves every single problem instantly.
Yes, that's right. All it takes is the government to declare that racism is over, and it's never. That's
It
it.
just goes away.
As one of the chatters mentions, though, it's very difficult to pass multiculturalism because you have to invent human rights. I know, it's a lot to
Oh.
ask. That's not
What the
actually the
hell
reason why
is
it's
a right?
difficult. The reason why it's difficult to pass this is because, and this is actually we can sort of transition into the domestic politics chapter at this point. If you click on a law, it shows you on the right all of the interest groups and what they support. Now you're gonna notice a distinctly interesting set of interest groups, and the fact that absolutely fucking none of them endorse multiculturalism. Not even the nerds, the intelligentsia, the school people. Okay, they do not like multiculturalism. You have to wait until much later in the game to get different ideologies that will help you to unlock this stuff. But that does bring us very neatly into interest groups. Like I mentioned, pops they support interest groups. That's like what they do. Okay, then they like combine their clout, which is generated by their wealth and their votes, depending on your voting laws, into supporting these interest groups, and these interest groups have clout. So that number is this. Now, clout is something which all three of us, I'm sure, are very familiar with because we're content creators. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure Jillion's the most clouted up of the three of us. I
Lemon
think.
Cake has more subscribers than me,
Damn, really?
but I'm a Twitch partner,
Oh
so.
shit, yeah, that's a lot of clout.
Yeah.
Twitch partners worth a lot.
I think if we just count on the YouTube and then let me just
Mhm.
close the Twitch tab, I win. But
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But basically,
because I'm not focused on Twitch, right?
yeah, of course,
Right.
of course,
Right.
it's a choice. He
Let me just
doesn't care
quickly
about Twitch.
remove the Twitch link in my description. So.
Yeah, naturally. But basically, the clout of the interest group determines like how much influence they have in the government, and what this translates to is two things. First, it's how your legitimacy is calculated. We'll come back to this math in a minute. And second is what laws you can pass. So your laws are like I mean, it's like these are like actually really important, but they determine a lot of the modifiers in your country. I'm trying to think of how to compare this to CK3 or to like EU4. You could kind of consider these like idea groups, I guess, from EU4 if you wanted to compare it to that game. But compared to CK3, there's kind of nothing really like this. I guess they're like your cultural traditions. That's probably a good way to compare it. These are your
I
cultural
mean,
traditions.
I guess it's centralizations. You know, when you have like level 5 centralization, it's 3 when you're tribal, and they
Mm-hmm.
impact like your, stuff inside your country. But that's a good point. You kind
Yeah.
of just do what you want in CK3.
Yeah. EU5 has
Mhm.
laws. EU5 does have laws,
Yeah.
but it's very different because with EU5 you just change the law. But in Victoria 3 you have to get like support for it. So for example,
No, no,
let's
no. You
say
have to go gambling.
okay,
This is the gambling
okay,
part
you
of it.
clearly have you read ahead in the textbook. That's good. Good showing. Okay? You do have to go gambling to all legal processes in Victoria 3 are one big game of roulette. Okay? Let's say you wanted to become a republic as Belgium. Well, we click on the monarchy law, and then we see that on the left we have what this law gives us, which is authority, legitimacy, blah blah blah. This stuff, like, don't even worry about it. Okay, the big one is political strength of aristocrats and the authority. Those are like the big two. Whatever the rest stuff's whatever. And let's say I wanted to become a presidential republic. Well, we look over here. My camera's covering it, I think, but on the right we have like the effects that the republic has. You can also see them by mousing over. It gives you the tooltips if you want to see it. There it is. Okay. And then we have the interest groups that are in support of, who are neutral towards, and who are opposing the change. So, as you would expect, the people opposing the change to a republic are like the church, the landowners, and the petit bourgeoisie, because they're like, we like having a king, whereas the intelligentsia, who are like academics and stuff, they like to not have a king. If we try to enact this, which is a terrible idea, it will tell us the approval that will change on the interest groups, and approval determines whether or not they give you buffs or debuffs. So looking at the Catholic Church here, right now they have approval of 4. They're neutral, so they don't have any buffs or debuffs for us. They just kind of exist. But if we can get their approval to at least 5, as shown here, they'll give us some more authority. And if we can get the approval to 10, they'll give us some birth rate, which is a very powerful modifier, by the way. Basically, if the church likes you, then everyone has more kids, which is pretty nice. If they don't like you, they have more than, or rather less than, -5 approval, they reduce your education. So they make your literacy worse, essentially. Does that sort of make sense?
Is that still true even if you don't have a religious education? Does the church still like impact your non-religious education?
Yes, they do.
It's an actual question.
And they
Wait,
do.
so if you
they
kick
do.
the church out of the education system, they still
Yep.
kind of ruin it.
Yeah, they do. I believe it's because so the idea behind you can read the lore in the tooltip here, but it says here the values of the Discord slips in the way. Hold on, wait, I got alt tab for a second. There you go. The values of today are so poisoned and the literature so corrupting that education itself has an eroding effect on morals. Better than teaching people whatever the current establishment considers true is to teach them what ought to be true. So I believe the lore behind this is that the church, which is an institution many people participate in this world, they're going to start encouraging people to not go to school if they dislike you. That's the idea. Even if it's public school, because right now we do have religious schools, but let's say we had public schools, then they would basically be telling people on Sundays, like, don't go to school. That's the idea.
Well, of course, they shouldn't go to school on Sunday. They should have to school
Oh,
on Monday
shit,
to
you're
Friday.
right. You're so right. I misworded it. No. But yeah. Other modifiers include like the nobles, so the landowners rather. They're going to reduce your agricultural tax if they don't like you. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that you don't want these bad modifiers, but like at the end of the day, if you don't care about the bad modifier, you can just ride it out. My economy as Belgium, very little of it is running on agriculture. So if you look at our buildings, like I think we have some wheat farms in Flanders, and like that's about it. So like we'd be losing out on a very small amount of tax if we were to piss off the landowners. But if I was playing as Haiti or something, and then my entire economy was running on coffee, let's say I had a bunch of coffee here, and I was running my whole economy on that, then losing 10% tax across all of my plantations would be very painful. You see what I'm saying? Say yes.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
You can look around and decide like which of the buffs you want, which of the buffs you care to get. Big one, they give you some nice advice. The petite bourgeoisie, if they like you, they give you a minus to interest rate. Pretty good, pretty good. Trade unions and industrialists have important ones. This is true. The trade unions give you workforce ratio if they like you, and this means that basically you take your population and you make more of it workers. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. They also give you throughputs on all of your manufacturing. That's also really good. Okay. For the free trade party, or rather the industrialists, they give you capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency. And this matters because it's what we might call a free money modifier. This is a generalist gaming term that you don't actually use very often. But this basically means that let's say they're investing £100 into a new building. If they have this modifier on, the £100 actually is £120. It just creates £20 out of nowhere. So that's money which didn't exist, which now exists. It's the opposite of money deletion. Pretty nice. It's pretty nice. They also give you tech research speed. That's good. But if they dislike you, then you lose manufacturing tax income. So that's the interest groups. The important thing, we're going to get to something very important for the CK3 players. Roleplay wise, these guys more or less all represent like what your country is all about, right? So if you have a very strong Catholic party, and we'll talk about parties in a second, then you know that your country's conservative. Like this is very clearly a conservative country because we have like a strong Catholic party. If we had a really strong free trade party, we'd know that we're capitalists, right? This is very important for determining the character of your country is the interest groups. Nonetheless, through your distribution of power law, you can significantly alter which interest groups have power despite the pops. So for example, if we look at, I think of a good example to show this, China. This is a good example. they have, if we look at their like population, which we can do through domestic, is that how we look at it? They have like 370 million people, most of whom are like Chinese peasants. And yet, their most powerful interest group is the landowners. The landowners. Where is it? There it is. 50% clout for the landowners. So the question is, how do they do that? Well, it's because they don't have voting laws. They have autocracy. So autocracy gives more strength to aristocrats and officers, and it also doesn't have any elections. So there's no voting. So when there's no voting, all of the power, all of the clout is determined by wealth. Because remember I mentioned that clout is determined by wealth? It is, but if you have voting, then you also get political strength from votes, which I cool tip is annoying. So you see here with wealth voting, which is like a biased kind of voting type, we have political strength per vote is 50. Compare that to universal suffrage, where it's also 50. What the hell? I guess what changes is the wealth threshold for voting. That's more what changes is this
How
number.
do I get rid of the nobility being able to vote as well?
To do that, well, I don't think you can get rid of their ability to vote at all, but you can pass universal suffrage, which makes them just have one vote.
But I
You
was making no
can get
one has
rid. You
any
can get
votes.
anarchy. Anarchy gets rid of votes as well, where there's like no voting, but you just have every pop has one political strength and minus 75% strength from wealth. But the anarchy again is super late game. You can also do technocracy. This also disfavors wealthy people and instead favors like engineers and stuff. But this is a whole other thing. It's actually the best law in the game, by the way, because max number of companies. But whatever. Autocracy does that. Autocracy does indeed remove voting for the nobles, but that's because they're the ones removing the voting. So it's a little bit antithetical to the whole idea. Yeah, you could go autocracy where no one votes. Yes, but the point is that
Hypothetically,
go
if
ahead.
there's
Yes.
no landowners in the country, does the interest group disappear? Like if
If
there's
there's
no
no
burghers?
landowners, yes, they would
Yeah.
probably disappear. Well, they wouldn't totally disappear because every pop, like a small fraction of them, might support the landowners. Looks like, well, I
So you
think
can
like
support someone that doesn't exist.
so like okay, for example, the never mind, even the engineers don't support the landowners. I think yes, you're right. If we got rid of all the aristocrats, there would be no more landowners. Which usually by the late game we do tend to see happen because you eventually kind of switch over to a fully capitalist economy, and then there's no more aristocrats. And aristocrats are basically the only ones that support it. I guess officers do too. So if you have an army, the army will support landowners to some extent, but a very small extent, to be clear, very very small extent. You can abolish aristocrats by enacting council republic. That's funny that you say that because that's actually not quite true. Because council republic is only a form of government. This is not quite communism yet. Okay, this is just a republic where you favor the workers, so you give more political strength to the trade unions. If you go to cooperative ownership, this will get rid of pretty much all of the aristocrats, unless you have a company that has aristocratic ownership. In which case, if we have this one, this Compagnie du Congo, this would cause you to have aristocrats, um, even with the all of them gone. Cooperative ownership. That's what I was gonna say. Under 5% clout means they are a fake interest group. Yes. So under 5%, I don't think we have anyone under 5, but if we look at like America, they might have one. I think their trade unions are completely gone. So if you look at America, they have petite bourgeoisie, industrialists, well, they have all the same ones that we do. But you'll notice they don't have the red guys, the trade unions. Why aren't they in the opposition or in the government? What's up with that? That's because their trade unions are so weak that they don't exist. Like they don't get to exist because they're below 5% clout. Now, our trade unions are also below 5% clout, but they've joined a political party, so they get to stay existing until they leave the political party. But that's like really obscure stuff that no one cares about. Okay, don't worry about that. But the rules behind marginalization is the term for it are kind of weird. So don't worry about it too much. Basically, these guys are irrelevant because they have 3%. They have 3% clout. Anyway, that's more or less how domestic politics works. Let's try to pass a law to demonstrate how it actually goes. So let's say that I want to implement some guaranteed liberties. I want my people to be like, they have like guarantees they won't get randomly arrested on the streets. We see that in support of this is the intelligentsia and the armed forces, and against it is the petite bourgeoisie. We can click enact. And when we start enacting, we now begin the game of Gamba. Okay? We look at this, we see we have a 10% chance of success, an 8% chance of a stall, and the rest of the chance is split into this thing called debate and advance. Debate is going to give you an event where there's like usually it's either you lose some progress but you get a bonus, or you gain some progress but you like get a negative. or you just get a negative, or you just get a positive. Basically, it's a random event, more or less. And advance is you gain significant progress towards your success chance. What you're trying to do is you're trying to gain success chance so that when you get one of your roulette rolls, you actually get a success. You have to get 3 successes to pass the law. So you go from referral to drafting to voting. Let's unpause the game and see how that goes. It's going to take a bit, though. 60 days for each phase, it looks like. Don't worry about the events. Click through all the events. Nobody cares.
What are the events?
Don't
Asks
worry.
the Crusader Kings player.
True. Hold on. When we get another one, we'll look at it. First, we're going to talk about this advance that we just got. So we just did one round of roulette playing here. We see that we had a 11% chance to get an advance, and we did get one. And it gives us this event called a common cost. So events are similar to what they are in CK3, where you're given some text, and you can read it if you want to. It features characters, like CK3. This guy, Barthélemy de Thu de Mélant. What a name. Crazy. This guy is apparently trying to discredit someone, or trying to discredit. I don't know what's happening. I can't read, but basically, like, there's something happening here, and then there's like more text down here, and you can read it, and then you can click buttons. So we see that there's effects from this. So this guy loses popularity, this guy gains popularity, and we get success chance. So this is going to add to our 10%. We'll get up to 20% if we click this option, or we click this one. It makes Wallonian pops more loyal, and they get success chance. So I guess we'll just take the top one, because sure. We'll quickly talk about popularity. Popularity is like a really obscure mechanic that, if I'm being real with you, is like barely used in the game. But essentially, when someone has higher popularity, they have a better chance of becoming the leader of an interest group when that interest group leader goes away. So look at the Catholic Church, for example. We can check the leader ideologies and then chance of appearance. Here, there's no characters that would take over, so it's going to randomly generate one. But I think probably for the petite bourgeoisie we have one. Nope. Landowners. Nope. Do we have any characters? Okay, here's one. So in the industrialists, right now, if this guy, Antoine de Gelink, were to pass away, there's a 75% chance that Etienne Wahis, this is the executive of our company, that this guy would take over, and that's because he has 35 popularity. How the number is calculated, I really don't know. I can't tell you, like, how 35 translate to 75%, but essentially popular characters have a chance to become leaders of interest groups, is how it works. And that matters because he has an ideology, and we'll talk about ideologies in a minute, okay? But let's click this button, sure. Now you know how laws pass. If we let another attempt pass, we'll see that eventually we'll, like, be able to, like, finish the law if we get lucky. But let's say that you don't want to rely on luck, okay? Let's say you don't want to rely on luck. You can click negotiate, and then this is actually a new feature on the new patch, by the way. This is new with Iberian Twilight. You can click on negotiate, and you can click an interest group, and then they will, like, ask you for something through an event. By the way, another event for the CK3 enjoyers, okay? Another event, and you can give them something. In return, they will support your law. So in this case, we can pay them a bunch of money, which I'm okay with because I have a lot of money. We give them some bureaucracy. We'll talk about bureaucracy in a minute. And we could give them a promise to improve standard of living. We're just going to pay them some money, so we'll do that. There we go.
Isn't there a bribe in Parliament?
Yes, we did just bribe the Parliament. That's exactly what we just did. It is corruption. And now we pass. So there, we had a 41% chance to get a success. So we got a success, and now we pass on to drafting. The difference between referral, drafting, and voting is absolutely nothing. It's just 3 phases. It's just like, you just have to go through the 3 phases. So let's keep waiting for this to pass. It's literally just RNG. It's just rolling the dice. We did not get a pass. We got an advance. We got a hat trick. This gives us a success chance if you want. And from there, I think you understand how law passes work, right? I think we get it. You know?
It's gambling.
Yeah, it's gambling. Exactly. It really is gambling. Okay? It really is just gambling. Now, in terms of the consequences of passing laws, there is something important. And that's political movements. So we talked about how POPs will support interest groups, but they will also support political movements. And we can see this down here. These are some Catholic aristocrats in Wallonia, and they support the Royalist movement and the reactionary movement and the Catholic traditionalist movement. Okay? Now, these movements have different things that they want. As you can guess, the Royalists want a monarchy. Right? That makes sense. Pop quiz for everyone. What is a reactionary? What would a reactionary want?
Usually to rise up and revolt. That's kind of what I find to happen.
Yeah,
They're just not happy with what's currently going on.
true.
They just revolt.
They do
Actually,
they, they
I
do
don't think
like
I've
to
ever seen
revolt.
them happy. Like I don't think they
Hmm.
conceptually can be.
Yes, they like to revolt. Okay. In terms of what they like, unless Jillian, wait, do you have an answer, Jillian? Before I reveal.
No, I think that was the answer.
Okay. What reactionaries like is racism. That is their big
Oh,
thing. They like. Wait, now here's the thing. It is correct. They like to revolt because they like racism a lot. Like they really, really like racism. So if you ever try to give anyone rights, they will increase their activism significantly. What is activism? Okay, it's not just handing out food at a homeless shelter. Okay, activism is when you want to overthrow the government because you hate the government. Give you an idea of some activism that we could trigger. We're gonna cancel passing guaranteed liberties because we don't actually care to pass this. We're instead gonna try passing some cultural exclusion, which is a law that the reactionaries will hate. At least I think they're gonna hate it. Yes, they will. So we click this, okay, and now we're starting to enact it. Let's look at our political movements again. If we check out the Belgian supremacist movement, which is just an insane term in general, Belgian supremacy. Imagine, okay, their activism is now 36%, and if we unpause, it's going to jump even more. It's now, let's see, okay, it's going to go up to 66%. It takes time to drift up, but essentially they're protesting. They're 66% active. At 100% activism, well, at like 90% more like, but at a very high level of activism, they're going to become insurrectionary, which I think they will become insurrectionary at this percent. I think it's at 50% they become insurrectionary. But basically, this is how you get civil wars. Is if you try to do things that your political movements don't like, then they're going to like try and kill you, essentially. I think this will cause an insurrection. Let's see. About this event, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Journal entry. We'll look at journal entries later. Yeah, whatever. Clicking events. Clicking events. I don't care. Are they going to start insurrectioning? I think they will. Sometimes you got to give it time. Sometimes they like to take their time becoming revolutionary. What they are causing is obstinance, by the way. We'll talk about obstinance in a minute. It's like my most hated mechanic in the entire game. But 65% insurrectionary. Okay, well in that case, they're not going. I guess we can just raise taxes massively, but whatever. Point is, they're not going to go insurrectionary, but they will eventually want to overthrow the government, essentially, and they'll cause a civil war. But what they do before that, and this is only for some interest groups, or rather some political movements, not all of them do this, they're going to cause obstinance. And obstinance is when they are resisting the government. And this causes really bad effects, such as reducing your tax collection. They're whenever the taxes are not doing well, we get pissed. It reduces assimilation, conversion, it reduces institution impact, and we'll talk about institutions in 1 second, and reduces conscripts. Blah blah. Whatever. Okay.
Sorry, teacher, to interrupt, but are you telling me that if I don't want to pay taxes, I can just get annoyed at the government?
Yes, and threaten to overthrow them. That would work. It does reduce
Thank you.
tax
I'll bear that in
collection.
mind.
Yes, they're very strong effects, and you want to be very scared of it. For that reason, before you pass any laws, you're gonna want to get an idea of which political movements support it and which don't. So, like, if you look at, I don't know, if you wanted to do like state religion, right? There's no movements down here that oppose it, so we're pretty safe to adopt Catholic state religion if we want to. So if we do this, no one's going to be upset about it. There's no political movements that care. But if we had, let's say that we were to invade the Congo for no particular reason, there might be some non-Catholics here that would be very upset by that, and they would make a political movement where they would try to get animist rights, and they would be upset by us trying to pass state religion because they prefer total separation. Point is that just check your movements and then decide if you want to pass laws and stuff because they can rebel otherwise. I think what else, but there's a lot to cover with domestic politics. You can spend authority, which is a resource we haven't talked about yet. You can spend authority to suppress or to bolster movements. So let's say that I'm trying to liberalize or maybe even radicalize. Radical movement is like republics; they like republics. So I could bolster the radicals if I want to, and this will make it so that they're more attractive to people. So when pops are trying to consider what movement they want to join, they're more likely to join the radicals because they see that they're like bolstered, right? You can also like suppress them. So if I don't like reactionaries, then I might just suppress them like this, and now they're less likely to get support. And you can see it gives you a predictor of what the support's going to go to once you suppress or bolster them, so you get an idea of how it's going to go. Opposite's big playing is Greece on Nightmare, so I pissed off Turks. Dude, so true. So real. So true. Imagine negotiating. True, true and real. Stop passing notes around the class, Lemon Cake. Stop passing notes. Anyway, beyond that, when it comes to passing laws, it's based on the interest group people, whatever. You can reform your government if you want to put new interest groups in, but this will change your legitimacy. So legitimacy is based on you basically take whatever your head of state is, which in this case is our king. You take his interest group, and you usually want to get that in power if you can, but then you have to compare that against how much clout the interest groups have. So if we mouse over our current government's legitimacy, we have a contested government with 60 legitimacy, and this is being caused by the fact that we have very high taxes. So we can just put that back to normal because I did that for like a second. This is caused by the fact that we have the total clout of the government adds up to 41%, and then we have like votes from the recent election, and then we have like other modifiers, other numbers, whatever, doesn't really matter that much. And then we have ideological incompatibility, and this basically is when your interest groups want different laws than each other, so they don't get along very well. So in this case, we have autocracy, but the landowners endorse it while the petit bourgeoisie don't endorse it. And then there's this thing called the whip. And I'm gonna be totally real with you. I don't know what the whip does. I don't know what this is. I've been playing for a long time, and I don't know what the party whip does. They
The
apparently,
party whip.
yeah, like it's the whip for the party, bro. I don't know.
I can tell you in real life what it does.
What does it do in real life?
Yeah, please
So
tell us,
basically,
Lemon Cake.
okay. So in real life, because this is a very British institution thing, two
Yeah.
party whips have where, let's say, the a party decides we're going to abolish, you know,
Oh.
workers work like we're going to abolish child labor,
So it's like,
and
wait,
then
this is
one
a
of the
real
people in the
answer?
party
Yeah, I
goes,
thought this was going to
yeah.
be a joke, not a real
No, and
foreign
one of the
politics
party
thing.
members goes, actually, I don't want to abolish this. The party whip will go, all right, you either follow on the law and vote properly, or we're
Mm-hmm.
going to kick you out of the party. In essence, whipping all of the party members to
Yes.
support mainline ideology. And in essence, the leader of the party exerts his influence through the party whip.
Yeah.
But then if the whip rebels, you have issues, and it's all a thing.
Yeah, so the whip is mentioned in this game.
It's
I've
just not
known
really.
it exists for a long time. I could not tell you what it does.
Do
I don't know.
do party members, like if you're a member of the Intelligentista, I can't pronounce it, or
Yeah,
if let's say
sure.
you're a trade union member, do you ever break votes with your party? Like for the
Yes.
American people,
Yeah.
would you ever have like a Democrat vote for like a Republican policy? Well, that means your whip failed. Your whip needs to keep all your party members voting with you.
Mm, okay.
That's kind of the main
I
thing
just
there.
don't know what it does in the game. I understand the concept now in real life. I just don't know, like, so in this case the Catholic Church is neutral on autocracy issue and they're the whip. But there's no mechanic by which the Catholic Church can make the landowners not endorse autocracy or make the petit bourgeoisie stop opposing autocracy. Like there's no such thing. So I don't know what the whip is doing. I just wanted to point out that it's there. Regardless, I'm gonna tell you this about legitimacy. Okay? There's like no reason to ever think about legitimacy. What you're gonna do is they added this mechanic around patch. Connor, you probably know the patch because you're a nerd. Around patch like 1 point fucking 2 or something. I don't know. They added a mechanic where now there's 3 buttons here, and these are all of your potential governments that you can form. Like by ordered by how much legitimacy they have. What you're gonna want to do is just click the one with the most legitimacy, or if you already have legitimacy, just keep it there. Or if you're trying to pass a very particular law, you might choose these guys because maybe the trade unions will have a law that I want to pass, right? So like you just you don't worry about this. Don't worry about these numbers. Never worry about these numbers. You're just gonna click reform government and then look if you have better options available. So let's say that my current government looked like this. And I was like, oh man, my legitimacy is low. This is causing me to gain radicals because look, it makes 3,000 radicals every month. We're gonna talk about radicals in 1 second. Okay. I don't like this. I want to get rid of this. Okay, click reform government and then boom, legitimate government, just like that. You don't have to think about it. In Victoria 3 1.0, that was not there. So you had to actually think about which interest groups would make a legitimate government, and it was hell. And the way you did it, unironically, the way you did it in Victoria 3 1.0 was you did this, so you have no one in government, and then you go click, okay, I don't like that. And then you go click, okay, I don't like that. And then you go click, I don't like that. And then you just keep doing that till you get what you want. Because no one ever did the math on legitimacy. No one ever did it. So that's why they added this feature where it just gives you the most legitimate governments. Now, let's talk about radicals and loyalists. Okay? If we look at our interest groups' approval, they are gaining some level of approval, presumably from having loyalists. Maybe at least one of these people is. I don't know. Nope. -2. Wait, -2 from Belgium. What is that? Is that from radicals? Nope. Basically, okay. I think we have too few loyalists or radicals to cause any issues. Yeah, we have like none. I'm gonna temporarily run the game on max taxes to create radicalism, just so we can demonstrate the issue. Britain wants me to join their empire. Sure, whatever. I think it's yeah, there it is. So here's an example. We have by raising taxes massively, we generated 200,000 radicals over the course of a few months. Don't worry about it. We now have -1 approval on the armed forces. This isn't that bad. It's not that bad of an issue. But imagine if you have like a million radicals, okay? You can end up having like a lot of negative approval to all your interest groups. So radicals will generate negative approval for your interest groups, and that's one thing that they do. Radicalism is generated when a pop loses standard of living. So it's important to note that the actual standard of living number is only like isn't really that important. The actual number, as long as it's above the minimum expected, which in this case is not, but let's just fix that real quick because taxes change it. Here, now it's at 7. So as long as this number is above this number, so 9 is greater than 7. I didn't say 6, so you can't do the joke. Okay, 9 is greater than 7, so this is fine. But if they ever drop to 8, then they're gonna gain radicalism, and radicalism is like just how many of the people in here are radicals. Where does it even display how many of them are radicals in here? It displays loyalists. In this case, there's more loyalists than radicals. Okay, so it's they have loyalists in this case. Loyalists are the opposite of radicals. When you have a lot of loyalists, which we can make by reducing taxes, okay? When you have a lot of loyalists, maybe we'll generate some. We might not be able to generate any very easily, but essentially loyalists will increase the approval on your just groups, and they will like not cause problems. You gain loyalists whenever they gain standard of living. So when this number goes up, they're going to become like happy with the government and stuff like that. Fourth thing I explored during 10 minutes watching the stream. Wow, imagine learning so much. 9 is 6 upside down. So true, so true. But that's basically radicals and loyalists. Is that radicals bad, loyalists good? That's pretty much it. I know it's simple, but how do I abolish the radicals? First of all, stop passing notes around, Lemon. It's the third time you're going to detention. And second of all, the best way to get rid of radicals is to defeat them in a civil war. So if you have a lot of radicals and then they actually end up like rising up through one of these movements, which by the way, activism, you can see a lot of this comes from having radical supporters. In this case, we have barely any radicals, so it's okay. But if you have a lot of radicals, right, then they're going to eventually cause a civil war, and then when you kill them all, then they're gone. Which is, one way to get rid of radical elements, of course. That is the option. That's the option to shoot radicals, is that you let a civil war happen. But yeah, that's like more or less how it works. And then loyalists are the other way around. They reduce activism in political movements. You can kind of ignore radicals when they're mostly peasants or laborers. What are they going to do anyways? My man has not researched labor movement. He doesn't get it. He doesn't know that the labor movement eventually will spawn. That's one thing to point out, I guess, for political movements. They are created by researching society tech. So a little bit of a sudden transition into technology. There's a tech tree, but the tech tree is not like EU4. It's more like EU5, I guess, sort of, because you can't reasonably be expected to research the whole tree. You can do it. You can do the whole tree, but that requires you to basically completely dedicate yourself to doing technology, like building universities and stuff. So what you want to do is you want to think about what you want to achieve and then go down the trees that you want to follow. So if I know, for example, that I'm going to be doing a lot of plantations, I'm going to want to grab pump jacks because they give you a new PM production method for plantations. Like, okay, fair enough, right? Since you guys probably don't know the game super well if you're watching a tutorial, you won't know the exact technologies like to grab for your specializations. So instead, think about like, do you want to make a strong economy? Do you want to fight wars, or do you want to advance your society? And what I mean by that is like changing laws and stuff. For example, if I want to become communist, I got to research socialism. Who would have thought, right? This unlocks the ability to get council republic and collectivized agriculture. Like this unlocks these things, right? So you have to research this, and that takes 14 years. That's because I'm ahead of time. All the technologies have tiers, and you get a pretty massive penalty if you research a tech of a higher tier than the previous tiers if you haven't researched all of them. So socialism is tier 3. To avoid a penalty, I gotta research all the tier 2 techs. The pharmaceutical is realism, blah blah blah, whatever, right? All this kind of stuff. That's technology. That's pretty simple. No need to expand on that significantly more than we already have. So I got to yawn now. It's yawning time. Okay, sorry. The big one. There's two more big things to talk about with pops. Okay, so I'm gonna ask this to our classmates here, Jillian and Lemon Cake. Population is important, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is population important?
Because you need people to do things.
Yes. People work jobs and they pay taxes. That's the big thing. Okay? Now, what if we want to get more people? What are some ways we can get more people into our country?
Decreasing literacy rate. Oh, into our
Real?
country.
Real?
Invading other countries and taking their pops.
Also real? Okay, yes, these are all correct answers. Like, unironically, the decreased literacy one is correct. So continue.
Is this perhaps a segue into a section about immigration?
Yes, it is. Congratulations, you win the golden star. We have to talk
Let's
about how
go.
immigration works.
Have fun in detention, fucker.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry, that was
He's
to the
fucking
other class. That was the other student.
yeah.
So,
He's
so
dumb.
she's swearing at me.
It's okay. I allow it this time.
It's allowed in this class, don't you know that?
Yeah, we established that early on.
You know what's not allowed? It's passing notes.
So true. So true.
Apparently only on Twitch. You're allowed to pass notes on YouTube.
I just don't notice the YouTube messages as much because they don't stick out as much. There's like a wall of them. Whereas the Twitch ones I see a lot more because there's not very many of them. Anyway, there's this thing called cultural communities. Okay, and this is also dice. This is also gambling, by the way. Is cultural communities. Um, Pops that live in a location, or fuck, I'm speaking EU5. They live in a state. Okay, they will generate a cultural community, and this means that essentially they have people here. Like that's I don't know how to explain what it is beyond just like there's some at least one person lives in this location who is of a culture. So like we have a Wallonian culture community here because there's at least one Wallonian here. A better example is we have an Ashkenazi cultural community here. There's only 1,000 of them, so 0.03% of the population is Ashkenazi Jews, but there's at least one of them. So there's an Ashkenazi Jew. Pops can only move to locations where they have a cultural community, except through mass migrations. That's a different concept though. Pops can only move to locations in which they have a cultural community. So let's say, for example, I was looking at Gallery here. Unfortunately, like I think that there are North German communities everywhere. So, oh, here's a good way to explain it. There's no North German. No, wait, we're dealing with North German. Which one am I missing here? English. Okay. There's no English cultural community in Wallonia. So if you look here, there's not a single Englishman. There are apparently 0 Franco-Canadians. I don't know why this is here. This is weird. Connor, explain. Connor, you have to explain this. Why is there Franco-Canadian here when there's 0 of them here? Regardless, there's no English pops here. So English people from Flanders cannot go to Wallonia because there's no cultural community. Cultural communities randomly generate, completely randomly, one will just spawn if you have pops of a certain culture in your market. That's another note to add. Pops can only move within the same market. So if you look at our markets, Belgium's market is just these 3 states. It's literally Flanders, Wallonia, and Gallery up here. Pops can only move among these states. Again, except mass migrations, but we're getting there. These are the three things, okay? They can move between these states. If we wanted to get pops in from like Britain, let's say, they cannot cross over here unless they mass migrate. Okay? Now if you look at the mass migration map mode, okay, this is basically like a big green map mode that shows places that are attractive to like people. So if you look at the United States of America, they tend to have a very high mass migration attraction, although right now Canada has a slightly higher one, I think. No, never mind. America's slightly higher. I was hoping Canada would take the W, but alas, they are not. I think America's probably number 1 right now. They tend to be number 1, and this means that people that are like, living in countries that have lower migration attraction, they're going to want to move to that location. So, for example, here in Belgium, I've got low mass migration attraction. I have 11.7. So my pops might want to leave to America. That could actually be a thing that happens, and in which case I'll be losing population. I'll be very sad. People like to come to America. The reason why is because of arable land. If you look at the attraction, arable land is a big part of it. This is unused arable land employment plus 10. If we compare that to, let's say, like Wallonia, ours, we only have 0.1 unused arable land employment. So that's kind of like what determines it. I thought historically it was part of the German common market. What is this guy talking about? Mods kill this guy. I'm joking. Don't kill him. He can live. So that's how migration works more or less, is that you have like these random chances against cultural communities, and you have mass migrations. Mass migrations are also quite random. Migration in general is very random. It's unfortunate. I wish it wasn't, but it really is. The way that you increase your chances of getting more migrations is having more attraction. Attraction is determined by standard of living, arable land, and available employment, which I once used to get 100 million people into New York. That was pretty funny. Classic video. Beyond that, you also have your immigration laws. So we have no migration controls right now, and that means that anyone can move between cultural communities. So like I said, we still can't let English pops move from Flanders into Wallonia because there's no English cultural community. But they could move if there was a cultural community. Did we cover decrees yet? No, we haven't covered decrees. We'll get there. If we had migration controls, only pops that had at least 60 acceptance could move. So restrictiveness here refers to their acceptance. And we looked at acceptance a little bit earlier, but for example, here, Wallonians have 100 acceptance from being the primary culture. That's pretty easy. Whereas if we let's look at some Englishmen here in Flanders. We must have some, right? Where are they? Englishmen. The English people have 80, which is a little bit lower. It's still high enough that they're fully accepted, but 80 is less than 100. But if we had migration controls on, they'd still be able to migrate because 80 is above 60. An example where they wouldn't be able to is if you looked in South Carolina. Sorry to always go to America, but it's the place to look at if you want to find racism. If you look at these slaves here, these slaves would not be allowed to migrate if they had migration controls because they have 25 acceptance. It's less than 60, so they can't migrate. But America also has no migration controls, I'm pretty sure. Yes, they do. So they have no migration control, so anyone can migrate. That's pretty much migration. I think I remember. I think that's everything. Yes, for migration. Checking my notes. Okay, great. How long has the stream been going on? We've gone for an hour and a half. Hey, actually, we're kind of back on schedule now. That's good. I was rushing, and we're doing well. Um, Another way to increase migration is through a decree. Someone mentioned decrees earlier. Decrees are kind of like general buffs that you can give to your states in return for authority, and authority is generated by laws. So like monarchies have authority. This is just like a number that you make by having like certain laws, and then you can put decrees down. So one of them is a greener grass campaign, which increases migration attraction. This will help you get more migrants in. But yeah. I don't know, like what I'll say about migration. Migration is important. You want to get migrants whenever you can. It's very important. Oh, one more note about mass migrations, right? Um, People will only mass migrate to places where they actually have like at least I think it's 60 acceptance. Connor will know the number. The number is not told to you, so Connor will know it because he's a nerd. But you like usually they can only mass migrate if they have. I'm gonna say it's 60 acceptance. So based on your law in your cultural acceptance law, yeah, citizenship law, you might not be able to get mass migrations from certain countries. So let's say, for example, I don't know, like Persia had a mass migration out of Persia. They can only go somewhere where they're tolerated. So that might be in, like, let's say, it might be in Kabul. It depends on their law. I think they would accept them. No, they wouldn't, because subjecthood. They would not accept them. Maybe these guys would. They all have subjecthood. I don't know. Then I don't know where Persians can go. Maybe they can go. They can't go to the Ottomans. No, maybe they just can't migrate. Poor Connor catching all the flack. He is really knowledgeable. Okay, sometimes I have to point to him and say he knows better than I do. It is what it is. But basically, certain nations you can only take migrations from depending on your citizenship. Once you have multiculturalism, though, you can take them from everywhere. So get ready for the Chinese mass migrations. Unfortunately, though, they have closed borders, so they can't migrate. That's closed borders are pretty much always bad. But if you know that your pops hate you and they're gonna leave, I guess you do closed borders. Makes sense for China to do, so that everyone would leave otherwise. But yeah. Any questions about pops before we move on?
I got nothing.
You got nothing? Damn. Lemon cake?
No, I mean, unironically, it's not that complicated. Don't overthink it.
Yes,
Right?
I agree. I agree.
No,
The,
there's
the
not
big
much
the,
more
the
to
big
say.
thing is understanding the cultural communities and the fact this is random. This is just another random thing. It's just cultural communities. Like this is the big
Wait,
one.
is this gambling?
It is gambling. There's a lot of gambling in Victoria 3. I'm not joking. There's a lot of gambling.
Not
It
just
really
the
is like
economy
that.
at large is just gambling.
So true, so true. Yeah. So that's just how it is. It's just all the gambling.
How do I
Um,
buy call options on immigration?
I don't know. Do you go to Poly Market? and like bet on getting a cultural community in a particular game of Vic 3 or something? Wouldn't that be crazy?
They probably do have that category.
They
They
probably
got
do.
everything on there.
They do.
Tarkus, just a reminder, you have to disclose sponsorships.
I'm not sponsored. But also, you should check out. You should check out Stake. I was trying to remember the name. Fuck. I didn't know. Yeah, Stake. That's what they're called, right? That's the big gambling thing that everyone gets sponsored by.
Hmm.
Yeah, not sponsored. Not sponsored. Also, I hate gambling. Um, minimum acceptance for mass migration is 30. By the okay, it's 30. There you go. Thank you, Chatter, for saying the number. So basically, I wouldn't be able to get migrants from Qing because no one that lives here has at least 30 acceptance with me. I don't know if see Manchu acceptance here? 0. In fact, it's -25. So we would not be able to get any Manchu migrants. We would not be able to get any Han migrants, even though we have no border controls. They can't mass migrate out of here into Belgium. If we conquered a piece of China, though, and then the Han through RNG, through a nice gamba, if the Han managed to form a cultural community in Wallonia, then if we had no migration controls, Han could move from my conquered state of Zhejiang, let's say, they could move from there to Wallonia. It'd have to be through that way though. It couldn't be through mass migrations. Anyway, we're gonna move on to a whole new sector of playing Victoria 3 now, and that's that. So far, we focused only on the internal. We focused on things like your country, things like your economy, things like your pops. But now we got to think about interacting with the rest of the world, right? Diplomacy, okay? And I'm going to pass this off to you guys now. What are your impressions of Victoria 3's diplomacy systems? We'll start with Jillian.
I literally have no impressions about diplomacy. I didn't realize it was in this game.
Insane. Okay. Lemon Cake? He's muted. He must not be here.
How do I
No,
how
he's
do
here.
I say this without being super obnoxious? I think it depends on how you define the system. Because if you include the DLC diplomacy stuff, which they expanded recently as part of the diplomacy instead of including as part of warfare or peace deals,
Right?
if you don't include that as part of diplomacy, I think it's actually quite lacking compared to other Paradox titles. But if you include that part,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of like more warfare-based diplomacy, but still, if you want to categorize that as diplomacy, I think it's one of the better games for diplomacy.
I saw
Does
that
that
note,
make
Jillian.
sense?
By the way, sorry to cut you off, Lemon Cake. I saw those notes, Jillian. You can just pass those around.
They were for when the other student was talking, not
Okay. But yes, Lemon Cake, you're right that a lot of diplomacy was kind of added into the DLC, which is gives the power block stuff. I want to clarify. I didn't really say at the beginning. We're more or less assuming that you have all the DLCs for the purpose of this because I cannot be asked to make a guide on the game while trying to consider what parts of it are DLC, what parts of it are not. There's like no shot I can do that. Okay. So sorry about that. This assumes that you have like all the DLC and stuff. But I'm pretty sure everything we've covered so far, except for companies, which we didn't even cover there. We didn't even cover the fucking stuff down here. But this stuff is DLC. Company's not DLC, but this stuff down here is DLC. But yeah, that's it. Remember, if you need to buy it, sure, yeah, you do need to buy it. But diplomacy. Okay, there are two critical things with regards to diplomacy, and that's the difference between attitude and relations. For my CK3 players, your relations are like opinion in CK3. So like when you like host a feast and you gain 15 opinion with a random character, that's like your relationship, okay? The attitude is not really well translated into like from a CK3 metaphor, but think of it more like kind of the personality that character or in this case country has towards you. So Britain here has amicable relationship with me. So they kind of like me, right? But their attitude is protective. So they're going to try to keep me safe from other people. Compare that to the Netherlands, with whom I have poor relations, and their attitude's antagonistic. Why does this distinction matter? It's because the relationship doesn't actually mean anything. All that matters is the attitude. And a good way to show that is probably through the Ottomans, who are neutral with me, but who are wary. So, despite the fact that we don't have bad relations, the Ottomans have a wary attitude. So they're just kind of like, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to talk to you because I'm wary of you. Okay. Russia also is antagonistic, but I'm trying to think of a good example where these things don't line up. Something. Okay, so this is a good example. Sweden is neutral. They have the exact same relationship with me as the Ottomans, and yet the Ottomans are wary, while Sweden is cooperative. And this is because of the attitude score. This is the most like arcane Like nobody, like I don't know what has caused Sweden to view me as a natural ally. I could not tell you. It's probably informed by like these things, these behaviors, but I don't really like, I don't know. This number, this plus 75, there's no way to explain where the plus 75 comes from. Okay? It's just like there, right? Whereas the Ottomans, they have minus 75 because they view me as a natural enemy. Why is that? I couldn't tell you. They just are. They both have maintained balance of power. So I like the only difference is conservative agenda versus enact Tanzimat reforms. By the way, these three things here, these are likened to CK3's character traits. So like how if you have a character who's ambitious or they're deceitful or whatever, you can somewhat predict their behavior. Again, CK3, it's hard to predict AI behavior, but you can somewhat predict it based on like their personality traits. That's what these things down here are. These expand Business industries, enact Tanzimat reforms. We know that the Ottomans are going to invest in natural resources because they have this behavior on them. This is my sorry for passing notes. You're forgiven, Lemon Cake. All is forgiven. Your detention is canceled. You're saved. We're gonna put Jillian in instead. She's gonna take your spot.
Did he subscribe to you?
No, he just said that he's sorry. Did he
Oh,
subscribe actually? Wait, did he actually sub? Wait a minute.
I think he did. He has a little icon next to his name
Oh
now.
shit, he has to
Yeah.
do. You gotta click the thing in Twitch where you tell me that you subbed though. You gotta announce it to the
Oh,
world.
I'm gonna reveal myself as a bad Twitch viewer because I actually didn't know that.
Nice, nice guy. Because it's gonna give me a notification if you do. I think it's gonna put something funny up on the screen. I don't know if I actually have that working properly right now, to be honest. My stream tends to be there. It is okay. My stream tends to just be full of things that don't work.
What are you doing?
Lemon Cake sont un just subscribed with Prime. Oh oui, Subsidies where he say sorry.
There you go. I wanted to let the voice say the full thing before I talked again. I didn't want to talk over the subscription message.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sorry, I'm just guess goes to show how little I go on Twitch.
yeah, that's
I didn't
fair.
know
That's
the
fair.
thing.
Yeah,
I think back in the day it wasn't. I think it was an auto thing back in the day because I remember doing that and
Mhm.
then it do anything.
It
Anyway,
used to be
sorry.
automatic. Yes, it used to be automatic.
Mm.
It's true. But anyway, attitude and relations. Your relations will affect the attitude. So if you look here at the attitude score on Britain, you can see that because we have amicable relations, the attitude score is plus 50. But again, why do they want to protect me? Who knows? It's probably just maybe they have economic imperialism. Maybe that's why. It's hard to say why that they want to protect me. They just do. And the Victoria 3 AI, much like the EU4 AI, can and will flip on you on a dime and they do not even give a shit. Okay? They will just you can have like the best friendship with like everyone, like like with a particular person you have like the best relationship ever, and there can be no reason to break the relationship, and these motherfuckers will just backstab you just like
really,
that.
Really sorry, Tarkus, but
Yeah.
right near the end of the game, they did change it where you can't. The AI will never flip away from loving you at 200 opinion if it has 100 trust with you, very specifically. But yes,
yeah.
otherwise this is true because
Okay.
that got very annoying because
Yeah.
the AI would do just that. So if you have 100 trust in a U4, that's no longer true. Sorry, teacher.
Yes. Thank
You're
you.
spreading
Thank
fake
you for the
news.
correction. Double detention for this guy, but you had no detention, so you're safe. Um, but basically, improve. You can spend influence, which is this resource up here. You can spend influence to improve relations or decrease relations. So you just like let's say you want France to like you, you start improving relations, and now you slowly gain relations. And then as you get relations, they like you more. It's important to note though that unlike EU4 and unlike CK3, relations only affect anything when they hit thresholds. The thresholds are -80, -50, -20, 0, 20, 50, and 80. If you have relations of 11, as we do now with France, this does literally nothing. There's no difference between 11 and -18. These are identical in terms of the mechanics, except insofar as like okay, like if you hurt your relations and you shift to a lower one, like having -18 is worse because you're closer to hitting a lower threshold. But like whatever, shut up, nerd. Nobody asked. Okay. The point is that at 20 we actually get an effect, and you can see it here with Britain. We're at 54. If we were at like 49, it would be a lesser impact than having 50. So the thresholds are all that matters. I don't think there's anyone that we have like a pretty close line with, but not really. Another thing, I see Jillian unmuted. You have something to
I
say?
have to go eat dinner.
Yeah, go have dinner. We talked about
So
this. We cleared you. You're
talk
allowed to
about
leave the class.
yeah, talk about nerd shit that I
Yeah.
wouldn't even consider if I were to play this.
Okay,
Kind of
you
shit
you
Lemon
got it.
Cake does on his channel. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye bye. Have a good dinner. Okay. Don't worry, she was already cleared. We already talked about it before the class. She's allowed to go and have dinner. We let the students eat here. Lemon Cake can't have dinner, though, because he is dinner, because he's made of lemon cake. Anyway,
Please stop trying to eat me.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. But when it comes to declaring war, as well, we do have a war section, but in terms of, you might be asking, like, why would I ever decrease relations? Like, you see there's begin damaging relations. Why would I ever do that? It's because if you're above 20 relations, which is one of the thresholds we mentioned, you can't declare wars. And we'll we'll look at that when we get to the war section. For example, against Spain, I can currently declare, I have diplomatic demands I can make. So I can declare this because we have like neutral relations. But if they had more relationship with me, which I think they have currently 0, if they had 20, I wouldn't be able to declare a war. It wouldn't pop up as an option. In fact, I think I can see that if I look at interactions. And well, it's not going to work because we can do it. Here, France. If I look at these guys, unavailable demands, you can see that we don't have an interest. Oh my god! Every time I try to find an example, it can't do it. Okay, what about like Prussia? I think I could use Prussia as an example. If you look at the interactions and then we look at all these demands, you can see that, oh, Jesus Christ, that was loud. Here's one. We can't ask for independence because, first of all, we're not a subject. But second of all, our relationship is higher than cordial, so we can't do it. That's the one. You can declare protectorate wars, but not conquer states. Yes, and there's also, you also can't do like ban slavery and stuff, I don't think. But yeah, also missing tooltip. We got him. Missing tooltip. Look at that. Bro is missing a tooltip. Insane. Report that to Paradox. Damn. What was that? Did someone redeem a channel point thing? A treasure train? What the heck is a treasure train, chat? What is that? That's on Twitch. What is this? I've never heard of whatever this is. I guess you can give gift subs and it's cheaper. That's cool. What else? No idea. Yeah. Okay. Right. We want to talk about treaties. Okay, treaties. So let's say you click on Britain. You want to draft a treaty. In here, you can do things with them. Now, the AI is very easily swayed by the false gold of promising to not charge tariffs, which, you know, like, it's whatever. But basically, you can get alliances. You can get them to like change their laws. This kind of stuff. It's like the trading system is cool, but it feels a little bit limited. You can ask for goods, so you can do like trade through this. Remember we talked about trade a while ago. Trade in this game is actually fully autonomous. So you make trade centers. We can actually show this off a little bit. You can make trade centers, like down here, and you just click on these pluses, and it's like, yeah, woohoo, like trade center, right? But you don't control what goods get taken in. The market's going to decide what goods get taken in and what goods get taken out based on prices. But you can, if you want, click on a country, go to draft treaty, and then just be like, hey, like give me something. Good transfer. I want your clothes. That sounds really weird, but we can ask them for 300 clothes, and then they might just give that to us without even asking for anything back. But I might say to them, okay, you give me clothes, and in return, I'll give you a monopoly on trade centers or whatever, right? That kind of stuff. For the most part, you don't really do like a ton with this. The big thing is you want to get like alliances. So we can't get an alliance here because Britain already has an alliance, I believe is why. Let's check. They do already have an alliance with the Ottomans, so that means we can't get an alliance with them. You can only have one alliance at a time. But you can have as many defensive pacts as you want. But that's sort of how that works. What else here? Interests. Right, we should talk about interests. Okay. So you can declare interests, and what this is essentially you doing. Blue means you already have an interest, but you can remove it. So you can click it to remove it or put it back. Green means you can put an interest there, and orange means that you have like a permanent interest in the sense that like my country is here, so how can I not have an interest in my home region, right? Like it's just of course you have an interest wherever you exist. If I declare an interest in say like Southern Africa, then I can interact with countries down here. So right now, I can't do anything with the Zulu because like we don't have an interest here. See, no neighbors with Zulu have interest same strategic region. We can't click anything. We can't draft treaties because we have no interest with them. If we wait until the interest gets activated, it takes a little while to activate. Here it is activating down here. Once it activates, now we have an interest down here, and some of these guys actually have opinions about me. So, for example, now Cape Colony is cooperative, the Zulus are cooperative, Gaza's disinterested. Like they don't really care. But the people down here actually have interested with me, and now I can attack them with wars and stuff. That's like the big thing. That's what interests do. In terms of how to generate interests, we have to get a bigger navy. That's like the big way to do it. You can also gain rank. So right now we're a minor power. The more rank we gain, the more interests we get. Here we see major power. We get 3 maximum interests, and as a great power, you get like 4. Where is it? Great power, you get 6. Sorry, you get 6 at great power. So to become a bigger country, you get more interests. Your navy also gives you more, but I don't know actually how to check. How do I check how many interests I have? I don't know how to check the tooltip properly, but basically we can have more interest. I think it's this one. There we go. So yeah, navy power projection also gives you more, and technology. I've never seen that meter before. There's a lot of UI you will have never seen in this game, okay? There's a lot of UI no one ever looks at. You talking about how tech and tech spread works? Not yet. No, we have not talked about that yet. So that's how you get interests. The other resource with regards to diplomacy is influence. So you see here that we're spending influence on stuff in our treaty. So we have a trade privilege with Britain, and that is shown here. It's costing me 90 influence to maintain this treaty. It's costing Britain 75. How do we get more influence? We have to declare rivals. So if we go into our diplomatic lens, we go to our diplomatic actions, we can declare rivalries. Every rival that you make gives you more influence. So we could rival Portugal for 400 influence. Sure, let's do that. We could rival 2 Sicilies. Let's do that. Like, sure, right? When you rival someone, rather obviously, it like ruins the attitude. So if you look at here, this should change. And I'm still just cautious. I guess he doesn't really care much about me. But basically, like, it'll harm our relations. As you can see here, our relations are slowly worsening down to -20 because of our rivalry. I think like in this case they haven't rivaled me back, so they're, or this guy just rivaled me, so he should hate me. See, now he's antagonistic because he rivaled me. Now we have rivalry, right? That's how it works. Basically, rivals mean that people dislike you, but then you get more influence, so you can do more stuff. I think from here, that's more or less all of diplomacy, except for, I guess, subjects. We can talk about subjects. For that, I'm going to swap over to Britain real quick, just for a second. Talk about Britain and their subjects. So when you have countries that are like, you know, subordinate to you, they have liberty desire, and this is something which I'm not going to cover too much because it just like, I don't know, it's not going to be that relevant to most people's playthroughs because most people when they're new to the game are not going to play Britain because it's a lot to manage. But essentially, like, liberty desire is them if they want to get freedom or not. It's based on your economy. It's based on the army power. Blah blah blah. Whatever. You have these buttons you can click, and these will cost you influence as well. So you can see here, Britain's actually got a deficit of influence because they're spending too much because they have all this stuff they're trying to invest in. So we could, for example, maybe like get rid of this, and then that will fix that. And I'm speaking really quickly about it, but basically because most of these don't really matter that much. Like you can just sort of manage your subjects, and it costs you some influence to do that. Change language of administration. That's, oh wow, you can tell, you can, I didn't know you could do this. You can make Lower Canada become English speaking. That's really cool. That must be new. I don't remember this. Holy, Anglo-Canadian Lower Canada. Insane. It's new, yeah. GB got Tibet. They tend to do that here and there. No, I don't know why they like to do that sometimes. They grab Tibet. But yeah, back to Belgium, though. That was a quick thing about subjects. Don't worry about too much about it. The big thing with subjects is that they always join your market. So if you look at like the British market, you can see here that Canada's in the British market, India's in the British market. For some reason, Tibet was granted their own market. I don't know why, but they do this stuff, which is fine. No big deal. I think the last thing to cover in diplomacy is going to be diplomatic plays, after which talk about war. So how about we just actually get ourselves into a war? Let's attack the Netherlands. I think we have a truce, actually, so we can't. Yes, we do. We have a truce. 14 weeks. We'll just wait out the truce, then we'll attack the Netherlands. So we can get an idea of how war works. Thanks to tutorial gameplay. Glad you like it, buddy. Oh, and our truce got reset, didn't it? Oh, no, we're good. 3, 2, 1. Gave it 2 weeks, a couple days. Okay, now we don't have a truce. So first of all, I guess you can't declare war on people if you have a truce. But we're going to declare a war against the Netherlands, our historical rival, of course. And you get this big list. This is a list of all the countries and what that have an interest here, and what they think potentially of the war starting. In original Victoria 3, they did not have this, by the way. Okay, yet another the thing which is added in later Victoria 3 updates, it used to be you did this blind, and you just had to sort of guess what countries would think of you declaring a war. In this case, though, we can see that the game predicts that Sweden will join on Netherlands' side, and it predicts that Britain will kind of be ambivalent. They might join either side. We're not sure. Prussia is more likely to join our side. A couple different things going on here. The big thing, though, they have to consider, they gave you this mechanic, okay, but then they decided to make it not very useful, because this is not accounting for the fact that when I declare this play, this will happen. So when you have infamy generated by a diplomatic incident, which is just a word for a war, Victoria I think likes to act like it has something different than wars, okay? But diplomatic plays are wars, but with a 100-day waiting period. That's all it is, okay? So when we declare this, the diplomatic incident will cause 25.4 infamy, which will damage relations by this much with all these countries. So if I click confirm, okay, give it a second. Now there's a diplomatic incident. It looks like, though, we might be able to still get Prussia to join us. Let's see. We'll talk about raising armies and stuff in a second. This is the sway button. So I want Prussia to help me in this war, because I think the Netherlands probably can kill me. So I can click this and see what they want. They'd be willing to help me if I become their protectorate, which is an interesting idea, by the way. It's an interesting concept. Or I can offer them an obligation. What is an obligation? It's basically like you owe them something, and that means they can click on stuff. Let's say like they want to do a treaty. You'll notice here like there's the owe obligation, ask for obligation. If you owe them an obligation, they'll have a button that says like call in obligation, and it gives you significant increased likelihood to accept chance on the treaty. And if you say no to it, you get a repudiated obligation, blah, 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 who cares? You basically, it's an IOU, okay? We're going to offer Prussia an IOU. Now, it's important to note that by doing this, Prussia, like, might have enemies that want to stop them. So if we look at Prussia's, looks like Prussia actually gets along pretty okay with everyone, except for, like, France is kind of cautious. But let's say that Prussia had bad relations with Britain. Let's say that we're looking at Prussia's map mode right now, and they had a red color on Britain. I might have to keep in mind that if I bring Britain, or rather, if I bring Prussia in, they're kind of likely to maybe want to call Britain in against me, like the Netherlands might. But I think that we're safe in this case, so we're going to call on Prussia with an obligation. All state religion is passed, cool. So now, the Prussians are in the war, so they're going to help carry us in this war, and we'll talk about armies at this point. Like a strong hook in CK3, they can pull you into shit and you can't attack a side against them if you owe them an obligation. Yes, that is a good way to put it. Obligations are like strong hooks. Let's talk about the army now, okay? It's pretty simple how the army works. You have an army. It's composed of regiments, okay? You can scroll down and see them here. Different regiments have different stats. So in this case, we have line infantry, and line infantry have all these stats. 20 offense plus a modifier, 26 defense, well, 25 plus a modifier, okay? General rule, okay? Infantry are good at defending, artillery is good at attacking, cavalry is good at occupying. That's basically all you need to know, okay? In the super duper early game, artillery is always really bad because cavalry are just better. So to give you an idea, this is a cannon artillery. It has 25 attack and 15 defense, which again, after modifiers is 26, whatever. This is a lancer. It has 31 offense and 21 defense. So it has more stats in every way. And lancers have more battle occupation and kill rate, whereas cannons only have more devastation, so they cause more damage to the area. Okay, like it's kind of just like cavalry better. I don't know what to tell you. When you have an army, you have to mobilize it. So what is mobilization? It's going to basically make this army start buying more stuff. So armies already purchase goods. You can see here they're spending 2.64 thousand pounds on buying guns, grain, iron, and artillery for this army. Now that we've mobilized it, this number will go up. So watch the number go up. Now it's 3.11k because we've mobilized it. It's going to go up even more because we're going to keep mobilizing. And it kind of went back down. Market prices are fluctuating, but so market prices are fluctuating because of trade, and it's always more complicated than what it looks like. But basically, the price goes up because, like, also it looks like Britain got called in against us, by the way. Holy shit, we're gonna fucking die. But the price goes up because you mobilized, and that's the cost of war, you could say, right? Beyond that, in terms of what you take in when you mobilize, you could check your mobilization options. And this is what you're choosing to give to your units to get them to fight. So we have here, we can give them extra supplies. This gives us bonuses, but it increases the upkeep, or rather the cost of the army, by this many goods. Costs in this game are not money, they're goods, and then you pay for the goods. So if you look at our expenses, goods for military buildings, we're spending 3 grand on guns and this stuff as well. Some stuff on ships too. Whatever, right? When we do this, if we click this, extra supplies, and then I think we're going to have to probably give it a week because things take a second to update. You should see that now this will start displaying the costs of the groceries. So we're spending another 2 grand on groceries now. Oh no, right? Who cares? Honestly.
Very quick question to interrupt because I'm actually not sure and I want to ask. Now,
Yeah,
let's
sure.
say you started diplomatic play. Sorry, definitely not war.
Yeah.
And then England joins against you.
Yeah.
Since you've started it in this 100-day period, do you have an option to back down real quick and then just like leave, or are you forced to go through with it?
So I can back down, but if I back down, then the primary demand of the war is enforced upon me. So in this case, the Netherlands have added that they want to take back Gelre. So if I back down, then they get Gelre. Whereas if I lose the war, they also get their secondary demands, which is to return Flanders and to enforce investment rights on me. So they would take even more of my stuff if I lose the war.
I think that's changed since when I was looking at it, but good to know.
I think backing down's always been a thing, but I don't know. Maybe it was. I think it's always been a
you
thing.
can you could be back down, but I think it was different with like how it happened. Because
Well, one thing that was added was that now you can make primary war goals. So it used to be that so here in this case we only have one war goal, but let's say that I added like Parker Friesland. This is a secondary demand. So this will only be enforced if we actually win a war. If the Netherlands back down right now, then I would only get Holland. But they added in a patch, I don't remember which one, you can click this make primary button, and if you do this, then you get both if they back down. That was added relatively recently. I don't remember how recently, but somewhat recently.
I think that was like a thing as well, where if you started instant and you back down, they'd get all their secondary stuff as well. But
Oh, jeez,
we're just hallucinating here.
That's hilarious. I think that's a hallucination, but that, to be fair, it's long history. I don't know. Could be a long time ago.
I was thinking it could have been a release bug that was fixed. To be fair, as well, because I remember people specifically complaining to me about that, which is
yeah. Anyway, we can see here that no, it's okay. That's what you're here for, buddy. You're here to interrupt and ask questions. This is the escalation number. Again, Victoria likes to act like it's not just a war. This is the escalation takes 100 days plus 5 days for every war goal that gets added. So in this case, plus 10 more days because we added more war goals. But once this hits, I think that's 80 or is it 75? I think this is 80. Once it hits 80 days, then we can no longer change anything. So like there's the count. Right now we're in the diplomatic maneuvers phase. This is the phase where we can add like war goals and stuff, which is the vast majority of the phase. At the last 20 days, we can't do anything. So we can't like get new countries in, we can't add new war goals, and so on. Okay? Jillyeon's back. Welcome back. We're just talking about war, which is your favorite thing ever.
Oh, I don't do that.
Yeah, I know. To be honest though, you don't have to do war in Victoria 3. It's kind of nice. You can avoid most war. In this case, we're gonna get
actually no war. It's a diplomatic maneuver.
It's true. It's a diplomatic maneuver. It's true. So at this point, I don't want to add any more war goals. I've got all this infamy. We can talk about infamy real quick. Infamy gives you really bad effects if you have a lot of it. But again, much like relations, it's all just based on thresholds. So 0 to 25 infamy, or rather, 0 to 24 infamy has no effects. 25 to 49 has these effects. And just for demonstration purposes, let me add one more war goal to show above 50. So if we added like another conquer state, above 50, you get this effect. Above 100 is even larger of an effect, but the big thing is that it unlocks a new demand, which if you go into interactions, if someone's over 100, you can cut them down to size. And this CB, I call it a CB, no, I'm too Europe Universalis brained. This diplomatic demand basically just completely breaks their country into a million pieces. This is like really, really bad. Cut down to size is when it's over. Yes, at 100, you no longer get to play the game. To be fair, depending on who you ask, at 50, you also don't get to play the game. And the reason why, because if you look at like France and we look at their attitude towards us, they're going to have a significant negative due to our infamy. It might take a week to register. Great Britain's already breaking treaties because of our infamy. Basically, like when you have really, really high infamy, see here you can see an example of it. Infamy reduces people's attitude score towards you, and without attitude score, they will not support you. So essentially, you are no longer allowed to play the game above 50 infamy. But above 100, you really can't play the game. Like, you really, really can't play it. We are going to lose this war with the Netherlands, by the way. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose. But we can try to win, just for the sake of having fun, I guess. Let's see. Beyond that, when it comes to war, like mobilization options, you can give them stuff. You unlock more of these as you play. So like as you get new technology, you unlock more stuff. For example, adding flamethrowers, lots of fun. Chemical weapons, who doesn't love some mustard gas? You know, I love putting mustard on my hot dogs. Am I right, guys? Machine gunners, if you want to just mow down a bunch of infantry. These give you again increased input costs. It all ties into the economy. Increased input costs, and then in return you get more stats on the army. Now let's see if we can win this war. I'm going to set the army to be defensive. The way that you... I guess we can talk about how fronts work, right? So you assign an army to a front. So to give an example, we'll go back to the HQ. So let's say we have an army. We've mobilized these guys. We want to put them into battle, right? Right now they're not on the front. So we click here, deploy to front. We put them on the front. Now they're going to go there. We have generals, and let's wait to get to the front. We have generals, and they have like locations. Now the locations are kind of hidden from you, and I forget how to check them, but it doesn't really matter. What you do is you just decide, do you want them to be attacking or defending? Armies have offense and defense stats. So in this case, my army's offense is 24.5, and the defense is 25.7. So I'm better at defending than I am attacking. And this number here, if you've played Hoi 4, this will look kind of familiar, okay? This number here is sort of like the game giving you an idea of how screwed or how pog you are. So if the number is green, it means that you're probably going to win. If it's red, it means you're probably going to lose. General heuristic, okay. If it's red, you're just going to set all your generals to defend the front, just like that. There's different kinds of defenses and offenses you can do based on your general's personality, but there's a grand total of like maybe 4 of these in the game. So like there's not that many. Like it doesn't really matter that much. With this one, with adamant defense, this is one I like to use. You consume more goods, but you gain defense, and you also gain a better chance for a tactic. We'll talk about tactics when we get into the actual battles, okay? But again, this is all gamba, to be clear. This is all gambling. None of this is anything you can influence. So just adamant defense, whatever, okay? By the way, pop quiz for the kids in class now that Jillyeon's back, okay? Why is war good for the economy? Jillyeon,
Lemon
go
cake?
first.
Oh.
Too late? You're going first? I decided.
Well, because when you're at war, the men are busy dying, and so
Yeah.
the women start working, and the workforce increase. That doesn't sound
No,
like
no.
an
Completely
affirmative.
wrong. Completely wrong.
Okay.
Fail. Fail.
Okay, I guess I'll just
Brown star.
Sorry.
Brown poop colored star.
What the hell? At
Okay.
least it's a star.
Lemon cake, you make your attempt.
Some people would say it's because it increases demand for goods, but I say these people are wrong. The
Okay.
actual real answer is that what's the point of having a country or an economy? Truly, like, think about it. What is the point of a country existing? It's to fight wars and win, and to have a big army and be the best. So fundamentally, the entire purpose of the economy is to fund the war effort. So you don't have to ask yourself, why is war good for the economy? The economy exists to wage war.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. No, those are fair responses. The one you said, Jillian, about getting women into the workforce is only true in World War II. For some reason, they invented
Okay.
putting women in factories in World War II. In this game, your economy will just like collapse if all of your people die. But here's the funny thing, and I implore someone that knows better to correct me if I'm wrong about this. I've never seen a pop actually lose workers from them dying in war. I don't know why. Like I've seen wars where like I've had like a million casualties, and I haven't seen like any change in my employment. I don't know, except through conscripting. We'll talk about conscripts in a second. So through conscripting, which is different than this. But like if we look at our servicemen here, they have a workforce ratio. Where do I even check that again? It's in the population, right? Hold on. Here. They have a workforce ratio 25%. I've never seen this go down. In theory, when I understand how the mechanic's supposed to work, when they die in battle, that's represented by the pop losing workforce ratio because more of the pop is crippled because like they're getting injured in war, right? And then some of them die as well. They also get mortality. But it's like I've never seen that happen. I don't know. I've gotten a million couches into war before, and then checked my population graph, and it's still flat or it's up. I don't know what to tell you. Up to 10% before? Okay, Palaya. I can't tell if you're trolling or if you're being real with me. I can't tell because you're the most troll chatter is Palaya, but I have no idea if he's being real. I don't know. The point is that it's supposed to cause like employment shortages when you have a lot of casualties. He's being real. Okay, I have like very rarely ever seen that, so I don't know. It's hard to explain. But since we're on the topic of that, let's talk about. Oh wait, I need to answer the question that I asked the class. What are the advantages of going to war? Lemon Cake mentioned increased consumption. That is one thing. We are consuming more goods because we are going to war. But the big reason to go to war if you're trying to take land and stuff is that you are gaining access to population, to resources, to buildings. This is the big thing, okay? When I conquer Holland, all of the businesses here are still functional. They're still going to be running. So this textile industry, this is going to be paying money to me instead, or rather it'll pay money to the capitalists of Holland instead. Now, it's important to note that buildings can be owned by people in different states. So maybe I could find an example of it, but maybe not because Holland's kind of small, but everything is owned like in locally. But so I think Britain would be a way to look at this. So if, let's say we conquered London, let's say we conquered the home counties, okay? Again, everything's owned locally. What the fuck? What, do they not have any ownership from other states? Please? They all own it locally. I don't. Why is the economy so local? I guess the early game is why. Here's an example. Okay, we found it. So these coal mines are owned. Let's say I conquered the Midlands for argument's sake. I conquered this. These coal mines are owned by financial districts in the Midlands and in the home counties. The ones that are held by the home counties, they will still pay their money to Britain because Britain has the home counties. But the ones that are held in the Midlands, those will pay money to financial districts that are under my control now. So I'll get the money from that indirectly, like by reinvestment and all. So that's why like it can also be important to conquer stuff, but just keep in mind that ownership isn't always local to the location. By the same logic, if I conquer the home counties, I do conquer all the financial districts. And that means that everything in here that's owned by Britain will also then be owned by my capitalists. And you can see the arrows, by the way, cool visualization. All these arrows are the businesses that are owned by Britain in this particular financial district. So stuff all the way as far as Canada will be owned by me if I conquer the home counties. That's one thing to keep in mind. London is cracked. Yes, London has a lot of ownership. The manor houses, in fact, they probably have a ton of manor houses off in India. They have all the stuff in India. A bit counterintuitive. It can be, but yeah. Regardless, conscripting. I'm in a situation right now where I have a war where I'm probably going to lose looking at the current front. So I need more men. I have two ways to make men. I can either reproduce. I'm joking. I wanted to make a sex joke so bad, but I held myself back. We can make a professional army, which is clicking on these red dudes and clicking this plus, and then clicking somewhere. For example, if I were to click in Wallonia, now it's going to take me about 9 weeks to make one regiment. One regiment is 3,000 men, if I remember correctly. No, it's 1,000 men. Sorry, one regiment's 1,000 men. I don't remember where I got 3,000 from. Okay? The other option is conscripts. They're the little gray guys who are holding the gun upside down. They look kind of cute, actually, because the gun's upside down. You can click, and you just build them. They're instantly built, so they don't take any time to build. Then you click Raise Conscripts, and this will start to slowly pull people in to the conscript building. So we can look at an example of it. I think there will be a conscript building in here. Is it displayed up at the top, maybe? Where's my conscript buildings? Has one not spawned yet, perhaps? I don't know where. Is it included in here? I don't know where the conscripts go. But basically, the conscripts are going to take some time to actually get created. But you can see them here that they're slowly employing. So the conscripts come here. And they usually have less experience. So these are recruits compared to the professional army. They are seasoned. So they're a little bit worse at fighting, but you can get a lot of them really quickly. But the thing is, you still got to pay for their equipment. So you're going to notice as we get more and more conscripts, this cost is going to go higher and higher. The numbers will fluctuate because of ever-changing market scenarios, but basically, like, they cost money. Also, we are somehow winning this war. I don't even know how we're winning, because Britain is in the war and we should be losing. Let's just push, I guess.
You should add demand the home countries in the peace deal.
There's absolutely no way I can get to London. Also, by the way, in case you're wondering why we're winning this, Britain has not mobilized its army. So, I'm trying to think of why they are not
stupid?
mobilizing. They might be stupid. They might be stupid. They haven't mobilized. So, in case you're wondering how I know that, because you might be thinking, how do I see that? This 48 here is a British army, and the number is gray. When the number is gray, it's not mobilized. If you look over here, this number is white, which means it's mobilized. So I'm like, Britain's just not mobilizing, and that's why we're winning. This 143 is India's army. So for some reason, there are some British armies here. I guess they're mobilizing a small portion of their army. I don't know why they're not mobilizing the whole thing to try and win. But basically, India's army is not nearly as powerful as Britain's army. So because of that, we're able to push into the Netherlands, despite the fact that we're massively outnumbered against the British. The British are like the big bad wolf of the game. They will rip apart any country except France. France can compete with Britain on army, but not on navy. Even then, France kind of actually beats them, but the navy helps them a lot. Looks like the front is changing, so we're gonna go back to being defensive. I'm playing on speed 5, so sorry about that. We probably should look at these battles. Now that I think about it, we should look at battles, but I never think about battles. Just wait for one to happen. When this circle fills, a battle happens, and we can see it happening here. In this case, there's a Prussian army defending against Britain. It's defense against offense, and they pick a tactic randomly. In this case, they got careful maneuver. This is all RNG. All RNG, okay? We have careful maneuver, which gives these modifiers. Aggressive maneuver, which gives these modifiers. So, like, whatever. I'll be real with you. Don't think about this stuff, because there's no point, because you have no control over it. All you have control over, okay, is the mobilization options. So these are important, how much money you want to spend on the army. The generals, so recruiting generals that have good traits. For example, defensive strategist gives you some extra defense. So in this case, I might want to use this, right? So I might recruit this guy, put him on defense. There you go. Now we have a better defender. And beyond that, it's like just cross your fingers and hope. The bigger this number is, the less you have to hope that luck is in your way. So like if you have a big green number, then you don't need luck. You just have skill, I guess. Or the military in Victoria 3 is rightfully slandered significantly. I say slanders if it's not true. It is rightfully critiqued for being very bad, and that's because it is really bad. But it ties into the economy is what's important about it. So like the military does matter because of its relationship to the economy. Also, we're about to defeat Netherlands. I'm surprised we're surviving here, to be honest. So we're about to win the war. Oh, I didn't even talk about war exhaustion or anything. Now we're gonna lose the war. I just said we're gonna win and now we're gonna lose. I forgot to talk about war support. Like completely. So in the top right, I'm actually gonna reload 1 month back because I think it's important to talk about war support, and we just lost Prussia because of war support. Give me a second here. Let me reload the game real quick. Now that I have the new computer, by the way, the game loads so fast. Isn't that amazing? We went back about 10 days to look at some of the stuff going on here. And yes, there is more you can do, Orpheus. There is prestige goods. There's stuff you can do, but like, it's too meta. No one cares. It's too meta. These numbers here are the war support. Okay, current war support in Belgium is 73.5. Okay, we take a negative to our war support based on these modifiers here. So radical population makes war support go down. Clout of lobbies. We didn't even talk about lobbies. There's so much in this game. Fuck, dude. But like we have a pro-British lobby in the country, which means that when we fight Britain, our people don't like it because they like Britain. Like our people like Britain, so they don't like it. Okay. And then we also have taking casualties. Taking casualties causes you to lose war support. Okay. If you look at Netherlands, they are taking significantly more loss to their war support because they're being completely occupied by me, right? That makes a lot of sense. Okay? If we go to make peace, we can look at everyone else in the war, and we can see that Britain has a war support. In this case, they are completely happy with the war because they haven't taken any casualties. And then we also have the non-negotiating partners like Prussia. Now, this number here, capitulation desire, is only for the AI. This determines when the AI will leave the war. When capitulation desire hits 0, the AI always leaves. And the number is mostly calculated based on the war support. So Prussia's about to leave this war, even though we're winning the war, and that's going to cause us to lose the war, which is pretty funny. What I can do, though, is I can peace out early, maybe. But then Britain doesn't want. What if I give them investment rights? No, okay, they don't want to. But basically, we're about to get like lose. We're about to get like destroyed. I said we got lose. That's funny. Imagine being able to talk. War support is winning the war, essentially. War in Victoria 3, in theory, doesn't have to be all or nothing. But in terms of like the actual outcomes of most wars, it's very rare that you'll be mixing and matching pressed war goals because the AI doesn't like to do that. It's very much like you lose or you win, and that's how it goes. Let's go ahead and accept that we're about to lose this war, as Prussia will leave in a second. There it is. Now that Prussia's gone, they were the ones handling the occupation of Holland. So without that, we no longer can win the war, and that's because you might think Netherlands will surely tap out soon because they're close to negative 100. At negative 100, they have to leave the war. War support cannot go down unless all the war goals or the capital of the opponents have been occupied. So in this case, I don't control Holland and I don't control Friesland. So that means I can't ever make them surrender. Victoria 3 has a significant problem with forever wars, like truly like wars that never end. And that would be if like somehow I was gonna be able to hold this front, but I couldn't push it. They wouldn't be able to piece me out because they don't have their war goals. I can't piece them out because I don't have their war goals, and we would just sit here forever. If you look here, they have negative 1,000 reasons to accept because they will never accept the peace deal if you don't occupy what you're asking for. So because of that, even though Netherlands very nearly lost the war, we can never actually escape. We can never actually get out. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get the war deal like enforced on us. So if we just kind of like sit here and wait, in fact, if we are on defensive, right? We're gonna get slowly pushed in by the other people here. Do I piss this sometime though? Like maybe one day, but it's gonna take. So for Britain to accept a white peace, it's gonna take a long time because see, they're losing 0.32 war support every week. They have 86, and to get to 0, which is about where they might take a white peace, even then they might not. It's not guaranteed. It's gonna take whatever 86.9 minus 0.32 times x. Find the x. That's number of weeks until they're willing to peace out. To be fair, this number will slowly get higher and higher as they take more casualties, but take a very long time, like years. And remember, the game only lasts 100 years. It's a 100-year game, so you don't have much time to be, waffling about. Regardless, we're gonna lose the war. So if you're certain you're gonna lose the war, you can just capitulate, which is this button here. This gives up all the war goals, or you can manually click these and then give up what you want to give up. In this case, I wonder if I can get away with giving up less. No, funnily enough, the Netherlands are willing to take a peace deal where like I don't give them any land, but Britain insists that we give Netherlands land. So we got to do this. There you go. Propose the peace deal, and now we lose all of our stuff, and now we're down to this. So we've lost stuff. Here's a quick question for the class: why is losing war bad? Why is it bad that I lost that war?
Because it's embarrassing, and they're all gonna make fun of you behind your
Yes.
back.
True. Yes, that is correct. How about you, Lemon? Why do you think it's bad to lose wars?
I've actually never done this. Normally, I rage quit well before I've ever lost a war. I don't think any Paradox player has ever actually lost a war outside
Yep.
of multiplayer. Normally,
Yep.
you just like if you see you're losing a war, you just quit the campaign and never come
Yep.
back to it. I mean, I
Exactly
think we've got our
correct.
first recorded case of a lost war here on camera.
Yep. That's
This
correct.
guy doesn't watch my videos.
Yep. Don't worry, Jillian. I watch them.
Thank you.
I know how
Julian,
often you
won
lose.
every single war you fought. Those were tactical. It's when you lose on purpose for content.
Exactly.
It's all
Exactly.
calculated. Stop pretending.
Yeah, we lost this land, and of course, to actually answer the question, it's rather obvious. All the population here, they no longer work for us. That's now Dutch population. Doesn't work for us anymore. So that's like 400,000 people just gone. That sucks. We also lose all of the resources. So if you look at our market here, you can see all of these negative numbers. This is indicating goods which we don't have enough of. We're having a shortage of fruit, a shortage of groceries, a shortage of fish, shortage of merchant marine, shortage of all kinds of things. So our market has shrunk. Beyond even losing the population, our market is now smaller, which means that our investment pool is going to be smaller. As you can see, we're now losing investment pool over time, and just like it's all just going to hell. Now, the real answer to losing a war in Victoria 3 is that you're going to hit Alt F4 and you're going to reload a previous autosave. Never play in Iron Man mode. Okay? That's just, this is how it is. That's the actual, like, war tactic. But the point is that, like, war is very much about the macro game. That's actually what I wanted to go with this, like, for real, is that war is a macro game. It's not a micro game in this game. So you need to think about your economy and the cost of raising the military and be like, okay, do I have enough goods in my market that I can afford to click all these buttons to get bonuses to my army so that I can win the war? I could, for example, get a supplement like sugar and tobacco and liquor and opium, but I don't have any of these things in my market, so I'm just going to get shortages. When you have a shortage, you lose organization, as demonstrated here. Right now, our organization will be capped to 63% because we have a 36% shortage, which means we get these debuffs, okay? So that's why, like, you can't just click all of them if you don't have enough of them, because then you'll get a shortage. Now, suddenly my army is completely useless because I'm trying to give it opium that I don't have. In previous patches of the game, it actually was still more effective to give out opium that you didn't have than it was to, like, not have opium on. So you would click this and then take the penalty. But now with how organization works, this penalty is truly killer. So we do not want to ever, like, take goods that we don't have. For that reason, war is generally like something which you plan in a sort of economic sense, not necessarily an actual like not like an actual sort of like micro sort of thing like in CK3 or in EU4. Another piece of advice for wars is if you're in Europe, don't fight other Europeans because there's lots of people living in Africa. There's lots of resources in Africa. There's lots of people living in, Southeast Asia, in China. There's no reason to be fighting over population and resources over here when there's all this land and all these people who you can conquer for way easier because their units, as you look at the Zulu here, they have 0 battalions plus they can conscript a maximum of 3. So they have 3 units compared to we've just fought Britain who has 120 plus 54 conscripts. Yeah, one of them. You tell me, one of them seems a little bit easier to fight. A little bit easier. Compare with the Netherlands, 13 men, not very many, but when compared to the 0 of the Zulu, it's pretty obvious who the easier combatant is. Now, what's available in Zululand? Well, they have coal. They have a lot of coal. In fact, 55 mines of it, and they've even got 300,000 people here. That's not that many, to be honest. That's not very many people, but it's something, right? You could, for example, move into Sokoto. This would be an easier conquest. You got 1 million people here, 2 million, 500,000, 800,000. This is like a high population area. The problem, of course, is that you're going to discriminate these people, but like, who cares? Discrimination's peak. Am I right? But yeah, that's war. That's more or less all I have to say about war, to be honest. We're actually coming up to the end of the tutorial here, by the way. We're coming up towards the end of everything. We only have a few more notes left. How are we feeling so far? How confident are the students that they could play Victoria 3 right now?
I guess perhaps I've missed this. Perhaps I've zoned out. So what is your goal right now with your current playthrough? I know it's to explain everything,
Yeah.
but that would be how a playthrough starts, right? Is you would say, okay, my goal is I want to conquer the world. Okay, I want to have the best economy, whatever.
That's actually a very good question. No joke. I'm not trolling. That is a good question. What is the goal of any given campaign? So let's go back to many because this campaign's dead. We lost like half our country to a war that we shouldn't have fought. But we're just demonstrating things. Let's relaunch the game as Belgium now and talk about what you might want to achieve as a particular country. In terms of like initial things before I even get into the game properly, I'll actually flip the question onto you. When you play CK3, Jillian, what are you trying to achieve?
Well, normally it's very character based. It's
Yes.
like, okay, I have this character and I want him to do this. Or as this country, I want to tell this story.
Yep.
And so the mechanics kind of morph around it rather than going mechanics first.
Yes. I agree. Victoria 3 is a game which also can have that appeal, but it just depends on how you want to play it. So the most obvious answer to what do you want to do in this game, and this is like the Connor school of thought, no shade, okay, Connor's really good at this, is take this GDP number. This is just like you take the total number of goods in your market, multiply it by their price, add it up, you get the GDP number. You want to make this as big as possible. That's like the most common goal is big GDP. So you might have a game where you play as America, you literally declare 0 wars except for maybe the Mexican-American war because you want California and stuff, whatever. You declare like no wars and you literally just build the economy to be as high as you can get it. That's one way to play. Very mechanical, very like Victoria 3 brained, okay? Maybe alternatively, you want to get the highest standard of living possible, which means that you want to get your pops to have really good jobs. You want to reduce the cost of the goods that they consume. You want to like lower taxes, whatever. You want to make your people as happy as possible. Those are like 2 of just the most obvious, like, yeah, those are goals, right? To me, that is like in CK3, if your goal was to get as much renown as possible, or your goal was to get as many kingdom titles as possible, like these sort of relatively easy to explain goals that you could achieve. Now, in Victoria 3, there are also characters. So when you play CK3, you might go and play as like Matilda, and you have in your mind some idea of like what Matilda's like, and you want to role play as her or something. You can do the same thing in theory with Victoria 3, but it's a little more indirect. For example, we have King Leopold here of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. His son, Prince Leopold, I believe this is the Leopold who historically is is going to conquer the Congo and turn it into a hellscape. You could theoretically like roleplay reenacting that. So there's like historical reenactment, right? And in CK3 you do that as well. I don't know if you do it much, Jillian. You do more like the truly character-oriented stuff, but some people do like historical RP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do that in Victoria 3. I will say that Victoria 3 has significantly fewer significantly fewer opportunities for direct character roleplay. Just how it is,
Right.
because the characters are much less impactful, but you still can do it. I've made Abraham Lincoln the King of America before. That's a classic. That's a really fun one to do. But like, it's it doesn't really matter that much when you do that compared to CK3. Beyond that, you also have like ideological goals. So maybe you want to make a communist utopia. We talked about making highest standard of living possible. Some people will tell you the best way to do that is through communism. I disagree, but I mean that's like super meta stuff. Like I think that you can make really good SOL without communism. But maybe you want to make like a communist Belgium or something, right? That's like another goal you could have. And the way you pursue that is like, well, I want to pass council republic. So how do I do that? I got to empower the trade unions, and then you just go through the order of operations till you get back to whatever you need to do, right? The thing that makes this game a bit different than CK3, or maybe it's actually similar, is that you always have to build the economy. Like everything hinges on the economy in Victoria 3. If you want to do high standard of living, you have to make jobs, and that means making buildings, and that means building an economy. If you want to like colonize Africa as the Belgium and do horrible war crimes there, you need an economy so that you can actually generate demand for goods and make buildings, make jobs here, right? Like it's all a thing. It's all connected, you could say. Unlike in CK3 where to take an example of this, in CK3 like you never have to seduce someone's wife. Well, maybe you do have to because like the moral imperative, but
Speak for yourself.
yeah, exactly. That's when I was see I'm going here. You never have to do a lot of things in CK3, but in Victoria 3 you have to do the economy. It's like that's like one of the main mechanics. I guess it'd be like if you're trying to play CK3 without ever marrying, and even then you can play CK3 without ever marrying. You can just have bastards. But like in Victoria 3, you have to make buildings. I don't know. Interesting challenge run. Can you play Victoria 3 without ever making a building? I feel like it's actually not possible. I don't know. Pass that
Are you
on
allowed
to.
to conquer buildings?
I guess you'd be allowed to. Yes. I guess you'd be allowed to conquer
And
buildings.
can you subjugate and then annex other nations' buildings? I mean, I
Yeah.
can't. You can't just speed 5 if you don't get invaded.
Yeah. Like literally. Yeah. You could play like United States and never do anything. Like
And
that
if
is an
you allow
option.
laissez-faire, then you don't have to build the buildings if the capitalists
Yeah.
build them.
Yeah. You could again, like I mentioned. I think I mentioned way earlier, but there is a play style where you build nothing. Well, you build some things, but you just like mostly automate your economy and leave it at that. That's totally a play style. But yeah, that's pursuing the goals is it's a good place to start, Jillian. I appreciate that you mentioned that because that is an important place to start. Is what do I want to achieve? I'm trying to think of how you could do more character-based stuff. I mean, there are agitators. I didn't talk about this very much, but like there are historical characters. So like I don't know if you know who Giuseppe Mazzini is, but when they have this green background, it means they're historical. So this character is from like real life. He's a real person, or rather was. I'm pretty sure he's dead now. I don't think he's still alive. Chat, want to check me on that? Okay. You can check. You can see like this character. He's got a green portrait. He's historical. Our king, green portrait. He's historical. But if you look at like I don't know anything here not historical. Most of the starting characters are probably historical. There, this guy, the ruler of Degar, whatever this is, this guy's not historical. So this guy is like nothing. There's no context to him. Making Karl Marx German Kaiser, yes, that's one. Karl Marx, the king of Germany, that's a classic. Lots of different character stuff you can do, but that's kind of it you can do with characters.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously that's not the point of the game, but
exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
What the characters contribute, I didn't really mention it before, but the characters contribute is their ideology. So this little circle next to them with the little symbol, this is their ideology, and this determines what law they support. So if I were to invite Giuseppe Mazzini into my country, he's a radical. So if I were to like make him a leader, I can grant him leadership of an interest group. If I were to do this, then he'd be like agitating for like radicalism in the country. So like that's like one thing characters contribute. Karl Marx is a communist, so if you put him in charge of your trade unions, then he is going to support communism, right? But that's more or less all they do. That's it.
It's not very direct, but it's just kind of interesting because I was looking through the E5 game code as well earlier, and this is relevant to Vicky 3. But ever since CK3 made the character rendering engine, both
Yeah.
Victoria 3 and the E5 actually use it, and I know this is a bit of a contentious topic,
Yeah.
but technically you can render in and load in your CK3 character creations into Victoria 3 through modding and so on and so forth, because
Nice.
they all render through the same method. Which also does mean, for example, Victoria 3 is keeping track of aging and your character's genes for their rendering purposes. But I'm completely unrelated, because I don't know why it's doing that, but yes, it is. So since it's all using the same, character engine, you
Yeah.
can technically, if you want to, mod in your own
That's pretty
CK3
funny,
can.
actually. Gotta put in Heston. Dude, new video. Dude, no one told Koi-Fish before he steals it. Okay? Heston in Victoria 3. And you go and play, like, I don't know,
Does he
like,
have
you
to
go
play Sweden?
Norway. You gotta play Norway or something. I don't know, Norway or
Is that
Sweden.
is it Norwegian? No, isn't he like
Well,
European?
he's like from here, but he's obviously a foreigner to France. I don't believe he's from France. I believe he came there. But
Um,
yeah, new mod. Someone go make the mod. Someone, cool new video idea. Yeah.
hmm.
Also, they have Johan in this game. Look at this, Carl Johan. They literally put the EU5
Oh my
guy in the
god,
game.
it's is Clausius in the game actually?
I don't know. He's a general,
I'm
isn't he?
curious now.
He must be.
Kind of. Well, he's like he mostly talks about fighting instead of doing it, a bit like
I
me
see.
in video games.
I see. Yeah. The last notes I actually had to discuss were journals. I want to be honest with you. I don't care about journal content in this game, but just for like an example, we can look at what journals are even. Let's look at like Spain. They recently had a DLC that gave a bunch of journals. This is like flavor. So this is a journal entry, the Carlist War. It gives you some modifiers. So in this case, we're taking -2 prestige, losing general advancement speed, basically a bunch of debuffs until we like resolve this journal entry's requirements, which are listed down here. When you complete a journal entry, stuff happens. It's one of those things where I don't like journal entries very much because I like how Victoria 3 is very sandboxy, so there's not much guidance. But this gives you kind of like a pre-made story to follow. A better example of it getting really complicated is with like Austria. Austria has a lot of like really complicated journal entries, like the Age of Metternich. Like this is like I'm sure that Jillian looks at this and she already didn't know what was happening, but now she's like, "What the fuck is all of this stuff listed here?"
It is a lot of different colored text.
Yes, exactly. So these can get really complicated, but like what I would tell you is just don't play Austria for your first game. Like this is a complicated nation. Don't play them. For your first
Okay.
game, America is a great pick, okay? Because not just because you're American, but you launch to America, you have two journals, neither of which are very complicated. One is about banning slavery. If you ban slavery, you lose the Missouri Compromise. You fail this if you get into a civil war, okay? But when you fail the Civil War, that's actually all like you just get new content as well about Reconstruction and all that. Okay, so like that's fine. This is very simple. This will complete if you pass slavery ban for 10 years. Not hard to read, right? You have the Seminole Wars. This is actually a nothing burger journal. You just sit here and watch Florida get colonized, and that's it. And then you're done. Like America is a solid pick for a new player because no complicated journals, and you just play the game. That's literally all there is to it. You also get like decisions and stuff. So there's decisions. I should mention this too. Some countries have very few countries have any decisions, but America has Manifest Destiny. The rest of these are all basic ones. Everyone has access to these. This like holding grant. I've never clicked this before. I don't know what this does. Never clicked it. River expeditions are useless. This is a deprecated mechanic. No one does these except for American Frontier because it's kind of fun. But Manifest Destiny is the one that lets you go and invade Mexico, and that's the only thing you have. That's like the three things America can do that's unique to them. The rest of it is just like sandbox gameplay. So for new people, don't play Austria, don't play Spain, don't play France, don't play Britain. Well, Britain actually is okay, but don't play like Austria and Spain and these very complicated tags. Prussia can be okay if you're willing to get a little bit into the weeds, and Great Britain's like also kind of okay. There's also the integration of Texas and Oregon acquisition. Yes, there are those too. You're right, there are those. So you can also like, but again, they're really simple. To integrate Texas, you just improve relations. Like now we wait until they like us and then we integrate them. For getting the Oregon Treaty, you just like do the American frontier, and the way you figure that out is that you look at this journal and it tells you what you have to do, and it's like not too difficult. But yeah, that's all I'd say about journals. I'll be honest with you, journals I don't really care about very much. But that's just like
On the topic of starting countries, I've
yeah.
also had Switzerland recommended a couple of times. What's your take on Switzerland as
I
your first country?
I don't like Switzerland personally because like you don't have a coastline, so you can't do any empire building. You're just kind of stuck here. Like I guess if you just want to build an economy, you can. Like you have iron, coal, and lumber, and that's fine. This would be good if you were trying to hyper focus on building an economy. Like you just want to learn about like how to make buildings and how to make demand, and then you do some trade.
But you
That
won't recommend it for first playthrough.
I would not because you're
The
not.
idea is that you don't have to worry about colonization or any other things. You just sit there building the economy, and that's kind of what learning Victoria 3 in many ways
I
is.
guess, but I feel like you're gonna be learning like you're learning it on isolation then. So it's like you're just learning how to make buildings, and that's kind of boring. Like the point of making the buildings is to acquire an economy that you can leverage to do things in the map. Like when you're playing America, if you build an economy, the point of the economy is to fund an army that can conquer Mexico, you know? Like the point of the economy is to like use it to do something. You know, it's not just like build it. With Switzerland, you could, I guess, actually like leverage your economy into making an army because you have lead. Lead is all that you need to make weapons. You know, like you need this for ammunition. As long as you have lead, you can eventually make an army. Like just you can do that, I guess. You can go conquer Italy, but you're like a super underdog around here. Another big reason I don't recommend Switzerland too much is because their government is already super liberalized, and like you don't really like. I guess actually it's not as liberal as I thought it was. I didn't realize they had national supremacy and guild system, but like you don't have a lot of laws to change here. You're mostly kind of happy with what you have, but it's okay, I guess. It's okay. They do have a nice mappy bonus. They have the Rhine River. This is nice. I didn't talk about mappy because it's like this is too minute of a mechanic to matter very much. But this makes so that your economy is a little bit more efficient overall, which is nice.
To be clear, I think my personal recommendation is
yeah.
Netherlands or Belgium. I
Yes.
just have seen Switzerland being brought up a lot.
I think Belgium is a good first pick because you can't just sit and do nothing because you will eventually like bottom out your economy. So with America, you will get immigrants for basically the whole game unless you're playing like really really badly. Like you have to really fuck up to get no migrants as America. So you'll get a lot of immigrants. So your economy will naturally grow by the fact that more and more pops are arriving. Whereas with Belgium, what's gonna happen is you're gonna start by building the economy, and you're like, yay, I'm building the economy, blah blah blah. And then eventually you're going to look down here and see that you have 0 peasants. And once you have 0 peasants, now the game gets real because you can no longer expand your economy and you have to begin looking overseas. Whether that's through trade, which trade is very interesting in this game if you ask me, or it's like conquering parts of Africa and making employment for the Africans. That's like your next thing, right? I think that Belgium kind of forces you to interact with all the parts of the game, which is why I like it. America doesn't force you to, but it can. So they're also a good pick. And then Switzerland, you don't do most of the game's mechanics. You just sit and build, which is not so good if you ask me. Because I think most people accept that in the Paradox games, you're going to be restarting if you make mistakes, right? So if you're playing Belgium and then France conquers you, you don't just say, oh, fuck it, I quit the game. You say, oh, okay, well, now I understand I have to start paying attention to France's relationship with me. So I'm going to do that next time I play, and you restart, and you restart, and you restart, and you learn from every restart, right? That's at least how I look at it. I've explained recognized versus unrecognized. I have not explained that. I didn't. There are definitely some mechanics that I missed. Okay, but it's like unrecognized countries are dog shit. Recognized countries are great. Okay, that's it. That's all you need to know. Okay, don't play an unrecognized country on your first playthrough. You'll learn those mechanics by playing rather than me explaining them. Like, don't start your game with like Khalsa Raj. Okay, this is a very 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 complicated start to play in this country. Even like China, very very complicated start. You don't want to start in China. It's too much for a new player. You gotta play like a recognized major or minor power in Europe or United States. That works too. 80 starting country is okay. The problem with Haiti is that you bankruptcy spiral very easily as Haiti, I'd say. It's way too easy to mismanage this economy because look, you start off with all this debt and you have a huge interest rate. I would not recommend Haiti for new players because you have a terrible economy to start. Not a good way to start if you ask me. But yeah, with that, the last section of the tutorial I have labeled for myself as talking about the relationship between all the mechanics. So this is kind of where we're going to take everything that we've learned and we're going to talk about how it all applies to each other. So let's swap back to Belgium again because I love Belgium so much. I just love Belgium. Okay. Go back to them. And we think about like when we're building the economy, how does the economy affect the pops? How do the pops affect the economy and vice versa? How do the laws affect the economy and all this stuff that we talked about? How does politics affect it and that kind of thing? I think that when it comes to determining like how to play the game, the economy comes first, generally speaking. So like you start the game and you're immediately thinking about what you want to build for your states. When you build stuff, you make jobs for pops, okay? And when the pops have jobs, they pay taxes. You can use the taxes on construction. Here's a general heuristic about the budget, okay? I talked about this in the last tutorial and it still applies to this day. In EU4 and in CK3, having money is good because money makes stuff. In Victoria 3, the budget is like a compromise between you and the economy running as efficiently as possible. The more efficiently the economy runs, the better your GDP will be. And that's, remember I mentioned GDP is in theory one of your like desirable outcomes, right? You want to have a higher GDP. When you tax stuff, you're reducing standard of living, you're reducing profits, you're making your economy run worse, but you get control of the money. So what should you put money towards? Money should usually be reinvested into the economy through construction. But construction's expensive because it requires goods. So like you want to build up things that make it so that you can keep building things. It's like an infinitely recursive loop is the best way I can describe it. So let's say we start building up like a little bit of iron. The price is kind of low, so let's make some demand and let's make some construction sectors. Make like 2 of these, and then we just sort of like start playing here. Here comes the construction. We notice that we're going to go into the negatives on our budget. And this might feel kind of scary. It's like, oh no, our budget is negative, so we're going to slowly lose money. But remember, this money's not being lost. It's not going nowhere. It's being used, all these events, oh my god. It's being used to build iron mines that are going to pay wages that will then get us our money back in a way. Look at this number. It's hard to point, see, because the number fluctuates so much. It's hard to point directly to like, oh, this is exactly what the building's doing to contribute to your economy. But if we look at our income tax number, the more of these iron mines that we build, I guess I don't have to click these events, they'll go by themselves. The more of these iron mines that we build, the more income tax we should have, at least in theory, because we're slowly making more and more jobs. Now, the economy is like constantly fluctuating because of trade and because of like a lot of different factors that are hard to go over. So it's not going to be such an easy like direct translation. For example, by increasing the iron mines, we might be reducing profits. So they're going to slash wages. Like wages are also changing nearly constantly. See, they just jumped to 3.4. If we look at this tooltip for a while, we might actually see it fluctuate quite a lot. Although it looks like it's not updating live, so I have to keep re-updating it. But you see, wages are like constantly changing. So like 2.99, and then it might switch to something else. Let's see. It's kind of stabilizing right now, it looks like. But numbers are always changing, so it's hard to keep track. But whenever this number is negative, it's not actually that big of a deal because you're reinvesting it into the economy, you're creating new things. Like, it's important to keep that in mind. The big thing is just getting rid of peasants, because peasants are bad. That's the big thing, just getting rid of those peasants. In terms of the politics, like, you want to just reach for, if you're playing as a country like America or as Belgium, you already have pretty good laws, but you can preserve more. But like it's just, I'm sorry, you can pursue more, not preserve more. You can pursue more, but this is pretty much okay how it is. I don't recommend playing countries that have to modernize really heavily because they're really tough to play. Let's see if the wages have changed yet. Wages are still the same. Okay, well, things fluctuate. Okay, just trust me. Just trust me, things fluctuate. Income taxes are kind of going down. It's hard to really predict how things will go, but just know that you're putting stuff into the economy and it's going to give you stuff back in terms of taxes. So generally speaking, you're okay taking negatives. It's okay to be in a little bit of debt. It's not like an EU5 where debt completely destroys your country. That kind of thing. If you want an ultimate measure of, I guess you could say, like your progress in the game, you can look at this rank number, and this is your prestige. Prestige is a combination of your GDP, your army size, your navy size, your leading goods producer rank. So like right now I'm number 3 producer of iron, so I get a low prestige bonus and then technology. So pursuing this number is pretty much your ultimate goal, I guess. I think from there, like we're pretty much good on tutorial stuff. I mean, I missed a lot of mechanics, but it's because a lot of them are just the kind of thing where I could sit here forever and explain everything, but it's like that's probably good enough. The last one, I guess, institutions. I didn't mention institutions. This is just like spend bureaucracy, get bonuses. Bureaucracy is generated by spending paper in a government administration. So like, just you spend money to get institutions. That's pretty much it. But yeah, that's I don't know. That's about it. I think the best way to continue from here, okay, is if I go ahead and just play a game of Belgium for a little while. And by the way, if either of you guys have to go, because I know we've been streaming for like 3 hours, don't be afraid to say you have to go. Don't feel like you're stuck here. Okay, you can leave if you want to leave. Okay, but don't leave because I'm lonely.
I think this will be the most helpful part, is because that was a lot of words and mechanics.
Yes,
see how
yes.
they interact with one another.
I totally understand. Yes. Now we're just gonna play the game, and I'm gonna talk through my mindset as I'm playing. Okay, so playing
You
as
already
Belgium.
have an established goal then
Yes.
for this. Okay.
Yeah, take the home countries.
Well, let me see. So established goal.
Take over
Okay.
the companies.
So how about for an established goal? Let's say that we want to conquer the Netherlands because they're like our historical. Let's do some historical roleplay, right? Conquer the Netherlands because they're our historical rival. We don't get along with them historically speaking, and we're gonna colonize the Congo. That's gonna be like our thing. Okay.
Okay.
Can I add a little spanner in the works to make it more challenging?
What's your spanner?
You have to try and role play as a more absolutist thing.
Okay,
So you're
yep.
trying to centralize power around yourself, and freedom's actually bad, which is very bad for this game because it's
Yes.
a very like pro laissez-faire. But you know, we're trying to a return to absolutism, court and country kind of a
I like
secret
that.
plan, if you will.
That's the plan then. So it's going to be conquering Netherlands, colonizing the Congo, and becoming authoritarian, like turning into a conservative monarchy. That's what we're going for, right?
Sure.
Okay,
Sounds
excellent.
about as close as we'll get to political absolutism in E5, to be honest.
So then let's just go ahead and let's just go through my thought process when I start playing. Immediately, my first instinct is I see that I have extra budget. So right now this money is just going to the gold reserve, and that's fine, but I don't really need it. So I want to make more construction because I want to make more buildings. I'm gonna go down here, and I'm gonna make like you'll get a good instinct for how much construction is too much as you play more of the game. But I'm gonna start with 4 construction sectors. This is the kind of thing where like you got to play the game to know how much is too much, but we'll do that. And then my brain says this is gonna require me to have iron, so I'm going to start building up some iron mines. So I'll put like 4 of these down. What I also notice is that I'm missing. I'm gonna run out of infrastructure because this iron mine requires 2 infrastructure, and we need to get more infrastructure. I didn't bring it up before because it's a very simple mechanic. When you have low infrastructure, you just build a railway. Railways give you infrastructure. Buildings take away infrastructure. That's it. So we add some railways to it. What I'm doing here is I'm making a queue of buildings. So I'm planning my economy, you could say, is how I'm thinking of this. I'm like, okay, I want more construction. I want the iron mines for it, and I want the railways for the infrastructure. I'm actually gonna reorder this a little bit so that way I have like a little more of like I get the infrastructure a little faster. Something like that maybe. This. There you go. And then I'm going to use decrees. So I didn't mention decrees earlier because they're very easy to explain. You have authority. This comes from various laws, mostly like monarchy, wealth voting. This gives you authority. We're going to spend it on getting bonuses to our states. Road maintenance gives construction efficiency, and it gives infrastructure. I'm going to plop that down here. And then I'm looking at what buildings I have in Wallonia, and I'm seeing that I have a lot of resources. So there's like 3 types of buildings. There's manufacturing, there's resources, and there's agriculture. I have a lot of resources, so I'm going to drop down a resource industry decree. This gives more throughput to all of the resource industries. So it's like, yay, I get 26% throughput instead. Belgium is one of the few countries that even starts with railways. Well, I mean, like I said, I don't recommend you play as a country that doesn't start with them. So play as America. They begin the game with railways. Play as Belgium. They begin with railways. I think Switzerland starts with railways. Maybe they don't. Don't play don't play Austria. Too complicated. No railways. Don't play Spain. No railways. Too complicated. Play America. Start with railways. Play Belgium. Start with railways, etc. So now we're going to let these build up. Well, I say that. We're not quite going to unpause yet. We have to do technology. Considering that my goals are to conquer the Netherlands and to colonize, I'm going to focus on my military research. The question is, what do I want? We kind of already have pretty advanced technology in terms of military. So just looking, like I don't see any techs that I really care to get. So instead, I'm going to look at social and think about colonization. The big one for colonizing is civilizing mission. Again, this is because I know the technologies by heart. If you're just learning the game, take the time to just browse through technologies. Can't hurt, right? Just be like, oh, hey, like, what's around here? And then just look at stuff. I'm going to prioritize civilizing mission, but it's tier 3. So we're going to get all the tier 2 stuff first. I'm going to queue up all of this. That way I can get tier 2 things. And then we'll get the tier 3 stuff. Great. Click this, click this, click this. And then we'll add civilizing mission after. That'll help us colonize. Now, diplomacy. I want to be friends with everyone if I can. I just want to fight the Netherlands. So friends, we're going to be friends with everybody. Improve relations on France, Prussia, and Britain. These are the major players of this area. The rest of them I don't really care about. Okay. And then I think now we can unpause. I want to set a few more decrees, though. So, like, I think in Flanders we have a lot of farming. Yes, we do have a lot of farming here, and not very many resources, not very much manufacturing. So I'm going to set an agricultural decree in Flanders. I'm also going to put road maintenance there because why not? We have extra authority, so we can just spend it. And then I'm going to do enlistment efforts because this increases our conscription rate, so we can get more units to fight Netherlands with if we do this. So I'm going to do these two. And I think I'll leave the rest of the authority for now. And now we can unpause. Let's let everything build. So you can watch our construction queue, and we can watch as things kind of change. We get these events. Click whatever you think is best. I'm going to take the tech on water tube boiler. It's okay. Most events aren't that consequential. So just, you know, if you click through them kind of randomly, it's not too big of a deal. We have new parties forming. Again, like, if you don't understand an event, most events are not very important, so just click through them and it's okay. Here comes our iron mines. We can check on how they're doing. I'm thinking about companies right now, because I want to get more iron. I look at my companies, and I realize that the Société Anonyme John Cockerell can take the iron mines from industry rights. This is a DLC feature, but, you know, get the DLCs, bro. They're really good. So we're going to give them control of the iron mines, and we'll give them... I think that's all we'll give them for now, because we don't want to overcomplicate. Then we'll let these build up more.
Would you
A
want
lot
the
of-
companies to do? Sorry to ask. Would you
Go
want
ahead,
the companies to do like 3 things, or do you want them to let them focus on one thing? If that makes sense.
I like to give
'Cause
them
they
as
could do
much stuff
3.
as possible. That's what I like to do, as much as possible. Because then they can control more of your economy. The more of your economy they control, the more throughput they're giving you overall, right? So that's what you want. Reform government. We're going conservative, so we're going to stick with the Catholic Party. And to be honest with you, we can pretty much right away just go for autocracy. The problem is that it would be opposed by a lot of interest groups, so we're not going to do that for now. I think we're going to have to find ways to strengthen our our Catholic Party, and to do that, remember jobs define political support. We're going to want to make jobs that often support landowners, petite bourgeoisie, and the Catholic Church. That's going to be things like farming. So maybe we're going to turn Flanders into our like kind of conservative region by making a bunch of farms here. That will help create aristocrats and will help create more conservative people. How much longer to the end of the stream? I mean, we're going to play for a bit and then sort of wrap up. I'm not sure how long we'll play, but we'll try to accomplish the goals that were laid out for us. About all that we're going to do. What I think I'm going to do, this is just me knowing the meta of military building. I'm going to just get rid of the artillery. I don't like artillery until later in the game. Because, again, I talked about their stats. I don't think Jillyeon was here when I mentioned it because she was eating. But artillery has strictly worse stats than cavalry in the beginning of the game. So artillery is just bad. We're going to get rid of it.
Okay,
But-
noted.
Yeah, but later in the game, artillery becomes better. It's just that right now it's strictly worse.
Okay.
Do you want to build all of the horses just to make sure on the
Yes,
same page?
horsey good.
Okay, horsey
Awesome.
good. I like
Although,
horses.
okay, I should add, okay, hold on one thing. You cannot have more than half of your army be horses without taking negatives. So you have like, if you have 15 infantry, you have to have 15 lancers or less. Because if you go over 50%, then it gets you a negative. It's insufficient support or whatever.
Take horde ideas for 25% capital.
True, yeah,
information.
horde ideas. So true, so true. So I'm just keeping an eye on my diplomacy with France and Prussia right now, by the way. And I can see that like we're getting pretty good relations here. We're just like, it's just costing us influence. And we have lots of influence right now, so it's no big deal. My budget is like slightly negative, but we have, you know, we can afford to take on the interest. This is costing me about 2k in interest, but it's not that bad. It can't, you know, it could be worse. And as we build more iron mines, it's going to fix the price of the, it's going to fix the cost of the construction goods. It looks like we also have some pretty expensive fabric and some pretty expensive lumber, but don't be fooled by the golden coins, okay? Because you might think, oh no, like fabric is really expensive, so it's probably costing me a lot. It's this number, this 2.8k, that tells you how much you're actually paying. Fabric is not consumed that much by construction, whereas iron is consumed a lot. So despite iron being a more balanced price, because the coins are smaller there, it's costing us like 4 times as much to pay for iron than to pay for fabric. But I'm okay with fabric being a high price, and I'd rather focus on lowering the cost of iron, because that's the significantly more important construction good. I didn't even talk about privatization, but you can, when you build a building, it's owned by you, and then you can privatize it you can sell it to private owners by clicking this button. And in this case, because we have a company that controls iron, we want to sell it to companies. can. So this is all automated though. Keep in mind that when you click this, you're just turning on the ability for it to be sold. It's not, you don't get to decide who it goes to. It just gets automatically purchased. Also, Britain wants me to join their power block. This happens pretty often. This is a DLC mechanic again, like the power block stuff. I'm going to accept because I want to be friends with Britain, even if I don't really want to be like aligned with them forever. I want to be friends, so I have to accept. Because they will not like me if I say no. Oopsie. But in fact, I want to see what their power block has. One thing to keep in mind is that all the power block principles do apply to you if you're part of the group. So we do get these bonuses, but they're not very important. Again, it's like you can be aware of them, but it's just not very important to the game right now. This is a journal entry we just got, by the way. This is about like coming to a truce with the Netherlands, where all the great powers will like make decisions about how to split up our country. It's entirely random. There's no diplomacy to this. This is also just gambling. A lot of it, like I said, a lot of gambling in Victoria 3. This is completely random. I checked the game files before. The way they determine what to pick has no bearing on your relationship at all. So it looks like they want to back the 24 points for some reason, which is where we release Gallery, and then like we get a truce. So we're going to ratify the Treaty of London, because if we say no to this, everyone gets really mad at us, and we don't want to be mad. Let's do that. Here we go. And now I think we get a truce, right? No, okay, we still have the same truce from before, so we have to wait 9 more months to conquer that. The nice thing about this that treaty or that journal is it makes everyone guarantee your independence. They tend to like you a bit more. Very good. Building up some farming here in Flanders. Fortunately, we're currently going through the Hungry 30s journal entry, so basically like there's like a big famine. So our farming is not very effective right now, but it's okay. It'll become good later. Regardless, I need to keep my iron price even lower than it already is because my debt is kind of building up, and also I'm paying a lot of money for railways, and we're missing engines. So I'm going to start making some engines. Let's do motor industries. Just one for now. And we also are going to want some lumber. And again, in terms of how I know what stuff that I want, I'm just thinking about what my expenses are. And right now we're paying £1,000 for railways, and that's because of the cost of the engines. So I'm like, therefore let me go and change the cost of the input goods. That's like that's like our, what does Dr. House say on House when he's like, differential diagnosis? That's what we're doing, a differential diagnosis on the budget. Anyone ever seen that show? Just me?
It's lupus.
I don't watch things. I only watch YouTube. Sorry.
It's always lupus. True.
Everybody lies. What are their house witticisms?
He does say that.
I got nothing.
Nice.
No, that's not what he says. I just can't think of anything else.
That's fair enough.
He's in Blackadder. I know
Damn,
him from
real?
Blackadder.
This vexes.
He looks at the black guy and then is like, can you break this person's house? And then he's like, why would I do that? And he's like, because you're black. That's like the whole joke.
Yeah, the first season of House is kind of insane.
Yeah. This would be a scary amount of debt for a new player. I was asked to do a challenge, so I have to play a little bit fast and loose. Actually, this is a good point to make. I'm playing very risky by taking on debt because, like, I'm basically gambling. Not quite gambling. I'm making an educated belief that the money I'm spending on construction is going to pay back enough to make this debt worth taking on. If you're new to the game, though, just play a bit slower. It's okay. It's okay to just like play a little bit slower, like just make less construction, play safer. But I'm like, okay, I know what my limits are gonna be, so I can handle making some extra stuff. It's no big deal. Also, you can take the time to really consider those events, but I'm just spamming through them because I know what most of them do, like off the top of my head.
For the people unaware of what he just said, if you're newer to the game, he's not gambling, he's investing.
That's right.
It's completely
That's right.
different. Completely different. Don't worry about it.
Completely different. I'm gonna check my agitator list because I need to become like an authoritarian monarchy, so I gotta check my agitator list for any good authoritarians. We do see Alexandru Lahovari, a Romanian We got Ludi is in the stream, guys. There's a Romanian on screen right now, and we can make him the leader of the armed forces. He also will join the reactionary move. We don't really like reactionaries, but we're gonna invite him. Then we can put him into the government. Well, unfortunately, currently the armed forces are part of the Liberal Party, so we'll have to wait till that breaks apart, but we'll get there eventually. Basically, that's the first step towards conservativizing, is getting authoritarians into our country. We had another election, but it doesn't really matter. Is our truce almost up? I think our truce is up, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we can go to war now. So we're going to do our first step, which is to conquer the Netherlands. First, we check our list of stuff here. Who's willing to join? We might be able to get Prussia to join us. And then beyond that, looks like nobody wants to help the Netherlands. So let's try this. This is just Keynesian economics of outspending your debt. More or less, yes. More or less. I think we want to get some conscripts for this, so we can get an idea of how like strong our army is compared to his by looking. We can just mouse over his army. So he has 23 guys, not mobilized yet, but he'll mobilize them soon. 27 offense, 24 defense. I've got 19 with 25 offense, 27 defense. I'm a little better at defending. I think I want to get a little better at attacking. So I'm going to recruit some lancers. Lancers have more attack than infantry, but they have less defense. And, well, do I want to do land attacking? I think we actually just do some line infantry, maybe. Mix of both, perhaps. That's the best answer. We'll get like 10 infantry and like 15 cavalry. That sounds good. That's a lot of conscripts, but it's going to be expensive. But if we can secure control of the Netherlands right away, that'd be very strong for us. We can also invite Prussia. I'm definitely going to do that. They want me to become a protectorate. This is interesting. Becoming a protectorate means that... So, this has a lot of implications. Remember, subjects share the market with their overlord. So when we become a protectorate, we're going to join Prussia's market. And their market's really good. We would actually be pretty happy to be in Prussia's market. The problem is that then, as a protectorate, we have a lot of independence. But if we lose our liberty desire, one day Prussia could turn us into a puppet. That would be kind of bad. So I'm thinking, though, because we're going for like a relatively short-term playthrough here, though, we are going to choose to become a subject. Because I want to get this war done. And now I can choose to add a bunch of more war goals. Because we have Prussia's support. I want to conquer everything. I want it all. But let's see if anyone will join. Looks like no one wants to help the Netherlands, which is very good. This should be a pretty easy war for me. Now the nice thing, very nice thing about joining the Prussian market, if you look here now, you see that we're part of the Prussian market on the map. They have a lot of ammunition. They're very militaristic. That means we can actually upgrade our units to skirmish infantry without needing to worry about, like, ruining ourselves. And also, I'm just going to cancel those conscripts. We don't need those anymore, because now Prussia's going to be our, like, extra army.
On a more meta level,
Yeah.
would you say that this was just gambling again, and that England didn't join despite you basically doing the same thing you did in the previous demonstration?
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
There's no real strategy, just restart until England does.
Well, in this case, I saw that, like, England was very unlikely to join the Netherlands, but, like, yeah, I could have just gotten unlucky and they would have joined anyway, but they didn't, so, pog. But, like, yeah, it's a bit RNG. It's quite RNG, in fact.
And didn't you also just sign a journal entry about not doing what you're currently doing?
the design journal entry about that, kind of. The London conference gave us a truce for 1 year. I waited for the truce, and now I'm just doing what I would have done otherwise. So yeah, that's all. And the war is about to end because they're going to hit negative 100. There it is, and I've conquered stuff. Now, I forgot to add Limburg as a war goal. So, unfortunately, I missed a little piece of the country. My bad. So there's going to be a little dude hanging out in between us here. But now I've conquered the Netherlands, more or less. You know, it's close enough, right? Right? We're going to incorporate this stuff. So, I didn't talk about incorporated versus unincorporated states, but incorporated states are like your cores, if it's like U4, or in the case of CK3, you could consider it like your de jure territory. This is like your core, like your land that is yours, and it's you tax here. The big difference in Victoria 3 is you can charge taxes on stuff in your core territory, in your incorporated states. You cannot charge taxes on unincorporated states. But you can incorporate states for the cost of bureaucracy, which we don't have a lot of right now. So I'm going to just incorporate Holland and then leave it at that. That's all we'll do for now. Now, the Netherlands had a bunch of construction sectors that I cannot afford to continue operating. Looking at my current budget, there's like no shot that I can afford that. So we're going to close down some of the construction sectors that the Netherlands had because that's too much for me. In fact, I'm going to shrink my construction sectors a little bit because it's a bit expensive right now. We'll just shut some of those down. There we go. That's a little bit of a healthier budget, which I'm willing to accept. Let's get working on our next step with regards to the challenge. Let's get into the Congo. And also we can check our Liberty Desire with the Prussians. As you can see here, we currently we're slightly losing Liberty Desire, so it seems like Prussia has a little bit of power over us, but we will not have to worry about this unless we get below 25, then it becomes a problem. In fact, I can sabotage our relationship by just asking them for stuff. So if I ask them for market control, they're going to say no, right? Now, don't worry about what market control is. I just see that they're going to say no, and that's going to make us not like each other. So I'm just going to click that. And now we have more Liberty Desire. That's a good way to avoid getting, like, annexed by your overlord if you do become a subject. Now, in order to invade the Congo, by the way, we need a navy. You can only do a naval invasion with as many regiments as you have ships. So 3 regiments, would that actually be enough? Could that defeat the Congo? I'm curious now. The Congo have 6 regiments, but they're not very good regiments. So maybe we don't need more ships, but I'm going to need them later anyway. So I'm going to build up just a couple of ships. And these build up just like any other building. So we're going to make a building in here, and then we'll make some buildings here, I guess. You can have as many heavy ships as you have light ships without taking any negatives. Heavy ships are just better, but they're like, you know, they aren't as good at raiding, I guess, is the difference. But we're able to couple of ships, and then we'll use that to go invade the Congo.
They made counter-infantry ratio, but for ships.
They did, yes,
Just like
they did.
be screening in Hoi 4, but they just didn't want you to do the EU4 system of only building heavies, basically.
Basically, yeah.
So that's how they made light ships relevant. Damn, I actually didn't know this.
Well, that and light ships can raid convoys better than heavy ships. So if you're trying to do like stuff with raiding someone's market, that's better.
This was a conversation, but so does raiding someone's supply line if you are like fighting them in their front, does that actually do something or not? Because I remember that was being a conversation.
It does, but only so it's all or nothing. You've either raided their supply lines so hard that they have nothing, or you haven't raided them at all. There's no in between. So like you have to have total dominance over the sea if you want to do anything at all. Also, I realized I just went and did a bunch of stuff that I didn't talk about because it was so instinctual I didn't think about it. When you conquer new land, or just every once in a while as part of like your maintenance of your country, go into your buildings tab and just look through all your production methods and reset them. One day, perhaps they will add an automated way to do this where you set everything to the newest production methods. But essentially, like, I'm just like, okay, just make sure everything is using the newest stuff. The lower in this list the production method is, the better it is. It's just like, you know, just go in here and just make everything the lowest it can go because this is the best stuff. You see how the profits are better. Like everything you've unlocked, you should always just grab the newest stuff. Except for very particular examples are like military shipyards. I have a tiny navy, so I really don't need a production method that makes more ships. Because look at the price of Man of Wars right now. It's like already cratered. I don't need more of these. So in this case, I'm okay with an older production method. Same goes for shipyards. I don't really have like a lot of fishing. I don't have like a lot of things that use clippers. So I'm not going to increase this one. But everything else, like, yes, I want to increase every time. Especially because I'm in the Prussian market. So I have a lot more resources, like, available to me.
Don't you want to build 10,000 clippers to get your industry score up?
I guess, but the clippers are not going to be very profitable.
This is a Victoria 2 reference.
I see. Yeah. By the way, the guy saying there is an in-between when it comes to reducing supply line efficiency. I have never seen that. Like, I know that that's theoretically what it's supposed to be, but for example, there have been times where I've gotten the British supply line efficiency to be something like 45%, and they will still have full organization. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, when you cut them off completely, it's very effective. If you don't, then it doesn't seem to do anything. It might be a bug. It's supposed to have an in between, but it just kind of doesn't. At least from what I've seen. All right. Anyway, we're still building farms in Flanders, right? I don't really want any more farms, so I'm actually just gonna cancel a bunch of the ones that I queued up. You can freely, as long as you haven't started building it, you can just like cancel them at no loss. So I'm gonna go back to just doing +2 to finish these off. It absolutely does that. Maybe you're raiding the wrong supply lines. I guess maybe. I don't know. Like I was at the point where India had like 45% market access, and they still had full supply here. So I don't know. Playing as China, this shit is easy, bro. You say that, but you lost the Opium War, bro. Look at this. You lost Jillian. You lost Hong Kong. What do you mean you're playing in China? And it's easy. There's a lot. Look at this. Look at this modifier you took because you're bad at the game. See all that?
It's my first game. Okay.
Terrible. Terrible.
I don't know. Normally, when I see people fight China, instead of just losing Hong Kong, they lose huge swathes of provinces, and then people take a treaty port of like Jianzhou. So actually, I think Jillian's doing great.
Real.
She's only
Thank
lost
you.
Hong Kong.
I'm glad someone is on my side.
Yep. It's good that you guys are working together against the teacher. Good. Anyway, we now have, I think, well, no, we don't have the ships yet. We need to wait a little bit longer for the ships. I want to go invade the Congo. And one thing you can do, by the way, because wars never end in this game, I don't have the ships yet, but I want to get first dibs in annexing the Congo. So in case someone decides to invade first, I want to be ready to like jump on them before anyone else can. So I'm going to declare the war now. I'm not going to invade for a couple years because I want to build my ships first. A couple years, a couple months, not a couple years, but I'm going to declare the war now and then let all this 100-day delay go through, and then I'll go and actually take over. Because right now I'm like, I don't want to invade till I actually have the navy properly.
That's so gentlemanly. You're giving them like a heads up. Oh, by the way, I invade you later.
Yeah.
I don't know they
Well,
can do anything.
They
about
have
it.
no navy, so they can't do anything about it. So they're just going to sit there and wait until I come to them. Anyway, speaking of which, I'm going to get rid of these irregulars, whatever those are. I'm going to make a quick army. So we have 24 men in this army, but we can't possibly invade Congo with only 5 ships with 24 men. So I'm going to split the army. We're going to go like 3 skirmish and 3 lancers. Move the selected units, then confirm. This UI is terrible, okay, but whatever, we make it work. And then we're going to mobilize just this small army. We're going to grab like a general for it. This guy apparently is historical. This is Albert Florent Joseph. Sure. Okay, now we have a general. We're going to mobilize, and then we'll plan a landing once we have our 6th ship. We have 5 ships right now. We want our 6th one to finish building. Take a second. Just 1 second. Yep, it'll just take 1 second. Let's see. Okay, it has to reinforce the other ones first, then it'll do. Or maybe this one will get built first. Let's see. There you go. Now we have our 6th ship. Now we can go do our invasion. The way you do an invasion is you click this little anchor, plan an invasion of an enemy state. You click on the state you want to invade, then you attach an army to it. So in this case, I'm going to attach the 6-sized army, because I don't want to have a massive negative. To give you an idea, by the way, if you try to use a too big of an army with the Navy, you take a 66% penalty to invasion efficiency, which is just minus that much to all of your offense and your defense stats. Also, if you try to click the other one, it just puts them both there. So you have to close the UI, then reopen it, which I'm doing through this instead. You reopen the UI, and then you can change the army around. I love Victoria 3's UI.
By the way, if you want to win any war that's not really winning, just start loads of really random naval invasions. They're not going to succeed,
Yes.
but the AI at some point will just walk off the front.
That sometimes works. Other times it doesn't. The thing is, they in the recent update they added it so that you don't have to assign armies to a naval invasion. Now you just put them in the HQ. So if you let's say you put an invasion in Yorkshire, Midlands,
Yeah, but
East
actually-
Anglia, and home counties, one army just in the HQ in Midlands can defend against all of those. But it's really janky and sometimes it doesn't work. So I don't know.
Okay, so it's damn
So it still
fast.
kind of works sometimes.
Uh,
All right, we've landed
This
in the
game was
Congo.
released in 20. This game was released on the in November 2022, by the way.
Was. There we go. We
Pretty
just
unrelated
annexed Congo,
content.
by the way. There it is. There's one. Well, we'll finish colonizing the rest of it. That's going to take a long time. But now you might ask, what's the point of doing that, right? Because that's an important question. Like, why did we just do that? So remember when I mentioned that we can't tax unincorporated states? Like, we could incorporate these, but it would take forever because they're the wrong culture. Speaking of which, I want to incorporate these, but these ones. So I'll demonstrate for you. Holland is going to take only 27 months to incorporate. I guess it was 5 years, but we've already got some progress on it. That's not very long. That doesn't take too long. For the colony to incorporate this will take 22 years, and this is because we have nothing in common with the cultures here. So it's based on these homelands. These homelands, if you have nothing in common with them via these heritage or language traits, It takes forever to incorporate them. So we don't want to incorporate that. 22 years is, keep in mind, it's a 100-year game. This is a fifth of the game to incorporate one state. Not worth it. Instead, we're going to not incorporate it. We're going to look here. I'm going to realize there's no taxes here. When there's no taxes, there's a lot of profits. And there's a lot of goods here we don't have access to normally. For example, dyes and sugar and tea. If we look back at our own country, we don't have dye or sugars or tea. We have rye and livestock. We have rye and livestock. More rye and more livestock, and wheat and livestock. So that's the purpose of colonizing, is that you get access to new goods that you might otherwise not have access to. It's mostly for the rubber. Yes, the rubber, it will eventually become very important, but right now we don't use rubber, so it's for the plantation goods in this case. One thing to keep note of, though, is that this place is recently conquered, so the turmoil is very high. Turmoil refers to how much of the population is radical. So because they were just conquered, they have a lot of radicalism here. We can look at the radical map mode to see that. It's red. There's no numbers here, but you see how it's all red? And that big line up there is from, us conquering the Congo, this new acquisition of radicals. So building here is going to be very inefficient. But, it's new resources regardless, right? So we're still happy to have it. We can use a decree called violent treatment. So the guy asking about when we're going to start chopping some hands off, this is the chop the hands off button. This reduces penalties from turmoil, but it gives you mortality. So you're going to be killing people, but you're going to be reducing the penalties from turmoil. So in the Belgian Bas-Congo, we're going to set a decree to start chopping some hands off. And in return, we can build buildings more efficiently. Still not very efficiently, by the way. Still pretty low, but, it's better. And the radicalism here will decrease as we sort of slowly, get their SOL up. So if you look here, this population, their SOL is probably very low. It's 8. They want at least 4, but they have 8. And because our market probably has goods that they want, they should slowly but surely gain standard of living. It'll depend on exactly what their market was like beforehand, but essentially we want to slowly gain gain the SOL here. Let's go ahead and make maybe some coffee. In the current update, sugar is really OP, but I don't really like building sugar because it's lame. Let's just make coffee or something. We'll queue up 10 of those. About the car factory meta, but cars come so late in the game, right? Cars are really strong, but it's a super late game industry, so we don't worry about that.
What the hell is a car? Is that a type of horse?
So true, so true. I think we'll slowly see the turmoil is coming down because they're presumably gaining standard of living because they're buying Prussian goods. Now this is a weird thing. Indulge me to rant for a minute here. Victoria 3 doesn't do a very good job, in my opinion, of simulating reasons to be against a government besides not getting your food. So in this Congo place here, these people are upset because we conquered them, and that's fair. But they're going to become not upset because we're going to give them food, as in they're going to be able to buy food using the jobs that I'm providing them when I make this coffee. So it's do they have no dislike for us just because we're foreign? It feels like there's not really much of that. They do have an increase in radicalism from being lacking in, from having low tolerance, but it's only 5%. Only 5%? Come on, it's a little bit low. But whatever, it's fine. Not a big deal, It's just me complaining about the design of the game a little bit sometimes. It's racism. So true.
Quite similar actually in EU5 at the moment. You do get a debuff for an uncored province, but once you integrated it, so not even cored, there's an actual inherent debuff for I don't know, an English country being in charge of Sicily. Nothing inherently there as well. So
yeah,
I think it's actually a bit of a trend. I think because obviously you still get separatism and those kinds of things, but yeah, I do think unaccepted cultures and those things can be a bit more of a debuff, but they'll probably make the game harder. People complain.
True, real. Imagine making the game harder. Who could do that? But I still haven't gone authoritarian, by the way. This is kind of the hard part, is that Belgium is a relatively liberal place at this point in history. In terms of how we can fix that, we need to look at the interest groups that have a lot of clout and try to get them to have the ideologies that we want. And the only way we do this is through characters. And this is, again, all gambling, okay? The industrialists have very high clout, so I'm like, okay, I want to influence it. I want to see what they're up to. If we look at their leader ideology chances, 75% chance that John Cockerell becomes a leader. This is our executive of our company. He's a moderate, so he doesn't have any ideology, which means he's useless to us. The other options are a radical, which is the total opposite of what we want. They want voting. We don't want voting. The one we do want is the authoritarian, which is 6% chance of happening. This is calculated based on the amount of pressure that comes from the reactionary movement in this case. The reactionaries, they have 18% support. So we're going to want to boost the power these guys have in order to make it a higher chance the industrialists will get an authoritarian. Now, if I were doing a YouTube video, okay, what I would do is I would right click on this leader. I'd click exile so that we get another chance to roll a new leader. And then if I didn't get what I wanted, I would reload the game and then try again until I got the one that I wanted. But that's going to take a long time to do because 6% is kind of low. So instead, I'm going to check my agitators, and we're already full up on agitators, so we can't get any more. But I can imprison this dude, so we'll put him in prison for a bit. And then we'll check, like, is there anyone else that we can get, maybe? There's nobody. There's no agitators. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. There's literally no one. So we have no options. We would have to do the, like getting rid of this dude over and over again. We can also check other interest groups. Maybe they have better chances for an authoritarian. So the armed forces also have 17% chance for an authoritarian. The intelligentsia has no chance for it, so that's kind of sucks. And that's basically all that we can do to try and like make it happen.
I love how invading the Netherlands and the Congo was significantly easier than becoming an absolutist monarchy as Belgium.
Yes, it really was. By the way, in terms of how we get into more of the Congo, because right now you're thinking like, oh, we barely even have the Congo. These states have malaria, and malaria means that you basically can't colonize. Like you can, but minus 95% growth means very difficult to. It takes a long time. Okay, so it's not going to happen. So what we need to do is we need to go into our tech. We need to research malaria prevention. This will take away the effect of malaria in all states, but it's a tier 4 tech. It's going to take a long time. Now, how do we get tech faster? The answer is a combination of literacy and universities. What literacy gives you is it gives you more innovation cap, so you can have more possible research at a time. But your actual research is generated by universities. So in Holland, for example, we have a university with the philosophy department. So if you want to research faster, we're going to have to get a lot of universities. But because this game is communist propaganda, universities can only be run by the government. There's no privatized university. You cannot live out your American dream of running private universities. So we have to pay for school, and school is expensive. So, you know, we're going to build up some universities, but it's going to hurt a bit. Woke game, exactly. So woke. Okay. So a lot of what happens now is mostly waiting and hoping that we can get the interest group leaders that we need in order to become authoritarian for the purpose of our own goals. That's like what we're trying to accomplish. Authoritarianism in this game is not very good, so I wouldn't recommend it if you're not actually trying to like achieve it for the purpose of like a meme. But you know,
I mean, you could go gambling.
That's true. Could just go gambling. Because if we could convince the industrialists to be authoritarian, it would probably swing things quite far in our favor. But it's like only a 5% chance, man. It's so low. I think I'd rather see if I can do it through mechanics. Like I'd rather get this Alexandru guy in charge of the army. And this is why this could matter, is if we look at the armed forces party affiliation, they associate with the liberals because the guy in charge is a liberal. So that means that he's going to associate with the Liberal Party. But if we put an authoritarian in charge, he might associate with the Catholic Party more. So I'm going to temporarily, okay, confirm this. We have no legitimacy. I'm then going to put in charge this guy, who's an authoritarian, and then I'm going to reform the government again with like this party set up, whatever. And now on the next election, this guy might change parties to the Catholic Party. We'll have to see. There, apparently he will. So he's gonna join. Remember, he's gonna make his own party. That's actually really bad. Well, rip. Didn't work how I wanted it to. Also, hi Jillian. There is a woman in this stream. You're allowed to talk, you know. I'm not trying to make it so you can't talk.
I just don't want to interrupt the tutorial with like fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's okay.
More fun to do it in chat.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I don't want my chat to think I'm sexist. Because if they think that, they won't know that I already am.
Yeah. Oh man.
All the YouTube viewers being like, or like when I do CK3 videos, the YouTube viewers are like, this guy always seems to play men. Kind of weird.
I mean, for CK2, for Bloodline stacking, you kind of had to be a woman because most of them were matrimonial transfer. So
Yeah.
real meta was women maxing.
True.
I
Real.
think men are just more viable in CK3 though.
Yeah.
The prowess loss from pregnancy is a lot more brutal as well.
So true. Yeah, the prowess loss is so painful. What am I gonna do without
Probably
my prowess?
the worst part about pregnancy, I think.
Yep.
Such a worst soldier.
So true.
Maybe that's just how I play CK3, but I am usually constantly fighting and constantly leading troops, and then I try and duel someone, but then I'm pregnant.
You hate to see
really
it.
get in the way. Yeah, because I usually forget I'm pregnant.
Here comes the coffee, by the way, and as you can see, pretty profitable considering it's one. Like, keep in mind, it's only like 2 buildings. Very profitable. Big reason why. Let me show you the wage difference between the Congo and Belgium. So a Congolese laborer is paid on average €1.5 per week. Lemon, can you tell me in today's society, could €1.5 feed you in in Europe? I don't know. Is that a good,
maybe if I was
wage?
living in the Congo, I could probably live off
Maybe.
€1.50.
The €1.5 is being paid out there. If you go over to Belgium and look at this iron mine, the average wage is 2.95, nearly double. So those businesses are paying half the wages to their people in the Congo because wages are based on the average standard of living of the state. So if we look at this state, the average standard of living is 9.3, whereas in Wallonia it is 10.2. Not that big of a difference, but it's also being affected by the fact that it's an unincorporated state. So unincorporated states also have lower wages, I think.
All I'm hearing is the standard of living should be kept as low as possible to maximize birth rate and minimize wages.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like keeping standard of living low to lower wages does help with profits. Thing is that eventually you want a higher standard of living because you need people to buy stuff. So like right now,
just export it to the other countries where they have the wages.
You can do that, but remember that whenever you export, you have to deal with the other person's tariffs, right? So assuming they have not put on free trade. If someone does free trade, then like maybe also, hold on 1 second. If someone does free trade, then maybe that could work really well. But if they don't do free trade, then you have to pay them tariffs. So every time you trade to someone, you're actively benefiting them, right? Whereas if only your own pops are buying it, then you're good.
Isn't there a
dude,
goal to make them
Saf's in
remove
chat,
their
by the way?
tariffs?
You can, in fact, enforce an open market on them to take tariffs off, or you can get trade privileges. This also gets rid of tariffs if you do. I can't do with him because we're in the same market, but if I were to go to France and do trade privileges, I can't find. Where are they? I don't. They're not on the list. I think because we're there it is. It's right here. We can't do it because we're a junior member and we're like a subject of Prussia. But speaking of Prussia, right now France wants to pay me and build in me in order to support my independence from Prussia. So this is where I get into the Machiavellian politics here. France doesn't like Prussia, so they're willing to pay me if I will pursue independence. And I'm kind of down for that, but I don't want to give them investment rights because then they'll own my stuff. So I'm just going to take that off. Wow, and they're still okay with that. Okay. I'll just lower the amount of money a little bit.
They just really hate Prussia.
Exactly. France doesn't like Prussia. They're like, hey, Belgium, like if you try to go for your freedom, we will support you. Oh, sorry, they want me to pay them. Never mind. I thought it was that they were paying me. I looked at it wrong. It's that they want me to pay them for independence. In that case, they're still willing to help me without me paying them. Why did they even... AI is weird, okay? But yes, I do want to eventually get my freedom, so I'm quite happy for France to support my independence, and I'll owe them an obligation to guarantee that they'll accept. Right now, we could roll the dice, and we have a 50-50 chance of them... 62. Almost 50-50. 62% chance of them accepting. But I'd rather just give them an obligation, and then that way they're guaranteed to accept it. And now, there you go, the Paris concession. They support my independence. This makes me get more liberty desire. As you can see here, we get plus 0.2 from France supporting us. And one day we'll fight Prussia, but for now, we're not going to. Who cares if they own your buildings, just nationalize them later? Because it's very expensive to nationalize them. Also, America also wants to support my independence. Why does America care about Prussia? I don't...
That's me. I'm actually playing as America.
Oh, okay. Well,
I switched from China.
I'm gonna send you a counter offer, okay? Yeah, see if you accept.
Julian's lying. She actually formed America.
True, yeah.
I did as
Tag
China.
switch. Tag switch from China to America, very based. So now we have American and French support against Prussia, but does Prussia have any friends? They got a defensive pact with Britain, so we can basically start World War One if we want to, because we can pit like the great powers against each other if we choose to. But we're gonna wait on that because right now we're just humble coffee farmers.
I can't believe you start World War One over Belgium.
I know,
seems
right?
ridiculous.
I know. The thing that sucks right now is we don't have slavery, so we can't beat the slaves. But if we had slavery, we could beat them. Kind of sad. Because this production method is really strong. You essentially add some mortality to your workers, and in return, you produce like nearly double. Sorry, you produce 50% more coffee in return for giving some mortality to your workers, and you reduce the wage. Like holy, you reduce the wage, right? So now they make even more profits. But we need slavery for that, so we can't click it. Very, very sad. Somehow,
I mean,
that
I'm
means
sure you
very
can do
good.
debt slavery. I can't. I mean,
No, there's like so with how Victoria 3 works, once slavery is banned, it can never be re-implemented. Because if you look here, no interest group will ever accept it. And there's no slavery movement, because you can only have a slavery movement if you have slavery. Which I know is weird, but yeah. Nah, cap, says Palaya. Damn. Look, I like beating the slaves, okay? Gives more output.
Flip that. Add it to the
Clip.
compilation.
Flip it. Flipped and shipped.
it's actually a very
Get ready
bad
to get
joke
involved
to
in
make
more
here, but
YouTube drama.
even I'm not brave enough to make a specific joke.
Damn.
So I'll let your imagination for what I'm trying to say.
Just invite a slaver that joins the movement and make them IG leader. Okay, yes, you could do that. But like that's unlikely to happen, in my opinion. Let's see if there are any slavers. Maybe we can make it happen. There's only an abolitionist. That's sad. Nope, just abolitionists, no slavers. Yeah, but yes, you can in theory find a slaver and invite them, but it's like really, really unlikely.
Would you hypothetically call the abolitionists really cringe?
Yeah, but dude, abolitionism is so cringe. There, clip that. Is that clipped?
It's just farming clips.
Yep. Oh, it's all, you know, all press is good press, or something, so they say. Anyway, I'm gonna make a new company, by the way. So there's two reasons why I'm making a company of this particular type. I'm making the Belgian Plantation Company. First, because its prosperity bonus is colony growth speed plus 10%, and we plan to colonize the Congo, right? So that's gonna be useful for us. Second, it has a prestige good, which is coffee, and we're making a lot of coffee here, so that also makes sense, right? Now, third, this is the big brain part, okay? The Belgian plantations have partial aristocratic ownership. So I'm hoping that when we make this, we're going to get more aristocrats in our country, and that will help us get more authoritarian, because aristocrats tend to support authoritarian. So we're going to establish this. And let's give it a name, because you can name things. Jillian, give me a name for a plantation in the Congo.
I don't want to give you a name for a plantation in the Congo.
Why not? What's wrong with naming a plantation?
It's just some bad brand optics. I don't know.
You don't like
Speaking of, I
it?
would like to propose the name the Jillyeon Plantation.
No,
All right.
no,
Okay.
no.
The
no.
Jillian Plantation.
I've heard Jillian loves when you name things after her in the game.
Of workers' rights. We'll make it kind of like brand friendly. They
It's
grow
like when
workers'
you
rights
open-
there.
It's like when you open a wing in a hospital, but instead of a wing in a hospital, it's like a thing that sends people to the hospital. Well, there's no hospital there.
Well, they don't really get a hospital, no.
Yeah. Now that we have this company, by the way, making 7,000 pounds of profits on just 5 coffee plantations, okay? Now, we might be asking, who's buying all this damn coffee? Well, if we look at the Prussian market, we can see who's buying it. It's literally just like rich people in Prussia buying it. We're making the coffee, and the capitalists are buying it. Aristocrats are buying it. Everyone's buying it. So just people are eating it. And this is why SOL can matter. For now, there's plenty of consumption of goods, but later on, we might be making like tens of thousands of coffee, right? And it's possible we won't have enough rich people to be able to buy all the coffee. At that point, we either trade and we have to eat tariffs, or we invade someone and make them trade with us without taking tariffs, or we improve our standard of living and then people can afford to buy more coffee. For now, this early in the game, though, it's irrelevant. There's plenty of consumption for coffee to go around. Sorry, it's not a coffee plantation. We're growing workers' rights here. It's a workers' rights plantation. I forgot to mention that part.
How many workers' rights have you produced yet?
Let's see. So far, we're producing about 202 workers' rights per week.
Did that say you discovered psychiatry?
Yeah, I did discover psychiatry, new tech. I clicked through it so fast, sorry, but yes. It gives
Thank
us
God.
influence, and it gives us maneuvers per diplomatic play, as well as bureaucracy down.
Does it increase the efficiency of the workers' right plantation?
It does not. It does not, unfortunately. I
Can't
wish it did. I wish it did. Alright, so we got this event here called the right result, and this basically is we can rig elections. I've been clicking through it, just taking the one where we don't rig the election, but now that I'm focusing on the politics, I'm going to talk about rigging elections. So we want the Catholic Party to be strong, because we want to go autocratic, of course. So I'm going to rig the election in favor of the Catholic Party. What this does is give them huge momentum in the election and take away momentum from everyone else, but it's going to reduce our electoral confidence. So if you look at our electoral confidence, we're at 85% right now, and that gives these negatives. It makes votes in general worth less. It makes like political strength from wealth worth more, which is what we want, but it costs legitimacy. So, you know, oh well. But look at how the graph changed. Now the purple line, that's the Conservative Party, they're doing really well. So we just rigged the election a little bit, and maybe we can get rid of elections now. We'll see after the... I'm not sure how much clout they're going to have. We'll have to see. But this helps us, basically, by doing this. All it costs was the legitimacy. Costs. So the standard of living is getting worse in the Belgian Congo, by the way. And this, I believe, is because every time we make coffee here, we're getting rid of some arable land, which means less grains being produced. At the same time, though, it wasn't already fully employed, so maybe that's not why. But something's... Basically, like... Something's happening that's causing these people to suffer. And I don't know exactly what it is, but something's going on. Let's check our clout now. Still kind of bad clout, but...
If you improve production in the workers' rights plantations, they'll get more workers' rights, so that, you know, they should go up, right?
True, yeah, you're right, you're right. So right now, we can try to pass autocracy. It's pretty low chance to pass. What I really need is an authoritarian, like, industrialist. I really need that. Does that exist? No, it doesn't. Are there any authoritarians around? There is an authoritarian agrarian guy. Another one. So normally, like, this isn't... So normally, you're not trying to actively regress your country to more, like worse laws. So this is supposed to be kind of difficult. Like, normally it's not this hard to change your laws, but in this case, we're pursuing a sort of messed up goal. This guy's already an authoritarian, though. Okay, I invited an authoritarian. We already had one. That's funny. I guess what I can do, real quick, is we can, like, bolster the reactionary movement to try and increase the chances that we get an authoritarian in the future. So I took off some decrees to make some authority, because authority, we get it back and we take the decrees off. So I took that off. We're going to bolster the reactionaries, because they will increase the chance that an authoritarian shows up. And then I'm also going to put a agricultural decree in the Congo to increase the throughput on the coffee plantations. Now, one reason why throughput on a plantation is so good is, remember, throughput increases the inputs and the outputs. But guess what, bro? Plantations have no inputs. They just pay wages. And throughput does not increase wages. So, this is like having production efficiency from EU5. It's pure output. It's just pure money. It's very nice. We love to see it.
But does it increase the consumption of workers?
It does not increase the consumption of workers, no. It just increases the output of coffee, which makes it really, really strong. One thing that we should talk about, since we're looking at this, right, is, okay, I see that you've made a very profitable coffee plantation. Why is your budget still kind of low? Like, why is there like 12,000 profits here, but your budget's still only plus 1.54k? And that's because we have to look at where the money goes, right? As we build these, we're owning part of it, so we're making some of the dividends, but a lot of the dividends are going towards the company, and then the company's putting it in the reinvestment pool for the most part. Although, actually, it's paying a lot of it to the aristocrats right now, which is good. We want the aristocrats to get rich, remember? Because the aristocrats getting rich will help us pass better laws, but I also just realized that the aristocrats are, in fact, local Africans. I don't know why, but it chose to make the HQ in the Congo. So this look, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, like the owners of the coffee are themselves also local like African colonials, and they're fucking rich. Oh my god, look at the SOL. I, so this actually is not going to affect our politics very much because this is not incorporated. So incorporated states, they don't have much political power. It's where does it show here? Minus 50% universal political strength. So actually, my big brain plan to make a company with aristocrats in it may not be working because it's locally run, which is really funny to imagine that like Belgium arrived here and then picked a couple of like aristocrats from the local Congolese nobility and then said, "Yeah, go run a workers' rights plantation over here." And they're getting like dirty rich on it and I'm sitting here like, "Where's my money?" But yeah, it's a bit weird. Another masterful gambit. Yeah, thank you. Now the thing is, because they're so dirt poor here, there are very few people that are rich enough to become aristocrats. So the plantation is not having employment issues. The plantation's fine. But the HQ where the aristocrats live is having trouble employing, which is like weird. Not only that, you can't tax them. Yes, because they're overseas. I can't tax them either. I'm reinvesting in local community. Yeah, that's correct, Lemon. We are in fact enriching the local Africans, like a lot. By the way, this might actually be among the richest people in our entire country. I kind of want to check census data, sort by standard of living. No, there are some Flemish capitalists that are equally as rich as these African aristocrats. But that's just a little. By the way, this for those that wanted the spreadsheets. By the way, here you go, Jillian. What do you think of the spreadsheet? Interpret this for me.
No, I don't have to do that anymore. I graduated.
Real. But basically, you can sort this by stuff. So if you want to check where your richest pops are, we currently have the richest people in the entire country are capitalists in the Wallonia, and then the aristocrats in the Belgian Congo, which is just really funny.
I like
It's
the
really
modern art at the top.
Oh, let me see. What did I missed it?
No, you closed out of it. Go back to the spreadsheet.
Oh, like all this stuff, all
Can't
these
believe Jillian
boxes.
just said go back to the spreadsheet.
True,
All
dude.
this
Dude, clip
Where?
that. Clip that. Go back to the spreadsheet. Holy, Victoria 3 player in the making. Also, the average standard of living in the workers' rights plantation is 4.7. It doesn't get much lower than that, by the way. That's about as low as it goes. So
I can get it down to 1.
well, if it's down to 1, they're gonna die faster than they can work, probably. But,
Oh my god.
yeah.
I'm so glad my name is on this.
Yes. I'm glad too.
Well, think about all the workers' rights they're producing. The workers back home are going to be so happy.
Oh, they don't get workers' rights. They're just
Well,
producing
the
workers'
problem
rights.
is they're exporting all the
Export.
workers' rights back to the home
Yeah.
country. That's so funny though. If you kill productivity and projected HQ state, you can get it to change elsewhere. Okay, I mean, look, I just think it's funny. The thing is, I'm not like a meta slave at all. Like I know that like I might seem like it, but I really don't care about meta that much. This is obviously bad because I wanted this to influence my politics, but now it won't because I'm like just like I can't. Those pops are not going to be influencing our politics very much. But it's really funny that like it's a locally run company. It's a family run business. So I'm just laughing. A meta what? A meta slave? You ever heard that term before? Also, the Prussians forced me into the war they're having against the Americans, and now we lost our treaty, but that's fine. This is stuff happening that I don't care about. You know, the Germans or rather the British are invading America. It's okay.
On that note, though, because wars have started, unfortunately, I want to say it is 3 a.m., so I'm gonna
Okay,
call it
yeah.
here then. Thank
Sure,
you very
sure.
much for the streams and everything.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
self-doxing myself, I'm currently in a GMT time zone. So
Oh damn,
anyway,
it's over.
thank you very much.
Yeah, no
and,
problem.
Enjoy the rest of the stream.
For sure.
Bye.
I'll try to
And,
pass.
sure
I'll try to
the
pass
goals.
authoritarianism in your name, buddy. I'll try.
Oh, thank you. Please open another workers' right plantation as well when you start another company.
In fact, I'm just gonna give away all of these
Producing
concessions.
concessions.
You know what? Let me stick around for like another 10 minutes. We're gonna see if we can get it passed. Okay. What I just did is I just negotiated with everybody and gave them anything that they wanted, and now we'll see if we can pass it. there's immediately there's a civil war brewing. The second I started it, there's a
That's
civil war
fine,
brewing.
I believe.
Yeah, so okay, it's probably not gonna happen. So you can go. I don't think it's gonna happen, man.
No,
I tried, but it's really tough to
gamble,
do.
still 60, success 39. I mean, surely you have to gamble.
It's gonna be Gamba. Stay for one Gamba. It's only gonna be a couple days.
Yeah, do one gamble.
One Gamba. Watch it
Surely, I mean,
pass.
surely just win a gamble.
Oh, we've got to rig the election first. Rig the election. Okay. See, we could also just fight the civil war. So one thing to say is, I'm being lazy. I don't want to fight a civil war, but you totally can just fight the civil war and then you pass the law and it's easy.
48%.
Okay, we got an advance. That's a good start.
Gamba.
Okay. Oh my God! Wait a minute. Gamba time. So we no longer legitimate. What happened? Oh,
Gamba 55.
unfortunately, our government's no longer legitimate. I gotta lower taxes. Hold on a minute. What happened there is my king became arrogant, and that reduced our legitimacy to the point where we were no longer a legitimate government. Minister taken hostage. They're gonna kill someone, I think.
Yeah,
Is this? Yeah,
It's
kill them.
totally
It's fine.
possible.
Oh, and now we're no longer legitimate. I can't. So this civil war is making people really unhappy. But maybe when the election finishes, we'll get legitimacy back. We're gonna give it a second. Sorry, we can't pass a law when we're not legitimate. So okay, restore. Okay, I literally can't have a legitimate government right now. So actually, the Gamba is not paying off.
No.
It is not working.
But election, maybe post-election.
Well, the election just finished, and we still have no legitimacy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
no.
So I think it's not gonna happen. To do this, we would have to
Damn
just
it.
like fight the civil war, which I guess we can do. But wait, reforms at gunpoint.
Oh.
What's this?
I'll let you find the civil war, but
Oh, we just passed you for the
I'll call it here though.
Okay, sure, yeah, sure. I'll see you later,
So,
Lemon. Thanks for hanging
Did
out.
the best. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
see you later,
See you all
bud.
around. Bye.
Bye.
Now it's just you and me, buddy.
He's the stats guy. I'm color commentary. I don't know what to do.
True. You and all the workers' rights plantations. I mean, you say you're the stats. He's not the stats guy, but you're running the plantation, bro.
Yeah, I'm doing a really good job of making their lives really fucking miserable.
Yes, sir. To be clear, by the way, if you do want to play Victoria 3, you don't have to be the guy that makes everyone's lives miserable. You can totally actually like focus on making people's lives really happy, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, but nobody wants to watch that.
That's true. That's true.
I tried to make a wholesome empire of love and no.
Yeah, nobody
People
wants
want
that.
to watch the war, the oppression, failure.
Yeah.
Not that woke
Yeah.
liberal bullshit.
For a quick summary of what just happened, by the way, we got an event from the Civil War where we had reforms at gunpoint, where the rebels were basically like, we're going to kill the king unless he passed universal suffrage. So we passed it, but people don't like universal suffrage, so now passing autocracy is really easy. And the Civil War also triggered. So it didn't even stop the Civil War, which is really funny. But
Great.
yeah, we're just killing our own people now. And oh, the Congo
What?
also rebelled. Oh no.
What? The workers' rights people
Yeah.
aren't satisfied?
They decided to seize the workers' rights for themselves. They can't do this.
Could have seen that coming.
I know. 3% chance of a stall and we just got it. That's really funny. But yeah, I think I hope that watching this kind of has helped you learn a little bit about how to play, if you do ever want to play, by the way. But it's like
Yeah.
it's really gonna be one of those things where you gotta feel your way through it by just like playing. I know it's really
Yeah,
cringe
for
to be like,
sure.
oh, just play the game and you'll learn, but like it really is like that. Like just play and you'll learn as
Yeah.
you go.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't realize this came out in 2022. So
Mhm.
before EU5, was this the most recent Paradox title?
I guess. I'm trying to think if anything came out before it, but or after it. I mean, I think it
Wow.
would. I think it would be. Yeah.
Because CK3 was 2020?
Was it? Oh my
2019.
god, game's old.
I
Oh,
know, we need CK4.
true. Stop developing CK3. No more content for that.
Mm-mm.
Gotta stop that. By the way, one nice thing about the fact that Congo rebelled, because they rebelled and we killed them, no more radicals. Now they're just happy.
What happened to the radicals?
Well, you know. Well, you know, they went to a better place. Also, we just got
They
autocracy. We did
Definitely
it.
did.
We're an absolute monarchy.
Yay.
There you go. Lemon can be happy now. With that, though, I think we are gonna more or less call it here because like there's more to pursue. So the thing is, in terms of colonization, it's just tech. I need to get tech, and that just takes time. So like that's annoying. I don't want to sit here waiting for tech. I'm just wasting everyone's time. To do the colony, Okay, get malaria prevention, and then you can colonize, because this is going to take away the negative effects of malaria. That's all you need to do. Okay. Also, the company did move. Yes, someone mentioned that because this place rebelled, the colony, rather the company moved. So now the company is actually in Flanders, which means that my strat of having they're still African. I don't know what to, they moved the African pops here. So now they like evacuated the aristocrats and moved them to Flanders, and now they're just living here. I don't even know what to whatever, man. I don't know what to say about that. I thought it was based, but they're also not here. They're also not living here. I don't know what to say anymore about it. It's something's weird. Okay. DEI hiring, mods ban that guy. No. But yeah. We will call it here though. But I will say, Jillian, if you want to do a playthrough sometime, okay, you can always DM me for advice, and I promise I won't be overbearing, because I believe the best way to play is you just learn by playing. So if you want like particular advice, you can ask me, but you should just launch the game and go play if you want to figure it out. That's really the best way.
I don't even know if I own the game. Let me see.
Just ask Paradox. They'll well,
Yeah,
maybe I shouldn't
know
say
I
that in front of
bothered them.
everyone, but yeah, you can get the game and all the DLCs for free
Well,
if you ask.
Yeah. I know I
Probably.
bothered them for Hoi 4.
Yeah.
I think that. Oh, in Stellaris. I don't think I asked for Vic. So, and I'm not gonna put no.
No, up to you.
I can't even finish that thought.
If you don't want to play it, I totally understand, because like I present the game kind of like all at once, and it's really hard to take it all in. But I think that like if you take your time with it and just learn like maybe one mechanic at a time, it should be okay. I do say like I recommend the Belgium start. I really do think it's good, because you can make mistakes and learn from the mistakes. Whereas if you play as Sweden or as Switzerland or as even like America, you can be doing things wrong and not realize it unless you know why it's wrong. Whereas as Belgium, you fuck up, you're gonna get conquered, and you're gonna like stall out your economy. Like you'll know when you're doing something wrong, and that can actually help you learn a lot better than having an easy country. But whatever.
Mm.
That's just my
Okay.
philosophy.
Okay. I'll add that to my notes. Last line in the notes.
Sure. Okay, great. With that, feel free to I don't know. Do you want? I was gonna say plug your stuff, but I feel like everyone knows you here. I don't think we have to bother being like, oh, who's Jillian? What's that? What's a Jillian?
Yeah, if you don't know who I am, I'm Jillyeon, Jillyeon. I do very different stuff with Crusader Kings. Lots of storytelling, and well, I guess it's not that different than some of your stuff.
Yeah, I do storytelling too, but you do like also storytelling, but more lighthearted. I think mine's a little more like rooted in
Yeah.
history and all that. I'm gonna post your channel in the YouTube chat, and I know you stream on
Okay.
Twitch, but I don't want to
I
go
do.
through to like I don't want to go through all the Twitch UI to find your channel. I was also posting your YouTube in my Twitch chat,
Yeah.
and they can find your Twitch from there.
Yeah. I'm around.
Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, thanks so much for joining me though. I wish I could
Alright.
say thank you to Lemon, but he already left because he's
Yeah.
a horrible
Stupid
person.
European. Oh,
Right.
same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly same thing. You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go edit a video.
Sure.
Goodbye.
Sounds good. All right. See you later. Bye bye. All right. It's just you and me now, chat. God, what a bunch of horrible people. Am I right? What a bunch of terrible people to hang out with. God, what an awful experience. But yeah, I'm gonna sort of take this stream and add some post commentary, cut it down a bit, and create like a little tutorial video. We'll see. I don't. I feel like I explained things kind of a little bit poorly, but I tried. I think that with some post commentary to organize the thoughts, it'll end up doing very well. This is very similar to how the previous tutorial went, where the stream was very disorderly, but then the post commentary brings it all together. So with that, I'm gonna end the stream. I appreciate everyone for watching. Thank you so much, and for being so friendly to our guests and to me, of course, as well. I will see you all next time. We can find someone to raid on Twitch real quick. Learned a lot. Thank you. You'll learn more from the video when it comes out, but I don't know when it's gonna come out, so give it a bit. Nobody that I see that I want to raid right now. It looks like no one's streaming right now that I want to raid. So yeah, we're just gonna not raid then because I don't see anyone. So we're gonna end the stream. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it. I'll see you around. Peace out.